Chapter 1. The Rise of the Misfit. I truly am not. In the realm of cultivation at the esteemed Tai Xuan Holy Land, atop the majestic Yuan Peak, which towers 10,000 fathoms high amidst swirling ethereal mists, Yuan, recently appointed as the Holy Land's Daozi, hastened his descent from the heavens, striding purposefully toward his quarters. As he traversed the path, every disciple of the Holy Land encountered would yield respectfully, greeting him with deference. We pay our respects to the Daozi. Unfaltering, Yuan waved them off, signaling them to forego the formalities, before dashing into a grand and opulent cave dwelling, firmly shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he exhaled a sigh of relief. With a mere thought, a line of clearly visible text manifested before him. Misfits Reversal System Binding Progress. 99100. Misfits Reversal? Gazing at those glaring words, Yuan's expression morphed into one of bewilderment, a nagging sense of disquiet brewing within him. The next moment, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Binding complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening the Misfits Reversal System. This system shall assist you, the so-called misfit, in reshaping your illustrious destiny and embarking on a path of resurgence. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Having traversed through time for 4 or 5 years, despite lacking any golden finger, he had navigated the Tai Xuan Holy Land with relative ease, backed by his heavenly roots, and an innate pure yang body. 1 year of foundation establishment, 3 years to form a golden core, and now he stood esteemed as the Daozi of the Holy Land, a prospective leader of the sect. How could this possibly align with the label of misfit? The voice of the system continued to reverberate in his ears. You were born into a family of cultivators, yet due to your status as a bastard and the inferior quality of your spiritual roots, you were subjected to scorn within your clan, until you fell victim to the nefarious schemes of a wicked stepmother who conspired against you, stripping you of your cultivation and casting you out, leaving you to wander the world with your sister, enduring hardships and suffering. Now, at the age of 20, you remain unaccomplished, having achieved nothing, your meridians destroyed. You are unable to cultivate even the most rudimentary techniques, reduced to laboring in a mine. Are you truly content? Do you not desire to alter your fate? Should you complete various tasks of reversal, cultivation methods, divine weapons, extraordinary elixirs, all shall be at your fingertips. The system's voice was rapid, its content persuasive, laden with temptation. Yuan, mouth agape and utterly dazed, found himself in a state of complete bewilderment. Inferior spiritual roots? Destroyed meridians? Incapable of cultivation? Finally, Yuan regained his wits and, with a mixture of laughter and tears, remarked, System, it seems you have erred. The accounts you present bear no relation to me. Verification complete. Host identity confirmed it. And I am merely 21 and have already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, undoubtedly the foremost among the younger generation of the Tai Xuan Holy Land. In terms of status, I stand only beneath the sect leader and the Grand Elders. How could I stage a resurgence? Shall I incite rebellion instead? Verification complete. Host identity confirmed. Alas! Yuan helplessly rubbed his forehead. Ding! Information verification complete. The beginner's gift pack has been automatically dispatched to the system reward space and is available for retrieval at your convenience. Congratulations on obtaining the superior Qi gathering pill X10. Congratulations on acquiring the foundational technique Purple Sun Skill X1. Congratulations on receiving the inferior spirit stones X300. As Yuan gazed at the dazzling array of items before him, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Was this novice gift package not a bit too simplistic? A superior Qi gathering pill? As the disciple of the sect's leader, even in the Qi refinement stage, he had consumed only the finest Qi gathering pills, their potency far more refined, equivalent to 10 of the superior variety. The Purple Sun Skill, such a rudimentary entry-level technique, was something he could casually produce in the hundreds, not to mention the superior cultivation manuals he possessed, replete with various insights and annotations from esteemed predecessors, let alone the entry-level Purple Sun Skill. He currently had within his storage bracelet a copy of the advanced technique Purple Qi East Comes, a treasured edition personally, pinned by its creator to AS for the 300 inferior spirit stones. That was even more absurd. Was he to be treated like a beggar? Qi Yuan felt utterly speechless. Though these low-tier items might be considered valuable to a newly initiated cultivator, he was on the verge of forming an infant spirit. What use did he have for such trifles? Just as he was mired in frustration, a new line of text materialized on the system interface. The novice task has now commenced. Upon successful completion, the host will receive exclusive counterattack points and task rewards. Should the task fail, subsequent tasks will not be available. Novice task. To alleviate your struggles for sustenance, you toil daily in the Qingyun town mine, yet suffer under the oppression and bullying of the Black Tiger Gang, with a significant portion of your earnings going toward protection fees. Recently, the gang's leader, Biao, has set his sights on your sister and threatened to forcibly take her as a concubine. Please rise to intervene. Task objective. Defeat Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Refinement level 3 within 3 days. Task difficulty. 4 stars difficult. Task reward. 50 counterattack points. Restoration of the host's damaged Dantian and meridians. What a worthless system. It seemed to have mistaken its target. Qi Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth again at the flood of text on the system panel. Setting aside the utterly nonsensical task description, here he was, a full golden core disciple of the sacred land, being tasked with dealing with an inconsequential leader of the Black Tiger Gang hiding in some impoverished corner of the world. What kind of counterattack was this? The so-called task rewards were even more laughable. His Dantian and meridians were as stable as they could be, with no issues whatsoever. What was there to repair? He was about to break through to the nascent soul stage, who had time to deal with such trivial matters as the Black Tiger Gang. Let them do as they pleased. Qi Yuan cursed internally, preparing to cast aside this absurd task, when suddenly he was brought to a halt. He noticed a virtual button appearing in the upper right corner of the interface, displaying the words Points Mall. Since he was already here, why not take a look? With that thought, Qi Yuan activated the Points Mall.in a flash. A dazzling array of celestial treasures unfolded before his eyes. Chaos True Art, a Dao-level technique priced at 100 million counterattack points. Heaven Opening Divine Axe, a primordial treasure priced at 80 million counterattack points. He continued deeper. Rare treasures such as the Primal Sacred Body, the bloodline of the ancient true dragon, and the celestial restoration pill magnificently revealed themselves before Qi Yuan, causing his eyes to widen and his breath to quicken. Goodness, this system possesses some remarkable elements. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult of his emotions. Although this so-called waste material reversal system seemed somewhat unreliable, it was nonetheless a chance bestowed by the heavens, and to abandon it would indeed be a lamentable loss. The path to immortality is long and fraught with peril. With a system to rely upon, the hope of reaching the pinnacle of power becomes significantly more attainable. Moreover, tasks issued by the system are generally structured from easy to difficult, progressing gradually. If he were to continuously complete these tasks, it was only a matter of time before the rewards would prove beneficial to him. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately resolved to take action. Let's do this. With his determination firmly set, he exited the marketplace interface and retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve, channeling a thread of divine consciousness into it. This jade slip contained a detailed map of this world. The region of Xian Cultivation, where the Tai Xuan Sacred Land resided, was vast, dotted with numerous sects. If Qingyun Town were too far away, it would be a challenge to arrive within 3 days. Through his divine consciousness, Qi Yuan swiftly pinpointed the precise location of Qingyun Town. Fortunately, it lay at the very edge of the Tai Xuan Sacred Land's influence. Although it was over 100,000 miles from the core area of the Sacred Land, with the internal teleportation arrays, he could reach it in just 1 day. The thought of traveling such a great distance to challenge a trifling cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refinement made Qi Yuan feel a tinge of embarrassment. In truth, he could easily dispatch a subordinate to complete the task. Yet according to the system stipulations, it was imperative for him, the host, to undertake this mission personally. Thus, there was no evading this duty. If word of this affair were spread, the Tai Xuan Sacred Land would surely suffer a loss of face. The following day in Qingyun Town, Qi Yuan cast a glance over the bustling streets, filled with mundane folk. The formidable divine sense of a golden core cultivator enveloped the entire town, capturing every subtle movement within several dozen miles. Found it. He quickly locked onto the position of the Black Tiger Gang, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished without a trace, drawing no attention whatsoever. Meanwhile, in front of a newly erected grave, a man in his 30s with a scruffy beard spoke with a cold grin, addressing a young girl before him. "You little wench, your brother promised you to me before he died. As long as you obediently heed my words, I guarantee you a life of luxury and wealth. Otherwise, how dare you? You beast! My brother was harmed by your schemes. I wish to kill you and avenge him." Chi Yao's eyes brimmed with tears as she clenched her silver teeth, vehemently rebuking him. "Huh! You refuse to drink the wine of respect, and instead choose the wine of punishment. Come on, seize her alive." The bearded man sneered, raising his palm like a fan and gesturing forward. Two burly men, resembling wolves, lunged towards the girl with ferocity. "You ungrateful wench! I consider myself fortunate to have set my sights on you. I shall have my way with you atop your brother's grave. Let's see how arrogant you remain." His face was alight with triumph as he spoke, as the two henchmen of the Black Tiger Gang drew closer. Chi Yao's countenance turned pale with fear, prompting her to retreat. Repeatedly, that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing the air around them to solidify, freezing the members of the Black Tiger Gang in place as if time itself had been paused. After a brief moment of daze, Chi Yao turned her head, and her startled gaze fell upon a young man who had appeared not far away. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, he possessed striking features and an extraordinary demeanor that exuded an ethereal quality merely by standing there. Noticing her gaze, the young man smiled slightly, his eyes resting on the rudimentary wooden sign erected before the grave. With a perplexed expression, he remarked, "Your brother is named Yuan, isn't he? Coincidentally, I bear the same name." This foolish system had indeed mistaken identities. Chapter 2. New Task, The Path to Escape. What? Chi Yao stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Not far away, the bearded man, firmly restrained, struggled to swallow, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Might I ask, who are you, sir?" Since the appearance of this enigmatic figure, the surrounding air had felt as if it had frozen, leaving him unable to even attempt to struggle or articulate a word. His two subordinates fared no better, their bodies rigid as iron, frozen in a peculiar posture as if leaping forward, lending a somewhat comical air to the situation. At that moment, even the dullest of men could sense that something was amiss. This man before them was utterly terrifying. In the impoverished locale of Qingyun town, he had never encountered a being of such formidable power. Chi Yuan diverted his gaze from the wooden sign and cast a casual glance at the bearded man. "You are Su Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang?" Su Biao's heart sank, a cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, "Indeed, it is I. If you have any commands, esteemed sir, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I shall comply without fail." Having confirmed his target, Chi Yuan dismissed any further dialogue, gesturing casually. The notorious leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Su Biao, exploded in place, disintegrating into a mist of crimson, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. The system will now commence the restoration of your dantian and meridians. A notification chimed in his ear, yet Chi Yuan felt no sense of accomplishment from completing the task. Instead, he was almost inclined to laugh, that if he was not mistaken, the unfortunate soul lying within the grave was the true protagonist, who also happened to be named Chi Yuan. Somehow, the system that should have belonged to the true protagonist had erroneously bound itself to him. Because the true protagonist had failed to awaken the system in time the previous day, he had been easily dispatched by Su Biao, and now the grave was beginning to sprout grass. According to the original plot, the true protagonist could have wielded the system to rise triumphantly, slaying foes left and right, embodying the archetype of a victorious protagonist. Yet now, he had met a silent demise. How lamentable. Chi Yuan could not help but shake his head at this thought present. This frustrating system was of no use to him. He could only attempt to undertake some tasks and see if it could eventually return to normal. Just as his thoughts raced, a warm current surged through his meridians, gradually converging into his dantian. Chi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly became aware of the changes within him. The strength of his meridians appeared to have significantly increased, capable of accommodating a greater amount of true essence. His Dantian's reservoir had also been notably expanded, rivaling that of cultivators in the nascent soul realm. What a marvel! The system's rewards truly bore fruit. Confirming that these transformations posed no adverse effects, Yuan couldn't help but display a look of delight. Although he did not need to cultivate, the system had nonetheless enhanced his Dantian and meridians, effectively augmenting his potential for cultivation. It is worth noting that one's physique is inherently a form of talent. He was already a prodigious genius of the highest caliber. Now, with the system's enhancements, he had ascended to new heights, a most unexpected joy. It seemed that this foolish system was not without its merits after all. Though the process was somewhat tedious, the rewards were undeniably enticing. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Yuan began to anticipate the rewards of the forthcoming tasks. At that moment, a timid voice suddenly reached his ears. "Thank you for avenging my brother." Yuan turned to behold a tearful girl before him. The original owner's sister appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in simple attire, her slender frame and pallid skin suggesting malnutrition. Despite the sorrowful expression that lingered in her brow, her beauty was undeniably a budding flower yet to bloom. Upon meeting Yuan's gaze, Yao's fair and youthful face flushed a delicate shade of crimson. She nervously lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Though she possessed no cultivation herself, being born into a family of cultivators had endowed her with a discerning eye. The mysterious figure before her had effortlessly dispatched Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, who was at the third level of Qi refinement, indicating he was no ordinary cultivator. Especially striking was the profound aura he exuded, reminiscent of a tranquil abyss, which stirred within her an impulse to revere him. At a premonition flickered in Yao's heart. The man before her was surely extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing the ancestral figure of the Qi family in the Foundation. Establishment Realm. O mortals, a Foundation establishment cultivator was akin to a celestial being, a grandeur that was both revered and unattainable. Contemplating higher realms was beyond her imagination. IT was merely a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Yuan replied with a gentle smile, his tone warm and inviting. "There is no need to call me senior, simply addressing me as Brother Qi will suffice." According to the nature of the counterattack system, the original owner's sister was undoubtedly a pivotal character, and it was certain that future system tasks would involve this young girl. Thus, he deemed it prudent to cultivate a bond with her from the outset. Consequently, upon confirming the original owner's complete demise, he resolved to bring Yao back to the Tai Xuan sacred land, fully incorporating her into his sphere of influence. To S1 in a position of power, he despised any variables that lay beyond his control. Upon hearing this, Yao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she shyly uttered, her voice as faint as a whisper, "Brother Qi." "Thank you." Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, effortlessly dispatching the two henchmen of the Black Tiger Gang who had been dazed by the aura of his golden core cultivation. His methods were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. To IT was evident that his rise to prominence within the sacred land was not due to benevolence or mercy. Even when confronted with the weakest of foes, one must not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. To eradicate the root of the problem is to ensure that future troubles are vanquished. At this moment, the system interface before Yuan once again revealed a new task notification. New task, the path to escape difficulty, 4 stars. Task description: after enduring a perilous battle, you, an ordinary mortal, have defeated Biao, the master of the Black Tiger Gang at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, and have resumed your journey of cultivation. However, your act of slaying Biao is about to incite the frenzied wrath of the Black Tiger Gang. Task objective: escape from Qingyan Town with your sister, Yao, and survive the onslaught of the Black Tiger Gang's pursuit. Additional reward condition: eliminate the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Lihu 5th level of Qi refinement. Task rewards: 100 counterattack points, 5 superior Qi gathering pills, 200 inferior spirit stones, and the activation of the enlightenment feature. Additional reward: a modest enhancement of the host's rather poor spiritual root aptitude, granting the talent feigning innocence to overcome the strong. As he listened, Yuan's expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. This foolish system was as irritating as ever. It was evident that, disregarding the nonsensical task description, the crux of the task lay in achieving the task objective. At this very moment, images began to materialize in his mind of himself being pursued by a horde of pathetic weaklings devoid of any cultivation. Of course, the task itself posed no real challenge. Even for the sake of the reward that promised to enhance his spiritual root talent, he would begrudgingly undertake it. Yet the dilemma remained. How could the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, at the 5th level of Chi Refinement, muster the audacity to pursue a perfected Golden Core Cultivator? Chapter 3. Laozi is quite infuriated. In the heavily guarded Grand Hall of the Black Tiger Gang in Qingyan Town, a burly gang member rushed in, panic evident on his face as he shouted at the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Upon hearing this, Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, furrowed his brows and reprimanded coldly. "What is the meaning of this uproar? Speak properly." Once a mere outer disciple of a minor sect, Li Hu had been expelled due to his insufficient talent, having failed to progress beyond the 6th level of Chi Refinement by the age of 30. With no other option, he returned to the secular world. Though his 5th level Chi Refinement prowess was insignificant in the realm of cultivation, it rendered him a formidable figure in the mundane world. Utilizing his abilities and ruthless tactics, Li Hu quickly gathered hundreds of followers, establishing the Black Tiger Gang, effectively becoming a local tyrant all around. Members of the Black Tiger Gang lay scattered in disarray, their agonized groans rising and falling like waves. Perhaps due to the gang's notorious reputation or fear of collateral damage, despite the commotion, not a single curious onlooker remained on the streets. Vendors had long packed up, leaving the entire avenue eerily deserted. Seeing the remaining gang members too terrified to advance, Yuan offered a faint smile and strode leisurely toward the entrance, his voice ringing out boldly. "Su Biao, come out and face your death. Hand them over now, or today I'll raise your Black Tiger Gang to the ground and demand justice for my cousin." Following closely behind him, Yao wore an expression of deep gratitude. Though she couldn't fathom the deeper motives behind this mysterious expert's actions, his direct confrontation with the Black Tiger Gang seemed unmistakably like vengeance for her fallen brother. How could she not feel indebted? Brother Chi truly is a good man. No sooner had they stepped through the gang's gates than a furious roar erupted, daring to cause trouble at the Black Tiger Gang. "Have you grown tired of living?" Before the words faded, dozens of vicious-looking thugs surged from the courtyard ahead. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man clad in a short-sleeved tunic, his muscles coiled like serpents, a ferocious tiger embroidered across his chest. None other than the gang's leader, Li Hu. After assessing the intruder's cultivation level, Li Hu relaxed entirely, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. This brat is barely at Chi Refining Stage 3. Who does he think he's fooling? I thought he might be trouble, but he's just some reckless whelp." With a sinister chuckle, Li Hu sneered, "Kid, you've got some nerve picking a fight with the Black Tiger Gang. Unless you've got something worthwhile to say, you won't be leaving here alive." His words carried an implicit probe. If this youth had powerful backing, he might still hesitate. Otherwise, something worthwhile? Yuan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "This young master is a Dao Child of the Supreme Profound Holy Land. Here today to avenge my cousin. Hand them over now, or I'll tear this pathetic gang apart." The Supreme Profound Holy Land? A Dao Child? You? Li Hu froze momentarily before bursting into uproarious laughter, doubling over as if he'd heard the world's greatest joke, nearly choking on his own mirth. The gang members joined in, the air thick with raucous amusement. "Brat, if you're going to spin tales, at least make them believable." Wiping tears from his eyes, Li Hu's expression darkened, his gaze turning predatory. "The Supreme Profound Holy Land is beyond our reach. Even their lowest servants could crush the Black Tiger Gang to dust. Why would a Dao Child act like some street thug, shouting challenges in the open? If I believed that, I'd be a blind fool." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a concealed artifact from his sleeve. "Brothers, carve this impostor into mincemeat and toss him to the dogs. However, the delicate beauty behind him must be captured alive. My anger is currently quite immense." With a thunderous roar, the dark hammer detached from his grasp and expanded in the wind. crashing down heavily towards the position where Qi Yuan stood. "Go, be careful." Beside him, Qi Yao exclaimed in fright, instinctively drawing closer to Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan appeared startled, momentarily dazed, before he hastily retrieved a dusty storage pouch from his bosom, extracting a small shield of pure crimson gold and positioning it defiantly before him. With a resounding thud, the dull impact reverberated as the magical artifact hurled by Li Hu was deflected by the small shield, sending the approaching members of the Black Tiger Gang sprawling backward. Qi Yuan staggered, stepping back several paces, his complexion as pale as death, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His aura of the third layer of Qi cultivation significantly weakened. "Run!" He then seized Qi Yao's sleeve, sprinting in a panicked flight towards the outskirts of the town. No wonder he dared to issue a challenge here. It turns out this lad possesses a rather fine magical artifact. Upon witnessing this, Li Hu felt a surge of delight rather than shock, his greed intensifying as he hastened to replenish the true energy expended in the earlier attack, loudly urging his subordinates, "Quickly pursue them. Whoever captures that lad will be handsomely rewarded by this gang leader." In an instant, the members of the Black Tiger Gang surged forth, led by Li Hu, in a fierce chase after the fleeing pair. Chapter 4. Qi Gu is truly a great benefactor outside Qingyan town. Qi Yuan led Qi Yao to a secluded hollow in the mountains before finally coming to a halt. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed into the distance behind him. This foolish system is utterly ridiculous. In truth, apart from the additional task of eliminating Li Hu, the mission objectives encompass two critical points. Firstly, to escort Qi Yao out of Qingyan town, and secondly, to survive the onslaught of the Black Tiger Gang. This implies that if the Black Tiger Gang ceased their pursuit, the mission would inevitably fail. Even the most dim-witted leader of the Black Tiger Gang, a mere fifth-tier Qi cultivator, would not recklessly pursue a golden core cultivator. Thus, the only remaining option to achieve his goals was to mislead the adversary. Thanks to his performance, the earlier plan of deception proved remarkably successful. To speak of nothing else, even for the sake of acquiring a mid-tier artifact, Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, would never allow him to escape unscathed. Greed is, after all, the greatest motivator. Yet, he never anticipated that even after reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, he would experience the sensation of being hunted by mere mortals. Should his master learn of this predicament, he would likely rush over to cleanse the sect. The mere thought sent a chill down Qi Yuan's spine. This damned system better be of some use. Otherwise, he would suffer tremendous losses. Noticing the change in his expression, Qi Yao, filled with concern, inquired, "Qi Gu, are you all right?" Regaining his composure, Qi Yuan chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. We shall wait here. The fools behind us will come running." To ensure the Black Tiger Gang did not lose their trail, he had thoughtfully left numerous traces along their path, easily discernible even to the most dim-witted of creatures. What? Qi Yao was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Weren't they supposed to be fleeing? How had it turned into waiting here for the enemy? Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from the woods behind them. "Found them! This time, let us see where you can run." Before she could ponder further, a group of over a dozen burly men wielding long knives rushed forth, encircling the two. At the forefront stood Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, who smirked, ready to deliver a victory speech. However, he was abruptly taken aback as an overwhelming wave of magical energy surged forth from the man before him, filling the air with an immense, powerful aura. Li Hu's expression froze, his arrogant demeanor now appearing comical. The next moment, boom! With a deafening roar, violent spiritual pressure erupted, scattering like wildfire. The members of the Black Tiger Gang barely had time to scream before they were instantaneously reduced to a mist of blood, showering the ground around them. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, Path of Escape, host. Rewards include 100 comeback points, 5 premium Qi gathering pills, and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The Epiphany function is now unlocked. You may spend comeback points to gain sudden insights into cultivation techniques, thereby advancing your mastery. With the death of Black Tiger Gang leader Li Hu, you have completed an additional mission. Reward: one opportunity to enhance your spiritual roots. Congratulations on acquiring the innate talent, playing the pig to eat the tiger. You may actively conceal your cultivation level and spiritual root aptitude. Unless an opponent's cultivation surpasses yours by 3 major realms, they will be unable to see through your disguise. As the system's voice faded, Yuan felt the already vibrant spiritual energy around him grow even more animated, as though another layer of the world's mysteries had been unveiled to him. The purity of his internal true essence refined further, responding to his will with seamless fluidity. This sensation, akin to divine enlightenment, suffused his entire being with profound comfort. Upon inner inspection, the supreme-grade golden core within his dantian now shimmered with crystalline clarity, brimming with the essence of the Tao. It continuously cycled between renewal and absorption, communing with heaven and earth, as if on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, transcending mortal limitations. The rewards this time had such miraculous effects. Regaining his composure, Yuan swiftly realized the magnitude of this blessing, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. His heavenly spiritual root was already among the finest in this realm. Yet with the system's assistance, it had ascended even further. Though perhaps not quite matching the legendary immortal spiritual root, the difference was negligible, an effect nothing short of heaven-defying. The enhancement of his spiritual roots was nothing less than a monumental opportunity. After all, spiritual roots were the foundation of the great Tao. No cultivator would ever disdain higher aptitude. Beyond cultivation potential, the talent, playing the pig to eat the tiger, was exceptionally practical, not merely a tool for dramatic displays and humiliating foes, but also a means to lull enemies into complacency, feigning weakness before delivering a devastating surprise at the opportune moment. At this moment, whether the system was foolish or not no longer mattered. The rewards from this mission alone were enough to kindle anticipation for future tasks. Truly befitting the name comeback system. Though deaf and blind, the benefits it bestowed were undeniably tangible. Delighted by these thoughts, Yuan barely had time to savor the gains from his spiritual root transformation before the illusory system panel reappeared, displaying a new mission. Comeback, starting as a menial disciple. Yuan. Upon reading the mission details, the corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly as he silently retracted his earlier praise for the system. Just as Yuan's expression darkened, Qiao also emerged from her earlier astonishment, gazing at him with admiration as she spoke softly. Brother Qi, you are truly a noble soul, not only immensely skilled, but above all, possessing a heart of compassion. Initially puzzled by his earlier actions, Qiao had now, upon reflection, grasped the profound benevolence behind this man's deeds. As a lofty cultivator, he had not only saved her life, but eradicated the scum of the Black Tiger Gang, avenging her fallen brother. By any measure, he was her greatest benefactor. What is truly commendable is that Brother Qi deliberately staged a ruse to lure the members of the Black Tiger Gang away from the town to resolve the matter, demonstrating a noble heart that is indeed worthy of admiration. After all, the force of that recent strike was utterly terrifying. Had it been unleashed within the town, it could have harmed countless innocent lives. Brother Qi's decision to set the battleground in this desolate and uninhabited wilderness speaks volumes of his benevolence. As for me, a paragon of virtue, Yuan found himself somewhat bewildered by the unsolicited label of good person thrust upon him, yet he was too indifferent to dwell on it, calmly stating, "It's nothing. I merely found them displeasing." As he spoke, his features momentarily blurred, only to swiftly revert to their original form. The task assigned by the system was rather abstract, leading Yuan to instinctively desire to remain unrecognized, to avoid unnecessary complications. He had made slight alterations to his appearance prior to arriving. After all, the sect leader placed great importance on reputation. If he were to learn that his reclusive disciple had been pursued for miles by a band of mortals, the consequences upon returning would surely be dire. Yuan's original visage was quite remarkable, captivating the young girl beside him, who gazed at him with sparkling curiosity. Qiao hailed from a family of cultivators, and, despite being deemed devoid of cultivation talent since childhood, and thus overlooked, she possessed a modicum of understanding regarding certain common knowledge in the realm of immortality. She was aware that many cultivators had the means to conceal their presence and alter their appearances. Hence, she was not overly astonished by Qi Yuan's transformation. Just then, the distant sky suddenly swirled with smoke and clouds as a resplendent flying vessel, radiating brilliance, swiftly approached. Chapter 5. The Profound Sanctuary of Tai Xuan. Indeed, they have arrived. As Qi Yuan gazed at the approaching flying vessel, his eyes narrowed slightly, reflecting a rather peculiar expression. As before, the script provided by the system was both trite and tedious, unworthy of even the lowest tier of literary acclaim. According to the system's narrative, the original host, after narrowly escaping the clutches of the Black Tiger Gang with his sister, was destined to encounter a saintess from the Linglong Sanctuary. Following the typical tropes of underwhelming narratives, the original host's sister was revealed to be a hidden prodigy with a rare spiritual root, quickly recognized by the passing saintess, who took her back to the Linglong Sanctuary for meticulous cultivation. In contrast, the original host, deemed a failure due to his lackluster aptitude and unsuitable gender, was left behind, wallowing in despair, ultimately vowing to prove all his detractors wrong. In Qi Yuan's previous life, this plotline would have undoubtedly been classified as third-rate melodrama, a relic of a bygone era. Yet, reality has a way of being fantastical. Since the emergence of this nonsensical system, even the actions of this once gifted disciple have taken on an unusual hue. Sighing, he considered the benefits afforded by the system, resigning himself to the idea of engaging in a mere cultivation game, as a life solely devoted to training could become rather monotonous. Just as Qi Yuan attempted to rationalize his situation, the flying vessel arrived before them. The ethereal craft was a spectacle of opulence, adorned with intricate carvings and covered in a myriad of delicate golden patterns that subtly formed a formidable defensive array, coupled with a barrier that obscured the interior from prying senses. In the next moment, the doors swung open, revealing a procession of individuals radiating an extraordinary aura. Leading the group was a young male cultivator, his hair styled in a traditional topknot, exuding an air of righteousness. His visage was characterized by a broad face and large ears, with a pronounced forehead and straight, short brows, imparting a sense of ancient nobility. In simpler terms, he possessed a rather distinctive appearance. Beside him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman, adorned in a flowing azure gown, her waist cinched with a white silk ribbon. She possessed an ethereal grace, her skin luminous as snow, exuding a refined and otherworldly elegance, reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the moonlit heavens, untouched by the world's impurities. In her presence, even the other striking female cultivators appeared overshadowed, reduced to mere background figures. Junior brother Qi, what brings you here? Upon spotting Qi Yuan, the only male cultivator among them inquired first, his expression tinged with curiosity. This male cultivator was none other than Lu Changfeng, Qi Yuan Sr. and the esteemed first disciple of the Tai Xuan Sanctuary. The stunning beauty beside him was none other than Xiao Yuan, the contemporary saintess of the Linglong Sanctuary, who had come specifically to attend the conferral ceremony of disciples. With the ceremony now concluded, she was en route back to her sect, fortuitously passing through Qingyan town. In contrast to Lu Changfeng's focus, Xiao Yunyi's attention was drawn to the mortal girl behind Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. Qi Yuan smiled faintly and explained, "It turns out that it is senior brother Lu and Fairy Xiao in person. I happened to wander here and discovered a group of wicked individuals whose sins are profound, wreaking havoc in the area. Unable to tolerate their misdeeds, I took action to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang and, in the process, saved this young mortal girl." Qi Yao, faced for the first time with such a dazzling assembly of cultivators, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she instinctively clutched her garment, wishing to lower her head into her bosom, appearing utterly flustered. So is merely a group of bothersome ants. Their demise is of little consequence. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's explanation, Lu Changfeng nodded, casually brushing aside the matter, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Yunyi, speaking softly, "Fairy Xiao, Since that surge of magical energy just now originated from junior brother Qi, let's continue our journey. Allow me to escort you for a while longer. His words were laced with an unmistakable tone of flattering intent. A shiver ran down Qi Yuan's spine. This place is over 100,000 miles away from the gates of the Tai Xuan sacred ground. It is already absurd for you to escort us this far, and yet you wish to go further. However, Lu Chongfeng's subsequent remarks left him even more astounded. Fairy Xiao, the journey to the Linglong sacred ground is long, and there are areas where demonic creatures roam freely. It will be perilous for a group of ladies to travel alone. Why not allow me to accompany you for your safety? Qi Yuan was struck dumb. While he had heard whispers of Lu Chongfeng's admiration for the Linglong Saintess, he never anticipated it would manifest in such an earnest manner. What a devoted admirer he was. The Linglong Saintess was a formidable being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, carrying the esteemed legacy of the Linglong sacred ground. Was there truly any need for a mid-nascent soul cultivator to play the role of a guardian? Seeing Qi Daozi, Xiao Yunyi first nodded politely at Qi Yuan, acknowledging him. Before her expression turned frosty, her tone icy as she addressed Lu Chongfeng. Our Linglong sacred ground is not merely a name. We are capable of taking care of ourselves and do not require junior brother Lu's assistance any further. This realm is known as the Yunmeng Great World. Teeming with countless beings and myriad races, its expanse boundless. The human race occupies but a small corner of it. Among humanity, aside from a few elusive and sinister demonic sects, the other cultivation factions hold the 7 great sacred grounds in high esteem. As one of these 7, the Linglong sacred ground, despite being composed entirely of female cultivators, boasts a long-standing foundation, rich heritage, and the presence of more than one transcendent ancestor, rivaling even the Tai Xuan sacred ground. Lu Chongfeng's insinuation of the Linglong sacred ground as a mere group of women in need of protection was met with Xiao Yunyi's restrained demeanor, as she chose not to confront him directly. After all, it was already commendable that she refrained from severing ties on the spot. With that, Xiao Yunyi disregarded him entirely, gracefully gliding towards Qi Yuan, her expression serious as she said, "Qi Daozi, to speak candidly, this young girl beside you possesses a unique constitution, harboring an exceedingly rare, hidden spiritual root that aligns perfectly with one of our Linglong sacred grounds legacies. Might I request a favor from you to allow her to join our ranks? If you agree, consider it a favor owed to you, and there will surely be a reward in the future." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, just as the system had described, the Linglong Saintess had discovered Qi Yao's hidden talents and wished for her to join the Linglong sacred land. It appeared that, aside from the absurd inaccuracies concerning the main character, the information regarding others was remarkably accurate. Noticing Qi Yuan's silence, Lu Chongfeng's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was a favor from the Linglong Saintess. How could he be hesitating? If I were in such a position, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. With this thought, Lu Chongfeng looked at Qi Yuan with eyes filled with envy and jealousy, wishing he could eliminate him to take his place. Even though Qi Yuan had previously seized the position of Daozi from him, he had never felt such rage before. In that moment, Lu Chongfeng found himself in a profound dilemma. He wanted Qi Yuan to refuse, thereby completely offending the Linglong Saintess, hoping that she would remember his merits. Yet he also feared facing the disappointment of his beloved goddess. Just as Lu Chongfeng was caught between his desires, Qi Yuan suddenly smiled faintly and sincerely remarked, "I apologize, Fairy Xiao, but Qi Yao is not my personal servant or maid. I believe she should have the right to determine her own future." With that, he turned to Qi Yao and asked, "Qi Yao, do you wish to become a disciple of the Linglong sacred land?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yao trembled, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. She raised her head to glance at the Linglong Saintess standing a short distance away and resolutely replied, "Brother Qi, I am willing to join the Linglong sacred land. Only in this way can I repay your kindness." She was well aware that the Linglong sacred land was among the most prestigious forces in the realm of cultivation, and receiving an invitation directly from the Linglong Saintess was an opportunity beyond ordinary imagination. Therefore, although she felt immense reluctance to part from Qi Yuan, She understood the disparity between them, and joining the Linglong sacred land was her only means of altering her fate at present. Very well, Yuan said with a gentle smile, then turned to Xiao Yuani, cupping his hands in respect. Fairy Xiao, I hope you will take good care of Yao in the future. In truth, even if Yao had declined, he would have found a way to persuade her to agree. Initially, Yuan had planned to take Yao to the Tai Xuan sacred land for nurturing, but the newly emerged task had immediately dispelled that thought. If Yao's fate were to become significantly skewed, how would he navigate future tasks concerning the original owner's sister? To be prudent, it was best to allow things to unfold naturally until he comprehended the system's characteristics. Now that Yao had made the right choice, it saved him considerable effort. Is there truly such a respectful man towards women in this world? Xiao Yuani was momentarily taken aback, then cast a deep glance at Yuan, her affection for him greatly increasing. She spoke with admiration, Daozi Qi. I did not expect one so young and in a high position to be so upright and sincere, caring for the thoughts of an ordinary girl. That is truly commendable. Rest assured, as long as I am here, she will never be wronged. Upon finishing her words, she turned to Yuan with a radiant smile, her expression akin to a myriad of blossoms unfurling in spring, her enchanting eyes shimmering like water, a beauty so exquisite it could take one's breath away. Even with Yuan's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily entranced, secretly contemplating. No wonder the Linglong Saintess is venerated by many as the most beautiful woman of the righteous path. Without a modicum of composure, one would surely be overwhelmed. She smiled. Lu Changfeng, gazing at the blooming smile of Xiao Yuani, was rendered utterly speechless. It was not only Xiao Yuani. The other female cultivators from the Linglong sacred land also cast admiring glances toward Yuan, their respect evident in their demeanor. Thank you, Daozi Qi, for facilitating this matter. In the future, you and I shall surely repay you handsomely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the women of Linglong sacred land took their leave, reluctantly dragging Yao along. Completely disregarding the stunned Lu Changfeng. Senior brother Lu, unless there is anything else, I shall return to the sect, Yuan remarked, shaking his head as he took the initiative to bid farewell. After a considerable time, Lu Changfeng finally snapped back to reality, smacking his forehead in regret, exclaiming, indeed, as a grown man, it was inappropriate for me to linger within their delicate boat. No wonder Fairy Xiao declined my goodwill. In that case, I shall discreetly follow, ensuring Fairy Zhao's safety. Junior brother, you may return on your own. After muttering to himself, he wasted no time, leaping into action and employing his evasion technique to pursue them. What the heck? Yuan was left dumbfounded. Typically, Lu Changfeng, this senior brother, was quite reasonable, and in terms of talent, he was by no means inferior to him. Who would have anticipated such a peculiar character? At that moment, he finally understood why his master had overlooked Lu Changfeng and chosen him as the Daozi. This fellow was truly a sycophant. If Lu Changfeng were to ascend to the position of the head of the sacred land, he might very well package and hand over the entire Tai Xuan sacred land. Chapter 6. The heartwarming reasons behind it. In the vast expanse of the Tai Xuan sacred land, the sky stretches infinitely, adorned with splendid clouds. A rich aura of spiritual energy converges into wisps of mist, enveloping the grand Tai Xuan sacred land. Towering mountains rise majestically, and pavilions stand tall, while countless rare and extraordinary beasts gallop and soar, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Yuan, stepping upon clouds, swiftly traverses through the grand formation of the sect, making his way toward an exceptionally grand peak. This mountain stands notably taller than its surrounding companions, characterized by its serene elegance and abundant spiritual energy. This is the exclusive abode of the Daozi, Yuhua Peak. Yuhua Peak boasts extensive grounds, replete with layers of prohibitions and various formations specifically designed to aid in cultivation. The maintenance of these formations consumes a considerable amount of spiritual stones, with daily resource expenditures sufficient to bankrupt even a wealthy golden core cultivator. This exemplifies the privileged status of the Daozi within a superpower. Moreover, dedicated elder stewards and a group of miscellaneous disciples are appointed to manage the affairs of Yuhua Peak on Qi Yuan's behalf. In essence, within the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, Qi Yuan's sole mission is to immerse himself in cultivation and expedite his growth. The Daozi has returned. We pay our respects to the Daozi. The two disciples stationed at the entrance of the cave dwelling immediately approached Qi Yuan with utmost reverence, not daring to show the slightest negligence. There's no need for formalities. Qi Yuan replied with a slight nod, instructing, "You may leave now. Please inform Steward Liang that, unless there is a matter of utmost urgency, I do not wish to be disturbed." Understood. After the two departed, Qi Yuan entered the cave dwelling, proceeding directly to a tranquil meditation chamber. He settled into a cross-legged position and then activated the system interface. Having completed 2 tasks previously, he had amassed 150 points of counterattack credits. However, this amount was insufficient to exchange for any valuable items in the store, yet it could be utilized to experiment with the newly unlocked comprehension feature. Activate the comprehension feature. With a mere thought, a series of cultivation techniques materialized in his mind. Tai Xuan Donghua Yulu, Yun Xiao Sword Classic, Luo Tian Refining Spirit Art, Tai Yi Star Seizing Hand. These represent the 4 primary techniques he is currently cultivating, all of which are top-tier inheritances of the Tai Xuan Sacred Land. After a moment of contemplation, he focused his thoughts and silently chanted, "Comprehend Tai Xuan Donghua Yulu." As this thought settled, Qi Yuan was immediately enveloped in a mysterious state of enlightenment. The scenes before him became hazy and indistinct, while waves of profound truths surged toward him. Several perplexing dilemmas that had previously eluded his understanding were resolved in this state, akin to receiving a sudden burst of enlightenment, bringing clarity and insight. This experience was utterly exquisite, leaving him feeling invigorated, as if entranced. Just as Qi Yuan was immersed in this profound state, a sudden jolt coursed through him, abruptly awakening him from his enlightenment. Although the abrupt cessation of this enlightening experience left him somewhat dissatisfied, he was overwhelmingly struck by the impact and intensity of the moment. The 150 points of counterattack credits had only sustained this state for less than half a breath, yet the effects were nothing short of astonishing, as they had enabled him to break through the most critical barrier before advancing to the nascent soul stage. Due to his previous rapid progress, his foundational cultivation was somewhat unstable, and his comprehension of the grand principles of heaven and earth was slightly lacking. In order to achieve a flawless transformation into the nascent soul, he required extensive refinement over time. To his surprise, this brief moment of enlightenment proved to be immensely beneficial, saving him at least a year of arduous training. Coupled with the earlier enhancement of his spiritual roots, Qi Yuan now harbored confidence in attempting to break through to the nascent soul stage in a short period. The Tai Xuan Donghua Yulu is an esoteric technique that directly points to the path of true immortality, considered a treasured secret of the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, and is not to be learned lightly by anyone other than the sect leader. Before ascending, cultivators must traverse 9 major realms: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, God Transformation, Void Refinement, Dao Integration, Tribulation Crossing, and Great Ascension. Nascent soul cultivators can harness the power of heaven and earth and have lifespans exceeding 1,000 years, earning the title of True Lord. Even within the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, nascent soul practitioners constitute a core fighting force, qualified to serve as stewards or elders within the intersect. As the Daozi, Qi Yuan was not only required to break through to the nascent soul, but also to solidify a nascent soul of exceptionally high quality. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure. Thus, he had previously approached the matter of transformation with extreme caution, fearing any potential missteps. Now, with the system at his disposal, it appeared to be an unexpected boon. Reflecting on this, he focused his thoughts and silently regarded the task panel. The ethereal beauty and icy, unfeeling words of the Linglong Saintess lingered in his mind, prompting him to rally his spirits. With the system by his side, he resolved to complete the counterattack mission diligently, believing that one day she would regard him with newfound respect. Task objective: Achieve a breakthrough to the second level of Qi refinement within 1 month. And pass the assessment of the Falling Cloud Valley to become a disciple of the miscellaneous sect. Task difficulty: 3 stars. Average task rewards: 100 counterattack points, 5 high-grade revitalization pills, 1 low-grade magical artifact, and a complimentary activation of a 300 cubic meter personal system space, currently not available for storing living beings. Gazing at these gleaming lines of text, Qi Yuan's expression grew stiff. He was increasingly skeptical that if he continued to undertake such treacherous tasks, he might one day succumb to a cerebral hemorrhage from frustration. Achieving a breakthrough to the second level of Qi refinement was one thing. But what on earth was this nonsense about becoming a miscellaneous disciple of Falling Cloud Valley? He had never even heard of this sect, which was presumably a small force hidden away in some obscure corner. A small sect, a miscellaneous disciple, it was a classic scenario of starting out as a waste. What was even more outrageous was that his current identity was that of a Daozi from the Tai Xuan Sacred Land. Joining this so-called Falling Cloud Valley as a miscellaneous disciple could be considered a betrayal of his sect. Good heavens! He could scarcely imagine the uproar this would cause if word got out. Surely it would make headlines in the realm of cultivation. Shocking. Tai Xuan Sacred Land's Daozi betrays his sect to mingle with a weak sect as a miscellaneous disciple. The heartwarming reason behind it is revealed. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Qi Yuan's spine, solidifying his resolve. No matter what transpired during the execution of this task, he must not disclose his identity. The consequences would be utterly unthinkable. Fortunately, this time the system has granted a month's grace period, allowing one to return and properly arrange the affairs within the sacred land. Just as he was contemplating, a respectful voice suddenly emanated from outside. Daozi, the sect master requests your presence in the main hall. The summons for master? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly rose and hurried towards Tai Xuan Peak. Moments later, within a grand and imposing white jade hall, Qi Yuan entered and immediately bowed deeply to the venerable old man clad in Taoist robes who sat at the top seat. The elder, adorned with a lotus crown, appeared gaunt and devoid of any magical fluctuations, resembling an ordinary old man rather than a venerable being who had lived for millennia. This man was none other than Qi Yuan's master in this lifetime, the sect master of Tai Xuan Sacred Land, Hung Zhendaoren. At this moment, Hung Zhendaoren furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing the silence, an inexplicable sense of unease crept into Qi Yuan's heart. The existence of the system was arguably his greatest secret, and Hung Zhendaoren, being a powerful adept, might very well detect any abnormalities. If discovered, the consequences will be dire. Fortunately, Qi Yuan's apprehension seemed unwarranted, as Hung Zhendaoren soon returned to his senses and slowly raised his hand. Rise. Huh? Then, as if noticing something, Hung Zhendaoren cast a surprised glance at Qi Yuan. In just a few days, your progress has been remarkably swift. I initially thought it would take you at least 2 more years to reach the nascent stage, yet it appears you will break through sooner than anticipated. In response, Qi Yuan humbly smiled. Not long ago, I had an epiphany which led to some advancement, merely fortunate. Hung Zhendaoren nodded in satisfaction. You are indeed a diligent child, far superior to your wayward senior brother. Upon hearing his master's sharp critique of someone, Qi Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, silently thinking, if only you knew the mischief I indulged in yesterday. Perhaps the title of wayward would no longer be exclusive to my senior brother. Though he mused quietly, he maintained a composed demeanor, replying, Senior brother is exceptionally talented and diligent in his cultivation. I, being foolish, dare not compare myself to him. Huh, where did you learn such cunning? Hung Zhendaoren chuckled in mock reprimand. Then his expression turned serious as he began to instruct. Now that you have assumed the position of Daozi, every word and action reflects upon the entire Tai Xuan Sacred Land. You must act with prudence and decorum, ensuring that you do not tarnish the reputation of our sacred domain. You are right, Master. Qi Yuan promptly responded with solemnity, though internally he felt a twinge of anxiety. Chapter 7. Only a fool would abandon such good fortune. Observing Qi Yuan's seemingly earnest demeanor, Daoist Hungjin refrained from further admonition and instead shifted the conversation, speaking slowly. This realm is vast, and practitioners of the Tao are as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, endless and infinite. Yet among them, the ones who can successfully form an infant are but 1 in 10,000. Countless prodigies have faltered at this threshold, leaving only regret in their wake. You have achieved the pinnacle of elixir refinement. Overcoming the tribulation of forming the Yuan Ing should pose little difficulty. However, it is essential to recognize that even among Yuan Ing, there exists a hierarchy with distinctions as stark as heaven and earth. According to the sacred texts of the Holy Land, the Yuan Ing of cultivators are classified into 5 grades: Dao Xiu Yuan Ing, Zifu Yuan Ing, Shangqing Yuan Ing, Shanhua Yuan Ing, and the mythical Tian Dao Yuan Ing, which is said to exist only in legends. The lowest grade, Dao Xiu Yuan Ing, possesses a chaotic and impure essence. Those who form such an infant have reached an impasse in their Dao journey, with no possibility of further advancement. Hence the term Dao Xiu. The Zifu Yuan Ing is slightly superior, granting its bearer approximately a 20% chance of ascending to the transformation of spirit. The Shangqing Yuan Ing, being a tier above, offers a 50% likelihood of achieving this transformation. Daoist Hungjin paused momentarily before continuing. The Yuan Ing I once condensed was the higher grade Shanhua Yuan Ing, which provides at least an 80% probability of achieving the transformation of spirit, leading to boundless prospects in the Tao. As for the Tian Dao Yuan Ing, throughout history, only a scant few have ever manifested, typically those favored by destiny. I have never encountered one in this world. Your elder brother, Lu Changfeng, possessed talents surpassing my own, yet he succumbed to the distractions of romantic entanglements, allowing inner demons to take root. In the end, he only managed to form a Shangqing Yuan Ing, which ultimately fell short. At this juncture, Daoist Hungjin cast a meaningful glance at Qi Yuan. In light of such lessons, you must take heed. This time, I have advocated against the consensus to allow you to assume the position of Daozi prior to forming your Yuan Ing, intending to help you eliminate distractions and solidify your resolve so that you may advance unimpeded into the realm of Yuan Ing. Understand that aside from you, the yet-to-be-formed Tai Xuan Daozi, all other Daozi and Saintess of the Holy Lands have already attained to Shanhua Yuan Ing. Upon hearing this veiled warning, Qi Yuan could not help but feel a shiver of determination coursing through him, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, disciple understands. The intention of his esteemed master was abundantly clear. As the Daozi of Tai Xuan Holy Land, if he could not form a Shanhua Yuan Ing, his position would likely be precarious. The path to immortality is, after all, a process of sifting through the sands of time, where only the fittest prevail. Qi Yuan's current standing was earned by vanquishing numerous equally gifted rivals. As Daozi, he must not only contend with the myriad talented disciples within the Holy Land, both overtly and covertly, but also bear the responsibility of measuring his prowess against the Daozi and Saintesses of other Holy Lands in scholarly debates and contests. At this moment, Daoist Hungjin appeared to recall the purpose of summoning Qi Yuan, clearing his throat. Qi Yuan, I have recently gained some insights into the Tao and shall soon enter seclusion for a period. You were summoned here with the intention of having you follow the esteemed Su to learn the intricacies of managing sect affairs. However, given that you are on the brink of forming your nascent soul, it would be prudent to focus solely on your cultivation, and thus this matter shall be set aside. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. The prospect of being dispatched to the Internal Affairs Hall for an internship at this juncture would indeed be a troublesome affair, as the complexities of the tasks there would likely prevent him from fulfilling his current system missions. Although the responsibilities in the Internal Affairs Hall are of high rank and weight, to Qi Yuan, it would be akin to wading through murky waters. Even if he were to achieve results, there would be little credit to be gained. Conversely, a single misstep could invite harsh criticism. The regulations of the Tai Xuan sacred land are stringent, and as a newly ascended Daozi, he is under the scrutiny of countless eyes, many of whom harbor resentment and await his falter. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily expressed, Disciple wishes to venture into the world to gain experience, comprehend the Tao of heaven, refine oneself, and seek opportunities for nascent soul formation, and I hope for Master S gracious approval. Taoist Hongjin initially furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, replying calmly, very well. One cannot forge greatness in isolation. It would be beneficial for you to venture forth. While exploring the outside world, exercise utmost caution. Should you encounter danger and find yourself outmatched, do not succumb to pride. Retreat promptly and leave the aftermath to the elders of the sect. Do you understand? Disciple shall adhere strictly to Master S teachings. Yuan rejoiced at these words. With his Master S permission, he could freely embark on his missions, and should he face formidable foes, he could justifiably seek assistance from the Tai Xuan sacred land. In the realm of cultivation, aside from one's own prowess, having a solid background often proves essential. Fortunately, his background is indeed formidable. Days later, in the eastern divine region, outside the city of Puzhou, lies the vast Kingland Mountain, stretching over 1,000 miles, its towering peaks rich in resources, teeming with various beasts and medicinal herbs, sustaining countless hunters and gatherers. At this moment, a throng of hundreds of young men and women congregated at the entrance of a secluded valley deep within Kingland Mountain. These youths, clad in diverse attire and hailing from vastly different backgrounds, exhibited a range of appearances, from tattered garments and humble demeanor to splendid robes and privileged upbringing. All displayed expressions of eager excitement as they gazed toward the valley entrance, anticipation palpable in the air. Isn't the Luo Yuan sect supposed to recruit disciples? Why has there been no movement? One short boy in gray cloth attire lamented, I'm nearly out of provisions. If this doesn't commence soon, I fear I shall go hungry. Beside him, a dark-skinned youth sighed, his brow furrowed in concern. I have heard that the assessments of the Luo Yuan Immortal Gate are exceedingly stringent, with over 90% being eliminated each time. Those who remain will only start as servant disciples, not even qualifying as outer sect disciples. I wonder if I can endure to the end. As they conversed, a chubby boy dressed in luxurious garments cast them a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with contempt. If you can't hold on, then you should leave at once. You impoverished, lowly folk have no right to pursue cultivation. You'll be eliminated anyway. It will be better for you to recognize your place and spare my eyes. At that moment, he inquired about what I had lost, to which I replied that I had misplaced a parcel containing 55 spirit stones. I initially thought I could find assistance in my search, only to discover that the old man had secretly committed this information to memory, intending to impersonate the rightful owner. Fortunately, my young companion possessed keen insight and managed to recover the parcel for me. Otherwise, I would have been at a complete loss as to how to explain the situation to my household. My young master has been cultivating at a nearby celestial sect and has recently struggled to break through his current realm. This bag of spirit stones was painstakingly gathered by my father for my master's training. After an extensive exchange of formalities, the middle-aged man took his leave. Before departing, he reiterated his willingness to assist Yuan should he require any help. In a secluded corner of the crowd, Yuan observed the captivating drama unfolding before him with great interest, his heart devoid of any turbulence. To conceal his identity, he had meticulously altered his appearance prior to his arrival, presenting a face that blended seamlessly into the masses, the kind that would be lost in a throng. Thus, compared to the other candidates undergoing assessment, he bore no remarkable traits aside from appearing slightly older. Although the young man named Lin Jun was enduring extreme hardship, possibly even facing life-threatening peril, such matters were merely personal grievances that held no relevance for him as an indifferent spectator. Yuan was resolute in avoiding any unnecessary complications before completing his task. Moreover, with so many people gathered outside the mountain gate, it was certain that the falling cloud valley would be under strict surveillance. Everything occurring here would not escape the notice of the cultivators. Since the host remained uninvolved, he felt no inclination to meddle further. At that moment, a task system interface suddenly materialized before Yuan's eyes. Encounter special event. Hidden side mission activated. The child of destiny, Lin Jun, is currently at the lowest ebb of his life. The host may choose to step forth and rescue him from peril. Task difficulty, 2 stars, easy. Task objective, save the child of destiny, Lin Jun, from a group of nefarious henchmen, and forge a benevolent bond with the future child of destiny. Task reward, 50 counterattack points, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and a certain increase in fortune. Note, this side mission may be abandoned. Failure incurs no penalties. An increase in fortune? Qi Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Such a fortuitous opportunity would be foolish to decline. Chapter 8. Brothers, do not fear. I am here to assist you. Meanwhile, within the confines of Falling Cloud Valley, a colossal magical mirror floated in the sky, reflecting vivid scenes from outside the valley with remarkable clarity. Beneath the mirror stood several disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, their expressions a tapestry of emotions as they intently observed the images displayed. Upon witnessing Lin Jun's frustrated departure, an elderly man clad in a blue robe, adorned with a golden cloud pattern on his chest, furrowed his brow and could not help but voice his concern. Elderine, this child is clearly in danger. Should we not send someone to escort him? He has traveled a great distance to participate in the assessment. If he were to perish here, it would indeed be a disgrace for our Falling Cloud sect. Elder Mo, however, retorted with conviction, your reasoning is flawed. This path was chosen by him alone. It bears no consequence on our Falling Cloud Valley. At that moment, a tall, distinguished, middle-aged male cultivator among the crowd shook his head and spoke coldly. This youth, upon facing a minor setback, becomes despondent and listless, ready to forsake his hard-won opportunity for enlightenment over trivial matters. Such a volatile temperament suggests he is ill-suited for our sect. My previous suggestion to postpone the entrance test was intended to weed out those of wavering resolve, thus preventing a waste of time. It appears to have been effective. This middle-aged cultivator, known as Yuan, was the elder in charge of disciple recruitment. Hearing his words, Elder Mo's expression darkened, and he retorted sharply, is that young lad named Wang Luchuan your nephew? He is ruthless and cruel at such a young age, prone to bullying others. What purpose does it serve to recruit such a morally bankrupt individual? Yuan's face flushed with indignation as he countered. While our Falling Cloud sect is not a den of evil, we are not a charitable institution either. The path of the great Dao is inherently cruel and merciless, where only the strong survive. Only those with tenacity and decisiveness are worthy of reaching the final destination. In the face of competition, any means employed is justified. Moreover, Wang Luchuan possesses dual elemental roots of wood and water, a rare seed of celestial potential. Such talent would be more than sufficient to join the 7 great sanctuaries. Had I not personally urged him, he might not even have considered joining our Falling Cloud sect. As for his temperament, we can guide him upon his entry, which is far preferable to nurturing mediocre talents. Elder Mo, agitated, raised his brow and retorted, this is utterly preposterous. According to our sect's regulations, new disciples must undergo assessments for both spiritual root quality and willpower. If Wang Luchuan fails the latter, I shall not agree to his admission. After being rebutted, Yuan's expression soured, and he attempted to respond, but was interrupted by a melodious voice. The 2 elders merely hold differing viewpoints. Their intentions are aligned for the benefit of the sect. There is no need for such futile disputes. The speaker was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, her features exquisite and adorned in a flowing light blue gown that accentuated her graceful figure, slender as a willow. Her words immediately brought silence to the 2 golden core elders, who fell into contemplative silence. Her identity is quite extraordinary, as she is the daughter of the esteemed leader of the Falling Cloud sect, Biao. As the commotion subsided, Biao offered a faint smile and continued. That young man is merely a mortal who has come seeking enlightenment. Since we have encountered him, we cannot stand idly by as he perishes along the way. I entrust this matter to the esteemed elders, while I shall venture forth to rescue him. As for his fate thereafter, it shall depend entirely on his own fortune. With that, Biao gracefully glided towards the valley's exit. Not long after, in another part of Kanglan Mountain, Lin Jun wandered through the dense forest. his youthful visage marred by confusion and despair. He murmured to himself, "Why would Ying choose to be with a scoundrel rather than me? Where have I fallen short? I can change." It was evident that they were on the verge of passing the entrance examination together to become disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. Why, then, did she treat him so? In the next moment, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, but managed to steady himself just in time to avoid an embarrassing tumble. The unexpected disruption jolted Lin Jun awake, and he instinctively turned to see what had tripped him, a stone half buried in the earth. This fist-sized rock had been shallowly embedded and was kicked loose from the soil, revealing, to his astonishment, a dark ring nestled within the newly exposed dirt. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the ring, Lin Jun felt an inexplicable thrill, as though an unseen force beckoned him to retrieve it. Upon touching the ring, nothing extraordinary transpired, yet a subtle sense of calm enveloped him, as if everything were meant to be this way. He then rubbed his eyes and leaned down for a closer inspection. The ring appeared rather ordinary, composed of an unknown material, the surface devoid of embellishments, while the inner side bore intricate, indecipherable patterns. After merely a glance, Lin Jun was struck by dizziness, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze in fear. Curiously compelled, he slipped the ring onto the index finger of his right hand, intending to continue on his journey. Unlike his earlier company, he was now alone, and a mere beast could easily take his life to return home safely. He must hasten his departure from this perilous forest before nightfall. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence of the woods, and 3 sinister figures emerged from the thicket, blocking his path. Upon seeing them, Lin Jun's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated 2 steps, solemnly demanding, "What do you want?" He recognized this group as the servants under Wang Luchuan. Their pursuit could only herald ill tidings. "Heh, our young master expressed concern that this mountainous region is treacherous, fearing you might inadvertently lose your life within. He specifically instructed us to escort you safely." The lead servant smiled sinisterly, revealing his malevolent intent without restraint. "You little brat, I advise you not to resist. Obediently let me give you a swift end, or else I guarantee you will neither find life nor death." Lin Jun's expression shifted. "I bear you no grudge. Why must you pursue such ruthless extermination? Bah, foul brat. As death approaches, your words grow ever more verbose." The servant spat disdainfully and gestured sharply. "Attack! Slay him at once." At his command, 3 servants brandished their blades and lunged at Lin Jun. Though mere mortals, each was skilled in martial arts. Lin Jun was no match. He swiftly turned and fled. Could it be that my fate is sealed here? The footsteps behind grew ever closer, the pursuers nearly upon him. Despair etched across his face. Lin Jun prepared for the inevitable. Suddenly, a loud shout exploded beside him. "Brother, do not panic. I am here to aid you." A figure sprang forth like a leopard, delivering a whip-like kick that sent the lead servant sprawling to the ground. Then, with a flash, his palms glowed faintly with a radiant light, crashing down like iron hammers upon the chests of the other 2. Bang, bang, bang. The once arrogant assailants were instantly subdued, collapsing breathless and near death. After dispatching the servants, the savior brushed dust from his palms and smiled warmly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "There, Brother Lin, you are safe now." Lin Jun blinked in surprise, gazing at his rescuer with confusion. "May I ask who you are?" The man appeared unremarkable in appearance and stature, his plain garb bearing no distinguishing marks. Lin Jun could not recall where he might have encountered him before. Yuan smiled kindly. Kida, a wandering cultivator here to take the entrance examination of Luoyun Valley. Earlier, I saw you being mercilessly bullied by that fat fellow and could not bear it. Moved by righteous indignation, I came to save your life." Lin Jun's heart warmed, gratitude flooding his face. "Thank you, Brother Qi, for saving my life. I shall never forget your kindness." He clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Yuan. The dire situation he had just faced was a death sentence. Without his timely rescue, he would have surely become a cold corpse. Such a debt of gratitude was immense. Yuan waved off the thanks. "It was but a small favor, Brother Lin. No need to dwell on it." Meanwhile, a graceful figure concealed in the shadows sighed softly before drifting away. Noticing this, Qi Yuan silently withdrew his spiritual awareness, a faint smile curving his lips. She still remembered to come to the rescue. It seems Luoyuan Valley is not entirely devoid of compassion. Yet the young lady had arrived too late. Had he not intervened promptly, he would have been the one collecting Lin Jun's remains. Of course, he harbored no concern about being unmasked by a mere late Foundation establishment stage cultivator. At the moment of engagement, he deliberately restrained his prowess to the second tier of Qi refinement, presenting himself as someone unversed in arcane techniques, focusing solely on channeling his true energy into his fists and feet for combat, perfectly aligning with his persona as a wandering cultivator. According to the regulations of Luoyuan Valley, typically, only mortals under the age of 18 are admitted. However, exceptions are made for those among the wandering cultivators who already possess a certain level of cultivation, allowing for a leniency in age. The age threshold for the first tier of Qi refinement is extended to 20, while for the second tier, it is set at 22. Qi Yuan, currently 21 years old, applying with the cultivation of the second tier, precisely meets the criteria. The system's directive for him to first advance to the second tier during the mission undoubtedly correlates with this stipulation. Chapter 9. From now on, I will shield this person ding. The host has completed a side quest, earning 50 reversal points and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The host has forged a benevolent connection with the Master of Fortune, enhancing his luck. The system notification echoed in his mind, and Qi Yuan faintly sensed an ethereal aura descending from the heavens, enveloping him and lifting his spirits somewhat. Beyond that, nothing particularly extraordinary occurred, as if it were merely a psychological effect. The concept of luck is the most elusive and unpredictable. Qi Yuan could not immediately perceive its tangible effects. It is well known that luck exists in reality and often manifests at crucial moments, determining the ultimate gains and losses of an endeavor. To some extent, one's fate and fortune form the very foundation of a cultivator, representing the heights they may attain in their lifetime. Qi Yuan had merely beaten a few mortal servants, yet he was rewarded with an increase in luck. What an incredible bargain! Not only he, but even someone of the Dao integration realm, such as Master Hengzhen, would find it hard to resist such temptation. System, the more side quests like this, the better. I can handle it. Although it is not particularly honorable to prey on the weak, one must admit, it is indeed delightful. Soon, Qi Yuan tempered his elation, discreetly glancing at the newly appeared ring on Lin Jun's hand. Truly, as a child of fortune, one could stumble upon adventures at every turn. The material of this ring was beyond his comprehension, undoubtedly not a mere trinket. Perhaps it even harbored an accompanying elder of sorts. Yet, despite his curiosity, Qi Yuan felt no desire to covet it, not out of high moral standing, but because the possessions of a child of fortune are not easily attainable. For someone like Lin Jun, favored by the heavenly path from birth, attempting to seize a significant advantage would require divine approval. Otherwise, one risks losing their life in the pursuit of such folly. Holding a high position within the Tai Xuan sacred land and possessing the system, Qi Yuan saw no reason to covet something of dubious origin that could pose significant risks. Establishing a good rapport with Lin Jun and perhaps reaping some of his fortune was the optimal choice. With his thought, Qi Yuan reined in his musings, casting a more amiable gaze upon Lin Jun, as if he were beholding a treasure yet to be unearthed. Brother Lin, what are your plans moving forward? I intend to return and partake in the examination, Lin Jun replied, taking a deep breath, a resolute expression flickering across his face. One must rise from where they have fallen. Wang Luchuan and I share a grudge of life and death, as well as a vendetta over a woman. I must personally settle this score. What a genius with dual spiritual roots. Once I join the Falling Cloud Valley and embark on the path to immortality, I shall repay him tenfold, 100-fold. As he spoke, Lin Jun's fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Ah, such ambition! Qi Yuan's smile broadened, secretly mourning for a certain arrogant chubby fellow for a moment. Of all the people to offend, why choose a child of fortune? Was that not merely courting disaster? As Qi Yuan led Lin Jun back to the entrance of Luoyuan Valley, he instantly captured the attention of all the youths present. silencing the previously raucous atmosphere. In the center of the crowd, Wang Luchuan, reveling in the flattery surrounding him, froze in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Jun. How could he possibly have returned alive? Was he not supposed to be dead? Beside Wang Luchuan, Lu Yingying's expression shifted subtly, her gaze dropping in shame as she averted her eyes. Upon noticing the unfamiliar man standing next to Lin Jun, Wang Luchuan seemed to grasp the situation, his expression darkening as he approached the two with a cold demeanor, addressing Lin Jun with disdain. Weren't you supposed to leave? How dare you return? Furthermore, I kindly sent a few subordinates to escort you. Where are they now? Hearing Wang Luchuan's twisted words, Lin Jun trembled with rage. Wang, you clearly sent someone to harm me, yet here you play the part of the victim. You are truly despicable, worse than a beast. Wang Luchuan scoffed at this, his eyes brimming with scorn. You claim I harmed you. Where's your evidence? Without proof, refrain from making baseless accusations, lest you provoke my wrath. You. Lin Jun was consumed by fury. He knew he could not provide evidence. Even if he did, Wang could easily concoct 1,000 excuses or even turn the tables against him. After all, the outcome was that he still lived while those 3 servants were dead. Observing this exchange, Yuan, who had remained a silent spectator, stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. Your 3 subordinates were born with poor fortunes and were nothing but short-lived wretches. Not long ago, they were taken by a beast. I suggest you mourn your losses. Wang Luchuan's brow furrowed, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze as he looked at Yuan, his tones softening considerably. Who are you, and why do you meddle in our private affairs? Though still uninitiated in the way of the Dao, he could sense the subtle pressure emanating from Yuan. Such a presence could only belong to a cultivator, no matter how arrogant he might be. He instinctively felt fear in the face of one skilled in the arts. Even if the young man before him was merely a low-level practitioner, he was not someone a mere mortal could easily provoke. Ignoring Wang Luchuan, Yuan scanned the crowd, his voice laced with authority. I forgot to introduce myself. Kida. From now on, I shall protect Lin Jun. Anyone who dares to bully him will have to contend with me. The youths present felt a shiver run down their spines and hastily averted their gazes. Wang Luchuan's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that any attempt to confront Lin Jun today would be futile. With a venomous glare at the two, he turned to leave, accompanied by his entourage in a defeated manner. After Wang Luchuan departed, Lin Jun was filled with gratitude towards Yuan. If it weren't for your assistance today, Brother Qi, I fear. Before he could finish, Yuan interrupted him. Brother Lin, there is no need for such formality between us. We seem to have a natural affinity. One could not deny that it brought Yuan a sense of satisfaction to see the illustrious son of fortune humbly regard himself as a junior in his presence. As for Wang Luchuan, a rather mediocre antagonist, he lacked even the interest to engage in a confrontation, merely diminishing his own stature. Of course, should the dysfunctional system issue a task, that would be an entirely different matter. Reflecting on it now, ever since the emergence of this troublesome system, he had either been tormenting weaklings or was on the path of doing so, encountering no formidable adversaries, yet the rewards remained exceedingly practical, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. The following day, the gates of Luoyun Valley swung wide open. At the valley's entrance, a flash of white light flickered in the void, and several disciples clad in standard robes of Luoyun Valley emerged, standing firm in midair. Their formidable presence instantly silenced the previously bustling crowd, rendering the atmosphere so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The leading elder of the entrance hall, Yuan, surveyed the surroundings before proclaiming in a clear voice, "Thank you for your patience. Today is auspicious. All matters are favorable. The entrance assessment of Luoyun Valley officially begins. Due to the regulations, guests above 18 years of bone age who have not yet begun refining qi must take their leave. However, for those practitioners who have reached the refining qi stage, for every level of cultivation, the age requirement may be relaxed by 2 years. All who do not meet the requirements or are eliminated during the assessment may receive travel expenses from Luoyun Valley." It was she. Yuan immediately recognized the beautiful female cultivator standing among the Luoyun Valley disciples, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. clearly no older than 18 or 19. Her cultivation had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment, with a solid foundation and astonishing depth, rivaling some of the true disciples within the sacred grounds. He had not anticipated the existence of such a remarkable individual within Luoyun Valley. Chapter 10. My Damn Charm. Following Yuan's announcement of age restrictions, no one in attendance chose to leave. Those who had come to this secluded place of Luoyun Valley were certainly aware of their eligibility, as the journey to this remote mountain retreat was arduous. If one could not meet such a fundamental requirement, they would not have ventured here merely to bask in the elements. Having arrived, how could they not seize the opportunity to try? Observing the situation, Yuan wasted no time. With a grand gesture, he summoned 2 disciples from Luoyun Valley, who swiftly brought forth a wooden table, upon which rested a translucent jade stone, approximately the size of a ruler. Upon seeing the spirit-testing stone, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The quality of the spirit-testing stone used by Luoyun Valley was relatively low, classifying it as a basic method for assessing spiritual roots. With the innate talent bestowed by the system, feigning the weak to defeat the strong, one could easily navigate through this test. Were they to encounter a colossal, superior spirit-testing stone, such as those found in the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, it would indeed pose a challenge. However, such exceptional spirit-testing stones were exceedingly rare and precious, far beyond the reach of small sect like Luoyun Valley. The assessment's first hurdle was the testing of spiritual roots. Only those with a spiritual root qualification of 4 or above would advance to the next round. Next, please line up and place your hands on the spirit testing stone in order. The stone will automatically display the tester's qualifications. Yuan's voice resonated throughout the venue, invigorating all present. Soon, a slender young boy timidly approached the table, carefully placing his hand upon the spirit testing stone. In the next moment, a faint 5-colored glow began to emanate from the stone. There was a reaction. The boy's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly turned to Yuan. 5 spiritual roots disqualified. Next, Yuan stated, his expression unwavering. What? Upon hearing this, the boy wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, returning to his place with a dejected demeanor. One by one, the testing candidates approached, trembling with trepidation. Gold, earth, and fire spiritual roots, commendable qualifications, pass. You possess no spiritual roots, disqualified. You possess no spiritual roots, disqualified. The majority of those present were mere mortals, with only a few scattered cultivators and the likes of Wang Luchuan, a young scion of a wealthy family with a lineage of cultivators, possessing any insight into their own qualifications. Thus, this phase became an exhilarating lottery of sorts, where those who met the requirements for spiritual roots glimpsed the hopeful path of immortality, while those lacking or possessing defective roots were left despondent, facing elimination, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Before long, Wang Luchuan, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, confidently stepped forward and placed his hand upon the spirit-testing stone. In an instant, the stone erupted with a brilliant azure light, significantly brighter than that of the previous candidate with 3 spiritual roots. Observing this, Yuan nodded in approval, a smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, Wang Luchuan, possessing both wood and water spiritual roots, exceptional qualifications, pass. Gasp. Indeed, a dual spiritual root. Young Master Wang is imposing and magnificent. Young Master Wang is impressive. Amidst a cacophony of flattery and applause, Wang Luchuan cast a provocative glance at Linjun, who stood frozen in the distance, and strode down with an air of triumph. Following Wang Luchuan, several others possessing suitable spiritual roots passed through. Yuan stepped gracefully onto the stage, placing his hand upon the spirit-testing stone with an unhurried demeanor. In the next moment, the stone erupted into a vivid display of 4 distinct colors. Cheetah for spiritual roots had succeeded. The entire process unfolded with serene composure, mirroring his current unremarkable appearance, which attracted little attention. Only Bai Shiro cast a deliberate glance in his direction, her beautiful eyes flickering with a subtle hint of regret. Bai Shiro held a favorable impression of this valiant rogue cultivator, Had it not been for his timely intervention yesterday, the youth she sought to save would have perished. Though his appearance was rather ordinary, he embodied the virtue of altruism, a refreshing presence in a cultivation world increasingly marred by moral decline. Unfortunately, the inherent limitations of his four spiritual roots foretold a path fraught with obstacles, leaving him forever barred from foundation establishment. Noticing Baishiro's gaze, Qi Yuan nodded and smiled in return, while inwardly lamenting, despite his deliberate low profile and unremarkable disguise, he still garnered the attention of a beautiful female cultivator. This damn charm was truly inescapable. The original owner of his body possessed 5 spiritual roots, essentially deemed wasteful. Only through system enhancement did he ascend to the level of 4 roots, just sufficient to pass the spiritual root test at Falling Cloud Valley. Although revealing his true potential would undoubtedly astonish the crowd, blinding them with his brilliance, he was acutely aware that his purpose here was not to display ostentation, but rather to complete his mission without exposing his identity. Thus he could not afford to attract undue attention. Lu Yingying, for spiritual roots, passed. Lin Zhun, 3 spiritual roots, passed. At this moment, Yin Xingyuan announced Lin Zhun's spiritual root quality, and Qi Yuan was taken aback. Out of curiosity regarding the Child of Destiny, he had discreetly employed a secret technique to probe Lin Zhun's spiritual roots yesterday. Yet, the previous result had clearly indicated 4 roots. How could it have diminished to 3 overnight? Lost in thought, he glanced at Lin Zhun's right hand and noted that the mysterious ring had vanished, as though it had never existed. Truly, the Child of Destiny was formidable, even eluding his keen perception. As all participants completed the first round, fewer than 30% qualified to advance to the next test, marking a remarkably high elimination rate. Nonetheless, this outcome sufficed to satisfy Falling Cloud Valley. The entrance examination occurred every 3 years, and during the last instance, the number of those with qualifying spiritual roots had barely exceeded 20%. Aside from certain exceptional bloodline families, among mortals, those with spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, often less than 1 in 10, the vast majority being 5 spiritual roots. Although 5 roots encompassed all elements, the chaotic energies of heaven and earth they sensed rendered it difficult to draw energy into their bodies, branding them as wasteful roots. Thus, although possessing 4 spiritual roots is not particularly remarkable, many small to medium-sized sects will still welcome such individuals into their ranks. After all, the ability to cultivate signifies a glimmer of hope for development, which is far preferable to inactivity and the impending loss of tradition. Now, let us proceed to the next round. With a graceful sweep of his robe, Yin Xingyuan dispelled the thick mist within the valley entrance, revealing a winding path. From the outside, one could observe a verdant landscape filled with lush trees and the melodic symphony of birdsong, exuding an air of tranquility and peace. By traversing this path and successfully completing the temperament assessment, one would automatically become a disciple under our Falling Cloud Valley. Chapter 11. Enigmatic Being. I can tell you are not human. In the initial phase of the spiritual root assessment, a multitude of individuals have been eliminated, and by the time the second phase commenced, the number of testers had dwindled to fewer than 100. Under the guidance of the disciples from Yunluo Valley, Qi Yuan stepped onto the narrow path almost simultaneously with the others. A moment of disorientation overcame him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a lush forest, his feet sinking into the soft earth, and a sharp, long knife inexplicably gripped in his hand. Such a vivid illusion. Although his understanding of formation techniques was limited, he possessed a discerning eye. This illusionary array was not only remarkably realistic, but also interconnected with the cosmos, pulsating with life, clearly crafted by a master of formations. As Qi Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his expression grew increasingly grave. He noticed that upon entering this place, his mind had become significantly clouded and his thoughts sluggish. The ability to influence a perfected golden core cultivator signified the high rank of this illusionary array. He could not afford to be complacent, lest he fall into an unexpected predicament. One's temperament should not be equated with the quality of their spiritual roots, nor was it solely related to one's own cultivation level. The temperament test he underwent upon entering the Tai Xuan Holy Land merely involved being scrutinized by a top-tier spiritual treasure, the heart mirror, and he had muddled through it, subsequently being personally accepted as a disciple by the sex master, an event that caused quite a stir throughout the Tai Xuan Holy Land. After a moment's reflection, Yuan began to walk forward. Although this array seemed intent on distorting his memories, he had practiced a secret technique, the Luo Tian Lian Shenju, specifically designed to resist soul attacks. Therefore, he had not completely lost his recollection and vaguely understood that he was participating in an assessment. Outside the array, shimmering waves danced, and mist rose ethereally. Floating in midair were several water mirrors formed from concentrated magical energy, displaying the circumstances of the testers within the array. Upon confirming that the illusionary array was functioning properly, Elder Xing Yuan, who oversaw the Dao entrance pavilion, smiled faintly and declared, "The illusory creation of the universe array was established a millennium ago by a master of formation techniques who visited our valley, integrating with the Sect's grand array. Within it lie 3 trials meticulously designed by our ancestors. Passing these trials signifies success. Once the array is activated, its spirits will manifest in myriad forms to test the participants. Anyone entering this array will have their memories of this period erased, forgetting the trial, and will be compelled to make choices based on their truest nature. After millennia of nurturing, the array spirits have long since attained sentience, and the illusion has become increasingly refined. Even a master of the void refinement stage would find it challenging to escape in a short time. My father is currently sequestered, striving to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and is unable to attend. I am deeply grateful to Elder Ian for presiding over the proceedings." Baishiro expressed her thanks. In response, she nodded to Xing Yuan, first offering a respectful bow before shifting her gaze to the scenes displayed in the air, her expression brimming with anticipation, silently hoping for Luoyun Valley to rise. Nurturing new disciples is of utmost importance. I hope to discover some promising talents this year. Within the array, Yuan ambled through the forest when a sudden commotion echoed from a distance. Help. Chapter 23. A Dilemma. Upon being freed from his restraints, Lin Zhun completely disregarded the disheartened Wang Luchuan and Lu Yingying nearby, making his way directly to Yuan's side, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. "Brother Qi, this marks the 3rd time you have come to my aid. I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness." Yuan, with a warm expression, waved his hand dismissively. "We are brothers. There is no need for thanks." Lin Zhun nodded earnestly, and then, as if recalling something significant, hesitated briefly before resolutely declaring, "Brother Qi, your benevolence weighs heavily upon me, and there is something I must share with you." "Oh." Yuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and he replied in a low voice, "This place is crowded and filled with ears. Let us speak elsewhere." Were it anyone else, Yuan would find it hard to believe they could provide information intriguing enough for him, a master of the Tai Xuan Dao. Yet Lin Zhun was different. Who could tell what revelations this child of fortune might possess? Even if Lin Zhun claimed he would ascend to immortality in a few days, Yuan would choose to believe him first. Soon, the 2 companions arrived at Yuan's abode. Upon entering the wooden cabin, they each took a seat. Yuan leaned forward, adopting an attentive posture, and inquired, "Brother Lin, please speak freely." Lin Zhun nodded, seemingly steeling himself for what was to come. He cautiously glanced at the door, ensuring they were alone, and then whispered, "Brother Qi, the spirit field where you cultivate the emerald-leafed grass has issues." "What kind of issues?" Yuan was taken aback, for he had spent several days there without noticing any anomalies. If the spirit field were indeed compromised, and he had failed to detect it, it would imply this matter was of considerable significance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhun continued, "I once read in an ancient text that wherever the spirits of flora and fauna dwell, there must be an inherent presence of ethereal wood energy. Today, I detected a faint trace of such energy from those dozen or so emerald leaf grasses. This revelation suggested that the spirit field might harbor a fully developed spirit of flora, at least 7,000 or 8,000 years old, perhaps even a full 10,000. After sharing this, Lin Jun gazed intently at Qi Yuan, clearly observing his reaction. 10,000 years of flora spirit? Qi Yuan's complexion altered, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that within what appeared to be an ordinary spirit field in the falling cloud valley, such a divine entity could be concealed. If this were true, even some high-level cultivators would disregard their dignity to seize it. A 10,000-year-old emerald leaf grass, even if it were just that, would enhance one's spiritual acuity and promote significant cultivation advancement upon consumption. With this thought, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Lin Jun transformed. Truly, he was a child of fortune. Having assisted him a few times, he had unexpectedly reaped such a substantial reward. Naturally, Qi Yuan held no belief in the rationale Lin Jun had concocted. Lin Jun hailed from humble beginnings, and only recently had he barely begun to draw in energy. How could he be so sensitive to the ethereal with energy, drawing such profound conclusions from merely a handful of grasses harvested from the spirit field? Perhaps this child of fortune had awakened some special ability, which he could not divulge. Hence he fabricated an excuse. Qi Yuan understood this completely and would not be foolish enough to expose him. One couldn't help but admire Lin Jun. Willing to risk revealing his capabilities to share such vital information, he was indeed a man of loyalty, not a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. As thoughts raced through his mind, Qi Yuan jovially patted Lin Jun on the shoulder and, with a friendly demeanor, said, "Thank you for the warning, Brother Lin. I will find a way to investigate this matter. If there truly is a 10,000-year-old spirit grass in the field, you shall definitely reap the rewards." "Brother Qi, you misunderstand my intent." Lin Jun's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. "If this is true, please do not offend that elder. Although spirits of flora are often timid and lack combat prowess, they are not entities we, as Qi refinement cultivators, can provoke. Exercise utmost caution in the herb garden, and do not act recklessly." Hearing Lin Jun's earnest advice, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Yes, I will be cautious." After bidding farewell to Lin Jun, Qi Yuan returned to his chair, lost in thought. Perhaps it was time to place a surveillance talisman around the spirit field. However, before that, he needed to complete that troublesome task. The mere thought of it ignited his irritation. Hadn't it been agreed that the situation would normalize? Why was it becoming increasingly convoluted? That night, Qi Yuan donned a complete set of night gear, his face concealed beneath a dark cloth, transforming into a shadow that melted into the night. Except for approximately half of the participants who, after heroically saving the damsel in distress, successfully resisted the allure of beauty. A considerable number chose to partake in the aftermath of vanquishing the bandit for themselves. Some, overwhelmed by trepidation, hastily fled the scene, while others shamelessly acted as accomplices, eagerly queuing behind the bandit. Most disturbingly, there was an individual who, without hesitation, callously eliminated the beauty, sparing only the bandit. Fortunately, those deemed unfit often lacked the time to even remove their trousers before being teleported away, promptly declared eliminated. Otherwise, the Luyun Valley sect would have devolved into a debauched gathering. What a travesty! Such grotesque characters abound, and it is disheartening to witness the moral decay of society to such a degree. Alas, the newcomer I had high hopes for, possessing commendable potential, has proven utterly disappointing. The first illusionary barrier is sufficiently simple, requiring merely the absence of lustful thoughts for an easy passage. Even a hasty retreat might be construed as a cautious disposition, barely qualifying as a successful attempt. Yet the outcome is as it stands, these young individuals. Oh, look over there. Someone has perfectly navigated the first barrier of the illusion. At that moment, a soft exclamation arose from the crowd of Luyun Valley, capturing the attention of everyone present. Following the direction of the person's pointing finger, they beheld the image of Qi Yuan during his trial of the first barrier. Observing the scene reflected in the water mirror, Inchingen narrowed his eyes slightly and then spoke calmly. Indeed, he has discerned the concealed information of this trial, and it can truly be regarded as a flawless completion. This Qi, undistracted by feminine charms, exhibits both courage and wisdom in the face of challenges, displaying keen insight, albeit with somewhat inferior spiritual roots. yet his character remains commendable. Biao nodded in agreement, slowly articulating. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, rife with traps and schemes. A moment's carelessness could lead to death and irretrievable ruin. This necessitates that practitioners not only refrain from succumbing to temptation, but also maintain a vigilant disposition at all times. Originally, the first illusionary barrier was designed to test precisely these qualities. One must identify the flaws of the beauty to pass. However, due to the exceedingly low success rate, subsequent rules were relaxed to merely requiring no malevolent actions for passage. With a gentle sigh, she continued, "Since our esteemed ancestors' passing, Yuan Valley has gradually fallen into obscurity, and the number of talented disciples entering has dwindled. The last individual to achieve a perfect passage through this trial was 9 years ago. Who was it?" Apart from those privy to the details, many recent initiates of Yuan Valley displayed curiosity. While they too had experienced the illusionary trial, they had not heard of any insider accounts regarding a flawless completion. Before Biao could respond, Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "That person is none other than your esteemed senior sister, Biao. Moreover, she accomplished this at the tender age of 10. Chapter 12. What do you take me for? Look, another individual has flawlessly passed the first trial of the illusion." While the crowd at Falling Cloud Valley engaged in animated discussions, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. It was Yuan. He too had discerned something amiss about the enchanting beauty before him. In the next moment, astonishment echoed once more. Yuan had also succeeded. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the scene within the water mirror. In the image, Yuan, behaving unusually, displayed a countenance of righteous resolve as he rescued the distressed maiden. Swiftly recognizing the anomaly, and without hesitation, dispatched her with a single stroke, his performance nothing short of impeccable. Witnessing this, many wore expressions of skepticism, casting furtive glances at Yuan, who stood beneath the water mirror. While Cheetah and Yuan were of little concern, Yuan was the nephew of an elder from the Taoist pavilion, and this recruitment assessment was largely orchestrated by Yuan himself, which added an intriguing twist. If Yuan had divulged the contents of the illusion's challenges to Yuan in advance, it would have been a mere formality. Although participants in the assessment have their recent memories erased upon entering the illusion, loopholes certainly exist. Should Yuan have known the specifics of the temperament test months prior, the memory suppression would become utterly futile. Naturally, the cultivators present were astute. While they harbored doubts, none would be foolish enough to voice them publicly without solid evidence. Yuan, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes upon him, furrowed his brows tightly, a shadow of displeasure crossing his face. According to the regulations of Falling Cloud Valley, all newly admitted disciples must initially serve as menial laborers at the outer gate to hone their physical prowess and temper their resolve. However, given Yuan's dual spiritual roots and his outstanding performance in the temperament assessment, he could easily be granted an exception, thereby bypassing this step and saving at least a year of time. Thus, he had indeed disclosed the test's details to his nephew, hoping that Yuan would shine brilliantly in the assessment, allowing him to ascend directly to the inner gate. Yet, contrary to his expectations, two other exceptionally promising newcomers emerged, overshadowing Yuan's achievements. After all, the impact of 3 individuals sharing the spotlight is markedly different from that of a singular standout. Just as Yuan's thoughts spiraled, Biao cast him a contemplative glance, her eyes betraying a subtle hint of discontent. Within the illusion, Yuan traversed the narrow path ahead, feeling remarkably at ease. Having journeyed thus far, he had largely grasped the intricacies of this illusion, no longer constrained as he had been in the beginning. In the next moment, he spotted a package upon the ground before him. This vibrant silk parcel, conspicuously placed in the path of passers-by, was impossible to overlook from even a distance. Another test awaited. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon his lips as he hastened toward the package and picked it up. Upon opening it, he discovered it brimming with shimmering low-grade spirit stones, approximately 50 or 60 in number. It is often said that wealth stirs the heart, and the dazzling pile of spirit stones before him certainly presented a striking visual impact, especially for those newly embarking on the path of immortality. The allure was palpable. However, for Yuan, even the mere thought of bending down to pick up these inferior spirit stones, which were scattered on the ground, felt beneath him. As a disciple of the esteemed Tai Xuan Holy Land, Yuan received a monthly stipend of 1,000 superior spirit stones, each of which could be exchanged for 100 medium spirit stones and a single medium spirit stone for 100 inferior ones. It appeared that this trial was a test of human greed, yet to tempt him with a mere 50 inferior spirit stones felt rather paltry. Yuan muttered this to himself before nonchalantly stowing the package on his back. Although the inferior spirit stones within the package seemed to him little more than refuse, the atmosphere had been set, and the performance must continue. Soon, an elderly man with white hair, appearing frail and unsteady, approached from the opposite side of the road, looking as though half of him were already buried in the earth. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were exceedingly clouded, revealing him to be blind. Sensing Yuan's footsteps, the old man halted abruptly, his tone urgent as he inquired, "Young man, have you seen a package?" Yuan smiled slightly and retorted with a question of his own. "Old sir, if you cannot see at all, how do you know that I am a young man?" The old man paused, then replied with a gentle smile, "Though I cannot see, my hearing is quite sharp. The footsteps of youth are light and vigorous, and I can tell at once." Not wishing to engage in further banter, Yuan stated directly, "I indeed found a package, but you must tell me what is inside it to confirm if it belongs to you." Without hesitation, the old man declared, "The package contains 55 inferior spirit stones." Yuan shook his head, saying, "Oh, I am afraid that this package is not yours." The old man immediately grew anxious, exclaiming, "Young man, how can you be so dishonest? In this desolate wilderness, who else could possibly have lost a package besides me? Please, return it, and I assure you, I will reward you generously." Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I just counted the contents. There are clearly 50 inferior spirit stones inside, yet you claim there are 55. Are you attempting to deceive me for an additional 5? At this, the old man's face displayed a look of realization, and he quickly amended, Yes, 50 stones is fine. The extra 5 can be considered a reward for you." "My young friend, do you take me for a fool?" Yuan retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "I, Cheetah, have always conducted myself with integrity and honor. Why would I covet your meager stones? You should count for yourself how many spirit stones are truly within." As he spoke, he thrust the package into the old man's hands, urging him to open it for inspection. The old man hesitated momentarily before slowly unwrapping the silk cloth and began to count the spirit stones one by one. Soon he set down the stones, his entire countenance flushed with excitement. "Young man, it appears you have miscounted. There are indeed 55 spirit stones within. Now, may I reclaim it?" Yuan chuckled lightly, rubbing his nose. "It seems I truly miscalculated, but I am aware that this parcel does not belong to you. You should return from whence you came." With that, he swiftly seized the parcel, effortlessly snatching it away. The old man's expression of delight instantly froze, and he exclaimed with indignation, "How can you lie so brazenly? This parcel is unmistakably mine." Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Are you aware that there exists something known as palm prints? Each individual's palm print is unique. There were fresh mud imprints on the parcel, clearly left by its rightful owner. Your hand is evidently smaller than that print, which raises suspicion. To further confirm, I sprinkled a fine layer of soil on the wrapping. Naturally, as you counted the spirit stones, you would leave a clearer palm print. Comparing the two, the patterns differ entirely, conclusively proving that the parcel is not yours." Having spoken, he disregarded the old man, whose face had stiffened in shock, and turned away, setting off to locate the true owner of the parcel. Shortly thereafter, Yuan discovered the NPC, or rather, the actual owner of the parcel, hiding in a corner away from the path. So this is how it unfolds. I did not anticipate that my casual remark while searching for the parcel would be exploited by a schemer. That old scoundrel is utterly despicable. The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in butler attire, his gaze toward Yuan filled with gratitude. At that moment, I inquired what I had lost, and I replied that it was a parcel containing 55 spirit stones. I had hoped for assistance in my search, but little did I know that old fellow had noted it and intended to impersonate the owner. Thankfully, young brother, your keen insight has restored my parcel. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding how to explain this to my household. My young master is training at a nearby celestial sect and has been struggling to break through his current realm. This bag of spirit stones was painstakingly gathered by my lord for his cultivation. After a lengthy, formulaic exchange, the middle-aged man took his leave, reiterating his offer of assistance should Yuan require it. Chapter 13. Youthful yet feeble, the second trial within the illusion tests one's honesty. The old man, frail and blind, possesses no means to resist the testers. Yet, under such temptation, if one can maintain their integrity, they are deemed successful. Indeed, the requirements for this trial have been modified from millennium ago, rendering it significantly less challenging. As Yuan elaborated, Baishiro's expression remained as tranquil as still water, her gaze fixated on Yuan's performance in the illusion. When she witnessed Yuan discern the old man's deceit and return the parcel to its rightful owner, a spark of brilliance flickered in her beautiful eyes. He achieved a perfect success. Not only her, but the cultivators from Luoyuan Valley also displayed expressions of astonishment, their discussions rising and falling like the tides. They were taken aback by the unexpected twists of the second trial, affirming the prowess of the formation laid out by their venerable ancestor. This rogue cultivator is indeed remarkable. Not only does he remain untempted by wealth, but he also evades the sweet words of others, exhibiting steadfastness and exceptional wisdom. Truly not an ordinary individual. I have my doubts. Although Chi appears extraordinary, his cultivation aptitude with 4 spiritual roots can only be described as poor. Such qualities may hinder his future achievements. That is true. This individual is destined for a tumultuous path, lacking substantial value for cultivation. Amidst the whispers and critiques, a curious female cultivator turned to Baishiro and inquired, "Senior sister, what was your outcome during the second illusion 9 years ago?" Instantly, the attention of several disciples from Luoyuan Valley shifted to Baishiro, clearly intrigued by the question. Baishiro's cheeks flushed slightly, her expression tinged with embarrassment. "I was young and naive back then. I was indeed deceived by that cunning old fox of a formation spirit. I merely inquired about the quantity of spirit stones in the parcel, and upon confirming the number, I relinquished it, receiving an upper grade evaluation instead of a perfect one." Upon hearing this, the younger disciples nodded in understanding, offering comfort. "It's all right. You were only 10 years old then, still innocent. If you were to take the test now, you would surely surpass Chi. Indeed, senior sister is formidable. We have faith in your strength." "Not necessarily. This trial is actually much more challenging than the previous one." Baishiro shook her head. In addition to overcoming the temptation of spirit stones, encountering the weak can lead one to instinctively underestimate them, assuming that an elderly man would not dare to lie in their presence. Any hint of complacency could jeopardize the chance of a perfect success. Upon hearing her explanation, the disciples were enlightened, nodding in agreement, quietly relieved. Thankfully, the requirements for passing have been considerably lowered. Otherwise, with such a formidable illusionary trial, it would be nearly impossible for Luoyuan Valley to recruit new disciples in the future. At this moment, the much-anticipated Lin Jun and Wang Luchuan also passed the second illusion. Remarkably, Lin Jun promptly returned the package upon encountering the elderly man, even going so far as to assist him back to his home. In contrast, Wang Luchuan, suspected of employing underhanded tactics, continued his flawless performance, becoming yet another tester to successfully navigate the challenges, following Chida. In truth, whether one opted to return the package directly or requested a portion of the spirit stones as a reward, both choices would suffice to pass the moral evaluation of this trial. Following the first stage of the illusionary realm, approximately 60% of the testers were eliminated, leaving only a little over 50 to participate in the second illusionary assessment. Among these 50-odd testers, nearly half were disqualified for either lying or outright attacking the elderly man, resulting in fewer than 30 individuals successfully progressing. In the illusion, Yuan continued on his journey, and soon arrived at the foot of a small hill. While it was termed a hill, it could be more accurately described as a modest mound barely a dozen zhang high, devoid of any trees. Atop the slope stood a grand stone archway, inscribed with 3 characters, "Knock on the door." At the base of the slope lay a staircase, clearly visible and precisely 100 steps in total. Observing the scene before him, Yuan immediately discerned the final trial within the illusion of Luoyun Valley, climbing the mountain. With this realization, he wasted no time and ascended the steps. Upon stepping onto the first stair, he felt no unusual sensation. On the second step, he sensed a slight heaviness in his stride, yet still experienced no pressure. As he continued to the third, fourth, and fifth steps, it was not until the 10th step that Yuan decided to pause. He had confirmed that with each ascending step, the pressure on his body doubled. If this continued, the pressure he would face on the 100th step would be formidable. Even the most resilient refining material, Gungjin, might be crushed under such force. Based on this, Yuan quickly deduced his current limit, approximately 70 steps. Of course, should he exhaust all his potential and exert himself to the utmost, he might manage to ascend an additional 3 or 4 steps. However, his current objective was merely to enter the Luoyun sect as a humble errand boy, rendering such exertion unnecessary. Gazing up at the ancient and towering knock on the door, Yuan resolved to study it thoroughly, seeking a method that would allow him to conceal his true capabilities while effortlessly passing the trial. With this thought in mind, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he calmly descended the steps. Outside the illusion, what was happening? Why had Cheetah only ascended 10 steps on the knock on the mountain before retreating? Was that truly his limit? Some cultivators from Luoyun Valley, having observed Yuan's actions, looked on in bewilderment. Hadn't this young man displayed remarkable prowess in the previous trials? Surely he could not falter at a mere 10 steps. Yet there was something amiss. He appeared quite youthful, yet his physique seemed rather frail. No, something was not right. He attempted to throw a stone up the staircase, seemingly in search of a flaw in the trial. As his words fell, a wave of astonishment surged among the onlookers. This revered Dao mountain had been refined over millennia, and how could this newcomer possibly possess the acumen to uncover its vulnerabilities? Observing the ensuing chatter, Yin Xingyun, the overseer of this examination, snorted coldly and declared solemnly, "Rest assured, esteemed guests, Dao Mountain was personally established by our ancestral master, specifically designed to test the resolve of one's heart. Any being beyond the formations will be influenced. Within this illusion, one cannot wield artifacts or treasures, nor can one take flight. Even attempts to construct ladders or dig into the earth will yield no results. In essence, even if he were to sprout wings, he would be unable to ascend. The third trial of the illusion allows no room for cunning. All must ascend step by step. Surpassing 30 steps qualifies one, while reaching 50 earns the rating of perfect." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. So it was ordained by the ancestral master. No wonder it was so formidable. Indeed, our esteemed forebear was wise and formidable. Suddenly, the people of Falling Cloud Valley stared at the scene within a magical mirror, as if they had seen a ghost, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, within the illusion, an old man glared at Yuan, fuming. "Did you not wish to part with your belongings? Why return here?" Yuan, unfazed, smiled warmly and replied, "Esteemed elder, I possess a fair amount of spirit stones. Might you be interested in making a profit?" The old man paused in surprise, instinctively questioning, "What do you mean?" Observing the expression on his face, Yuan's smile blossomed even brighter. "It's quite simple. There is a small hill ahead. If you carry me up, I shall reward you with 100 spirit stones." Chapter 14. Never return again outside the illusionary array. Is such a maneuver even conceivable? The old man, barely able to stand, half buried in the earth, yet that young lad still has the audacity to request him for a ride up the mountain. Is this a reasonable act for a human being? Astonishingly, they are nearing the 50th step, and it appears to be effective. How utterly shameless. Could this be deemed a violation of the rules? The disciples of Luoyun Valley, witnessing Yuan's spectacle as he surpassed the third challenge, were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly touching the ground. There atop the knocked-down mountain, the old man, trembling and leaning on his cane, bore a robust young man on his back, panting heavily as he ascended toward the summit. Each step seemed to demand an extraordinary effort. What left them speechless was that while the old man was drenched in sweat, the young man leisurely munched on a spirit fruit, directing the old man to continue his arduous climb, showing no respect for his elder. "Old sir, you must muster more strength. We've been at this for nearly half an hour and have barely covered half the distance. If you continue to dawdle, I may find it difficult not to deduct your spirit stones. You should consider this. There are only 100 steps to the mountain, and for every step you climb, you're in a spirit stone. Doesn't that ignite your motivation?" Initially, the old man was so fatigued that he could hardly speak, but upon hearing that each step equated to a spirit stone, his spirits were instantly revitalized. His body ceased to tremble, his legs regained vigor, and his pace significantly quickened. As Yuan approached the mountain's peak, many disciples of Luoyuan Valley began to shake off their astonishment, casting furtive glances toward ancient Yuan. After all, this elder of the Dao entrance pavilion had previously proclaimed with utmost confidence upon the utterance of these words. The assembly within Falling Cloud Valley was rendered speechless, utterly incapable of retort. Evidently, according to the previously established regulations, Cheetah had successfully fulfilled the preliminary assessment, even should the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley arrive. They could not deny this fact. To do so would not only invite ridicule, but also tarnish their reputation with accusations of capriciousness and pettiness, thus jeopardizing their standing within the cultivation realm. Whether admitting such an extraordinary disciple into the valley would prove to be a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. Baishiro pondered silently. Within the illusory realm atop Mount Nok Path, young friend, this old man has already carried you up. Where are the spiritual stones? The elderly man panted, placing Yuan upon the ground, utterly exhausted to the point of incoherence. Yuan dusted the grime from his garments and grinned cheerfully. "Old sir, you have truly endured great hardship. Your vigor in old age is admirable. I am deeply impressed." The old man, catching his breath, gritted his teeth. "Enough nonsense. Hand over the spiritual stones." Yuan's face contorted in bewilderment. "Spiritual stones? What spiritual stones?" Sensing trouble, the elder's countenance darkened as he bellowed. "You promised to carry me up the mountain in exchange for 100 spiritual stones. Are you now reneging on our agreement?" Realization dawned upon Yuan, a smile blossoming on his lips. "Ah, so that is what you meant. Apologies, I was merely jesting." The old man's face instantly clouded with rage, lips trembling. "You scoundrel! How dare you mock an old man?" Yuan shrugged amiably. "I am a man of integrity and straightforwardness, with clear distinctions between right and wrong. I cannot abide deception. Since you deceived me once just now, I must return the favor to balance the scales. Otherwise, dwelling upon the grievance would only breed resentment." The elder nearly spat blood upon hearing this. "Rogue, this is not over," he exclaimed, raising his wooden staff as if to strike Yuan. Suddenly, as if overcome by exhaustion, the old man collapsed, his form dissolving into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing. In the next moment, ripples emerged in the air above Mount Nok Path. A translucent figure resembling a youth materialized from the void, landing before Yuan with a scowl, muttering curses. "You insolent brat. I have guarded this formation for over 3,000 years and have never encountered such a disrespectful wretch. I toiled to carry you up the mountain, and you refused to pay me 100 spiritual stones. Were it not for the rules forbidding it, I would have slashed you with my blade this instant. Begone. Never return." Before Yuan could respond, a tremendous repulsive force expelled him from the illusionary realm. The force was fierce and laced with personal grievance. Outside the formation, under the curious gazes of those around, Yuan rubbed his nose with an innocent expression and thought to himself, "I have reached the 100th level and even encountered the formation spirit. This trial must be considered past." Then, Yuan felt a sense of calm. Although the spirit of the illusion array was formidable, it was at most at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, not surpassing him by 3 major realms, making it impossible for it to discern his true capabilities. To confirm his suspicion, he hastily approached a disciple from the Falling Cloud Valley and inquired, Esteemed brother, it seems I have encountered the spirit of the illusion array, which personally transported me out. Does this signify that I have passed the assessment? The disciple cast a complex glance at him and replied, My dear brother, please refrain from addressing me as your senior. You are indeed my senior. The revered spirit has not revealed its true form for over a millennium. For you to attract its personal intervention is quite an honor, and I humbly bow to your prowess. Huh? Yuan was taken aback, having assumed that everyone who exited the array had undergone a similar experience. Upon looking up, he realized Chapter 15. To meet that fellow again? The following morning, in the Valley of Falling Clouds, outside the outer sect, a chime resonated. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Introduction to Cultivation Techniques. Reward: 100 reversal points, 8 superior Qi gathering pills, and 300 inferior spirit stones. The rewards have been automatically transferred to the system space. Within a modest wooden cabin, Yuan rubbed his temples in disdain, tossing aside the wooden tablet in his hand. Such a rudimentary and simplistic Qi refining technique was something he could master with but a cursory glance, requiring no effort whatsoever. Nevertheless, the newly acquired 100 reversal points provided a slight alleviation to his previously discontented mood. He had successfully passed the assessment of Falling Clouds Valley yesterday, earning the honorable title of a miscellaneous disciple. Upon completion of the task, he had anticipated a carefree departure, only to find that the next task issued by the system required him to cultivate the low-tier technique Harmony Sutra to an introductory level. Upon seeing the new task, Yuan suddenly grasped a grave realization. This foolish system was utterly indifferent to reality, issuing tasks solely based on the original host's trajectory of reversal. Even if the original host had perished, the tasks remained mandatory, now thrust upon him. This implied that, in order to continue fulfilling subsequent tasks, he would have to remain in Falling Clouds Valley for the time being. The dignified disciple of the Tai Xuan Holy Land might genuinely have to serve as a miscellaneous disciple for a spell. How utterly absurd! As he seethed in frustration, the task list refreshed once more. The host, newly arrived at Falling Clouds Valley, is weak and unsupported. It is premature to contemplate reversal. Thus, one must diligently cultivate to enhance oneself. This system shall be your steadfast support on the path to becoming a formidable force. New task: Qi Refining Level 3 Task Objective. Continue cultivating Harmony Sutra and elevate your cultivation to Qi Refining Level 3 within 1 month. Task rewards: 150 reversal points, 3 Supreme Qi Gathering Pills, a beginner-level defensive artifact, the Rock Mirror, and 500 inferior spirit stones. Yet again, faced with such a ludicrous task, Yuan found himself at a loss for words. He relaxed his mind, patiently awaiting the notification of task completion. His current cultivation far surpassed Qi Refining Level 3. This task was akin to a mere gift, akin to one with answers already filled in. However, a quarter of an hour passed, and still, no notification was forthcoming. What was the matter? Yuan paused, scrutinizing the task description, and then it dawned on him, leading him to feigned compliance as he followed the energy route indicated in the Harmony Sutra. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Blast it! It turned out that the very first line of the task objective was not mere filler. It was, in fact, one of the conditions for task completion. This imbecilic system, with its nonsensical task descriptions, suddenly became exceedingly meticulous when it came to requirements. Yuan shook his head in exasperation, and in an effort to lower his impending blood pressure, he decided to step outside for some fresh air, while simultaneously admiring the scenery of Falling Clouds Valley. As one of the standout new disciples in the entrance assessment, he had naturally been assigned to a separate dwelling as his residence. Chapter 34. Something is off with this kid. In the serene and lush surroundings of Falling Cloud Valley's back mountain, a dull thud resonated as Yuan descended from the heavens, landing deftly upon the soft earth. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a verdant expanse of trees, enveloped in tranquility, occasionally interrupted by distant cries of demonic beasts. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed the absence of any other individuals. The disciples had been scattered across various locations due to the rapid movement of the flying vessels during their descent, with the stipulation that only one person could land every 10 breaths. This was a deliberate tactic by the Internal Affairs Pavilion to prevent immediate conflicts among the newly arrived disciples. Beyond establishing certain rules, the Internal Affairs Pavilion had no further intentions regarding the unfolding of the competition. Only those who distinguished themselves amidst fierce rivalry would earn the right to enter the inner sect. Gazing at the scoring jade tablet at his waist, Yuan silently marveled at the profound heritage of Falling Cloud Valley, which evidently took the selection of talent seriously. Only by rigorously simulating the harsh realities of the cultivation world could true strength be discerned. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he swiftly melded into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Jeyushin cautiously navigated the thicket, wielding a deep, dark long knife. Suddenly, a gray shadow darted silently through the underbrush, striking towards his back with alarming speed, carrying with it a whiff of blood. What was that? Startled, Jeyushin had nevertheless been on guard. Without a glance, he swung his long knife fiercely behind him. With a sharp slice, the blade met no resistance, cleaving through the air and spilling forth a fountain of blood. The 7th layer Chi Refinement wolf let out a pained howl, its corpse neatly severed in two, crashing to the ground. In the next moment, the jade tablet at Jeyushin's waist flickered with a glow, revealing the number 2. 2 points. His face lit up with delight, although he was at the peak of Chi Refinement, making him one of the favored contenders in this competition. Luck had not been on his side until now. This was his first encounter with a demonic beast after entering. Prior to the competition, the Internal Affairs Pavilion had meticulously cleared the area of all demonic beasts, driving away those at the Foundation Establishment stage and leaving only those at the Chi Refinement stage. As per the rules, slaying beasts below the 6th layer would yield 1 point, while those of the 7th layer and above would grant 2 points. Having easily dispatched a 7th layer wolf demon, this unexpected gain was a pleasant surprise. Before he could catch his breath, rustling sounds echoed from the nearby thicket once more. Jeyushin tightened his grip on the long knife, alertly directing his gaze towards the source of the commotion. The noises grew louder, branches swaying, until they approached him directly. Another beast? His eyes narrowed as he slashed the knife forward, unleashing a visible wave of blade energy that whistled through the air towards the source. With a whoosh, the knife energy surged forward, cleaving through trees like butter and revealing a vast clearing. Just as he prepared to strike again, 2 figures leaped from the woods, calling out, "Jieshi-xiang, don't attack, it's us." Upon recognizing the newcomers, Jeyushin exhaled in relief but kept his knife unsheathed, his expression wary as he inquired, "Liu Shidi, Liang Shidi, what brings you two here?" One of the disciples, a stout young man, donned a pleasing smile and explained, "We just came together after noticing you had landed nearby. We wanted to find you." "For what purpose?" Jeyushin furrowed his brow, regarding them with suspicion. The portly disciple grinned, speaking earnestly, "Jieshi-xiang, your prowess is exceptional, and you're bound to excel in this outer sect competition. However, as the saying goes, one person's strategy is short, but the collective is long. Fighting solo has its disadvantages. Let us team up under your leadership, and we will merely follow in your wake." The other disciple nodded in agreement, his expression twisting into a grimace as he added, "For me, the top 10 is of no consequence. I just want to find that Yuan kid, teach him a lesson, and snatch away his jade tablet to vent my frustrations. Indeed, if we spot that brat, we must not let him slip away. Teaming up will at least enhance our chances." They chimed in unison, their camaraderie bolstered by a shared vendetta. After a moment's contemplation, Jeyushin acquiesced. "Very well. You too can accompany me, but let me make it clear. I shall take 70% of the points we earn, and you will split the remaining 30. With one disciple at the 7th layer and another at the 8th, neither posed a threat to him. They would serve as suitable allies. Thank you, Jieshi-xiang, for your generosity." They expressed with gratitude, their faces beaming with appreciation. However, a clear voice shattered their moment of camaraderie. "Weren't you planning to teach me a lesson? I stand right here. What do you have to say for yourselves?" Startled, the 3 turned pale and quickly oriented themselves towards the source of the voice. Emerging from the nearby bushes was a familiar figure. wearing a bemused expression as he regarded them. "Cheetah, is that you?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, the trio froze momentarily, only to be consumed by rage as they spat. "How convenient. You came right to us without us having to search. This time, we shall see how you meet your end." With a series of furious shouts, they brandished their artifacts and charged towards Qi Yuan. "Come and try to catch me," Qi Yuan replied with a faint smile, turning on his heel and sprinting away. Yuan Ti escaped this time. The trio, unwilling to relent, pursued him relentlessly. After an indeterminate period, breathless and exhausted, the trio found themselves unable to trace Qi Yuan's whereabouts any longer. "Damn it, how can he run so fast?" The portly disciple wiped the sweat from his brow, cursing under his breath, vowing to break his legs next time. Jie Yuxing surveyed the area, confirming their position before pointing in a direction. "It seems he headed east. If we continue in that direction, we will eventually encounter him." Just then, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from all directions, followed by the sudden emergence of over 20 gray-backed wolves, forming a circle around the trio. These formidable beasts were robust, with sleek fur, and their leader, a ninth-layer Qi Refinement wolf, coldly fixed its gaze upon its prey. Here comes the action. The sight of the wolf pack ignited excitement in the trio. These beasts were clear sources of points. The gray-backed wolves were among the weakest of the mountain-s demonic creatures, lacking any notable abilities besides their numbers, making them ideal for point accumulation. "Brothers, let us vanquish these fiends," Jie Yuxing declared, leading the charge. The other two followed suit like tigers descending a mountain, plunging into the pack with fervor, seemingly pouring out all their pent-up wrath. In an instant, the ground was strewn with wolf carcasses, the earth awash with crimson. A quarter of an hour later. Not bad. We earned a total of 50 points this time. Jie Yuxing wiped the blood from his forehead, his face alight with exhilaration, mirrored by the jubilant expressions of his companions. The meaning of Baishiro's words suggests that the relationship between the Falling Cloud Valley and the Array Spirit seems rather strained. Noticing his perplexed expression, Baishiro elaborated, "Originally, the Array Spirit of the illusory creation formation shared a close bond with our ancestral master and his brothers, but ever since our master ascended, the demeanor of the Array Spirit has undergone a drastic change. Apart from sending forth some avatars every 3 years to test the entry disciples, it shows no concern for other matters within the valley, resulting in a significant decrease in the power of our sect's grand formation. I would like to request your assistance in summoning the venerable Array Spirit from the formation's core to inquire about the reasons behind such a transformation." Qi Yuan was taken aback, contemplating another encounter with that entity. "Did you not notice the Array Spirit's evident dissatisfaction with me? Sending me there again would surely exacerbate the situation." Chapter 16. Do you know how I have spent this millennium? Junior Brother Qi, you possess the capability to summon the Grand Array Spirit, a feat that no one else within the Falling Cloud Valley can achieve. Baishiro gazed at Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Qi Yuan instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, it seems that even a detractor can be a supporter in disguise. Compared to being entirely overlooked, having a grievance with the Grand Array Spirit might actually facilitate its manifestation. No wonder Baishiro would make such an inexplicable request. Contemplating this, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose, his expression turning troubled. "Well, senior sister, you are aware that the Grand Array Spirit seems to harbor some discontent towards me. Its formidable strength could be quite overwhelming if it were to engage in combat." "Rest assured, Junior Brother Qi," Baishiro quickly interjected, eager to alleviate his concerns. "You carry the token of a disciple from Falling Cloud Valley. According to the Grand Array's regulations, as long as you refrain from actions detrimental to the Array, the Grand Array Spirit will not initiate an attack against you. Doing so would result in its own backlash." Faced with no option to decline, Qi Yuan finally acquiesced. "In that case, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success." After all, there was little danger involved, and accompanying Baishiro to meet the Grand Array Spirit seemed far preferable to being tasked with fetching water or chopping wood. Furthermore, fostering a good rapport with this senior sister would enhance his experience in Falling Cloud Valley. Upon hearing his agreement, Baishiro appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. a grateful smile gracing her lips. Even if it does not succeed, your willingness to assist me is already immensely appreciated. Falling Cloud Valley, with its picturesque scenery and abundant spiritual energy, is adorned with architecture that embodies tranquility and elegance. Although it may not rival the grandeur of the Tai Xuan Holy Land, with its towering majesty and formidable presence, it possesses a unique charm, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. As Yuan followed by Shiro, they soon arrived at the base of a towering iron tower deep within the valley. This iron tower soared dozens of zhang high, forged entirely from mysterious iron, its surface intricately adorned with a myriad of complex spiritual patterns. Surrounding it was a swirling mist, with waves of array energy intertwining with the heavens, perpetually ebbing and flowing. Senior sister, upon noticing Baishiro's presence, the disciples tasked with guarding the area immediately approached, bowing respectfully and clearing a path. Baishiro nodded kindly to them and led Yuan directly to the base of the tower. Junior brother Qi, this is the core of our sect's Grand Array. Yuan nodded, then called out to the tower, Grand Array Spirit, I am Qi, a new disciple who participated in yesterday's entrance examination. I have come to pay my respects. Please manifest yourself for a moment. His voice rang clear and loud, yet no response was forthcoming. Yuan persisted, Grand Array Spirit. Can you hear me? Still, silence prevailed. He attempted to call out several more times, but the iron tower remained unresponsive, shrouded in silence. Seeing this, Baishiro let out a soft sigh, her spirits dampened. Perhaps it is futile, junior brother Qi. It appears the Grand Array Spirit is unwilling to reveal itself. Regardless, I am grateful for your company on this journey. Yuan displayed a visage of disappointment, murmuring, Very well, I intended to return the 100 spirit stones. But since the master of this place is absent, let's take our leave. As his words faded, a youthful figure gradually materialized in the void before the formation tower. Possessing rosy lips and white teeth, with a strikingly handsome countenance. Indeed, it was the spirit of the illusory universe formation. The young spirit cast a glance at Yuan and Baishiro, raising an eyebrow as he bluntly inquired, Where are the spirit stones? Hand them over promptly. Spirit stones? Baishiro initially stood in stunned silence before swiftly retrieving 100 spirit stones from her storage pouch at her waist, respectfully presenting them. Senior Formation Spirit I. Before she could finish her sentence, the Formation Spirit interrupted her coldly. Little girl, what does this matter have to do with you? You owe me no spirit stones. I'm not a beggar in need of your trifling offering. This is a matter of pride for me. Upon hearing this, Baishiro's delicate face shifted slightly as she hastily bowed her head in apology. I was presumptuous. I hope the senior will forgive my rudeness. The Formation Spirit did not even spare her a glance, instead directing his gaze at the nearby Yuan. You little rascal, return the spirit stones at once. Yuan smiled faintly, casting a reassuring glance at Baishiro, and spoke, That is agreeable, but before I return the spirit stones, I have a question that requires your clarification, senior. The Formation Spirit frowned. What question? Do not dawdle. Speak plainly. At this pronouncement, Baishiro trembled slightly, her heart racing as she looked at Yuan with incredulity. She never imagined that the perplexing dilemma that had long plagued the Falling Cloud sect would find its resolution in this encounter. Unperturbed by the Formation Spirit's harsh demeanor, Yuan merely chuckled softly and inquired leisurely, as the spirit of the sect's grand formation, Why do you show such disregard for the juniors of Falling Cloud Valley? What offense have they committed to incur your disdain? Ha ha, you dare say I am indifferent. The Formation Spirit seemed to strike a nerve, erupting into a fit of wild laughter before retorting angrily. Have you inquired what misdeeds those unworthy descendants of Baiyinju have committed, only to come here questioning me? What? Baishiro was momentarily bewildered, but upon regaining her composure, she immediately knelt on one knee, earnestly stating, Senior Formation Spirit, Baiyinju is indeed my distant ancestor. I have perused all the confidential archives of our sect, and can assure you that since my ancestors' passing a millennium ago, his successors have always held you in the highest esteem, never committing any act of disrespect. I can swear an oath before heaven that if there is even a hint of deceit, I shall face divine retribution. I implore you to discern the truth." Seeing her expression devoid of falsehood, the formation spirit grew somewhat skeptical, his tone softening considerably. "Little girl, then tell me, who is the current sect master of Falling Cloud Valley?" Baishiro promptly responded, "My father, Bai Qingwu, has held the position of sect master for a century." The spirit of the array nodded slightly and casually inquired, "What is his level of cultivation?" Upon hearing this, Baishiro hesitated for a moment before honestly replying, "My father's cultivation level is at the late stage of the nascent soul." "Is it so low?" The spirit of the array appeared somewhat astonished. "Then who is the highest in cultivation within the valley now?" "Reporting to you, esteemed elder, my father is indeed the highest cultivator in the valley." As she spoke these words, Baishiro's expression bore a hint of embarrassment. The younger generation's aptitude was lacking, failing to live up to the expectations of their ancestors. It had been a long time since Luyun Valley had seen a cultivator of the transformation stage. In the past, Bai Yinjue was a formidable practitioner of the void refinement stage, commanding respect across a realm. It was hard to believe that each subsequent generation had fallen short of the last. Upon hearing this, the spirit of the array shook its head, exuding a tone of disappointment akin to that of a teacher lamenting a wayward student. Then, seemingly unable to contain its emotions any longer, its eyes glistened with a hint of tears. "For 1,000 years, do you know what I have endured during this time?" The tone was rife with suppressed frustration and indignation. Chapter 17. Next time for sure. Yuan and Bai Shiro stared in astonishment at the array spirit, whose exaggerated expression left them dumbfounded. What kind of tragic event could have caused an entity that had existed for millennia to be so profoundly sorrowful? The array spirit seemed to be lost in a reverie, tears glistening in its eyes, appearing exceedingly wretched. "I once referred to Bai Yin as a brother, and our bond was profound. When he failed to break through to the harmonization stage, his life force waned, and he passed away. Before his demise, he entrusted me with the care of his descendants in the Falling Cloud Valley. Shortly after his death, I faced my own tribulation of the array spirit, entering a deep slumber due to the overwhelming calamity. However, when I finally awoke, as the spirit recounted the past, it took a deep breath, striving to regain composure, and continued. While I was preoccupied with overcoming my tribulation, an unscrupulous thief infiltrated the core of my formation and plundered all my accumulated resources. At that time, having just survived the array spirit tribulation, I was in a weakened state, desperately needing rare materials to restore my spiritual essence. Yet, upon returning to my abode, I discovered it had been ransacked, leaving not a single feather behind. To make matters worse, for the past millennium, every time I faced the tribulation of the spirit of the instrument, that vile thief would come and ransack my sanctuary, never once absent. At this point, the spirit paused, its face contorted with a mix of sorrow and indignation as it gazed at the two, due to the constant lack of sufficient rare materials to restore my essence. My cultivation plummeted from the peak of the transformation stage to its mid-level. Historically, only the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley possesses the key to access the core of the formation. Thus, this matter is undoubtedly related to your sect. Were it not for the constraints of the Grand Formation's rules, I would have long since sought retribution against that scoundrel. How dare you question me with such audacity? With this revelation, Yuan suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder the array spirit had been so incensed over a mere 100 spirit stones, beyond its inherent poverty. It must have been haunted by a series of painful memories. The array spirit was born from the essence of high-level formations, and as long as the formation endured, its lifespan could be deemed infinite. However, the laws of heaven are impartial, and the spirit cannot grow indefinitely. Every century, a tribulation would descend upon it. If it could safely navigate this ordeal, it would extend its life by 100 years and continue its cultivation. Otherwise, it would perish, dissolving into nothingness. After the demise of an old spirit, a new one would emerge from the formation after a time, continuing the cycle. The spirit before them was in a truly lamentable state. Each time it faced its tribulation, its abode was stripped bare, and yet it was powerless to retaliate. No wonder it felt so constrained. Why did you not inform the sect of such a grave matter? Baishiro could not help but inquire. The erased spirit scoffed coldly. I am no fool. You juniors of Falling Cloud Valley are the prime suspects. What purpose would there be in notifying you? Would you merely perform a charade of thief, shouting to catch a thief? Perhaps, esteemed elder, you have misunderstood. This matter may not necessarily be connected to us. Baishiro responded, her voice tinged with uncertainty. There is no need for further discussion. Unless evidence is presented to demonstrate that this matter was not orchestrated by the Falling Cloud Valley, do not expect the spirit of this formation to grant you any semblance of goodwill. With a tone resolute and devoid of any room for negotiation, the spirit continued. Who can endure having their assets reset every 100 years? Baishiro, with her lips pressed lightly together, gradually steeled her gaze and solemnly inquired, Esteemed spirit, when will your next tribulation occur? The spirit seemed to perceive something, its eyes burning with intensity as it regarded her. What are your intentions? I intend to investigate this matter, to unveil the truth behind this troubling case, she replied. You? The spirit scoffed. In half a year, my tribulation shall descend once more. You are but a fledgling in the late stages of Foundation establishment. What means do you possess to conduct such an investigation? Rest assured, esteemed spirit, Baishiro replied, her resolve unwavering despite her current limitations. I am unwilling to let the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley suffer wrongful accusations. I shall exert every effort to provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Baishiro understood that to resolve this matter, the truth must be uncovered. Any other explanation would be futile. After conveying her thoughts, she respectfully bowed deeply to the spirit and, without waiting for a response, took the hand of the bewildered Yuan and departed the formation tower. Only after they had distanced themselves did the spirit's frantic voice echo behind them. Wait. You little rascal, did you not mention returning the spirit stones? Come back and repay me. Yuan continued walking, casually responding, next time for sure. You deceitful wretch. Ignoring the spirit's agitated cries, Yuan pondered privately. A moment's reflection revealed that this matter would not be easily investigated. After all, the spirit had accurately anticipated the timing of its tribulations for a millennium, and a thief so fixated on robbing it every century could hardly be deemed normal. It was beyond Yuan's imagination to fathom the mental state of such a thief. The spirit, confined within the formation, was already impoverished, and after enduring repeated thefts, it had become utterly destitute. The fact that it was troubled over a mere 100 spirit stones was astonishing. Even so, the thief relentlessly targeted this unfortunate victim, displaying à toute dérangée disposition. Not long after, at the outer gate, Baishiro expressed her gratitude. Thanks to your assistance, junior brother Chi, I have come to understand the spirit's dilemma. This matter holds great significance for our sect, and I shall report it to Elder Mo, ensuring you receive due recognition in the Merit Hall. The sect will bestow a special reward upon you. Upon returning to the outer gate, Baishiro composed herself, her expression filled with appreciation as she glanced at Yuan. Senior sister, you are being overly courteous. This is but a trivial matter. Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He held no interest in entangling himself with the spirit's affairs. His focus was solely on completing his task concerning Falling Cloud Valley and preparing himself optimally for the upcoming Foundation establishment. I shall take my leave then. Should you encounter any difficulties in the outer gate, feel free to seek me at Jade Bamboo Peak in the inner gate, she remarked, seemingly eager to pursue her investigation. With only a few polite exchanges, she hastily departed, transforming into a beam of light that soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. After Baishiro's departure, Yuan had only walked a short distance when a group of 6 or 7 individuals appeared before him. Most of the crowd were dressed as outer sect disciples, their cultivation levels varying greatly, yet they subtly surrounded a plump youth with an arrogant expression. The rotund boy wore the garb of a menial disciple, none other than Wang Luchuan, who had made quite a spectacle during the entrance examinations. Lin Jun, Yuan immediately noticed the figure sprawled not far behind them. At this moment, the so-called child of fortune seemed to have just suffered a beating, his face bruised and swollen as he struggled to rise from the ground in utter disarray. Hold it! Witnessing this scene, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and extended an arm to block Wang Luchuan's path. The halted Wang Luchuan arched a brow, his tone dripping with disdain. Cheetah, I advise you not to meddle in others' affairs, unless you wish to be beaten alongside him. Having flaunted his status as a nephew of an elder upon entering the sect, coupled with his elder cousin being an inner-sect disciple at the Foundation establishment realm, Wang Luchuan had swiftly begun throwing his weight around the outer sect. Naturally, he no longer regarded Qi Yuan with any measure of respect. Qi Yuan regarded him with an impassive expression, his voice cool and detached. Did I not make myself clear? Lin Zhun is under my protection. Since you dare to lay hands on him, you owe me an explanation. Chapter 18. Look at this hand. Does it not resemble a great mouth? One must be cautious with their words. We have not bullied Lin Zhun. It was merely a few outer disciples, acting out of goodwill, assessing his progress in cultivation. A few minor mishaps during the process are entirely normal, and even if you report this to Elder Mo, it would be futile. Wang Luchuan wore a cold smirk, exuding an air of unassailable confidence. As for you, you are nothing more than a mere four-element root waste, emboldened by a few days of practice, daring to flaunt your prowess before me. Truly, you are unaware of your own limitations. At this point, his expression grew increasingly menacing. Since you seek an explanation, very well. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness now, I shall begrudgingly overlook your previous offense against me. Otherwise, I will ensure you find yourself in the same predicament as Lin Zhun, unable to survive in the outer sect. At this moment, the outer disciples accompanying Wang Luchuan began to jeer in agreement. Indeed, hurry and prostrate yourself before young Master Wang to make amends, or you shall face dire consequences. Young Master Wang, why not allow me to assess whether this junior has truly mastered his entry-level techniques? In the face of this mockery, Qi Yuan exhibited no trace of agitation, merely letting out a soft sigh. Although there is no reward this time, I still wish to toy with this group of weaklings. What shall I do? He then slowly raised his right hand and spoke in a leisurely manner. You see, this hand resembles a great mouth. What lunacy is this fellow spouting? You are courting death. Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's provocative gestures and words, the outer disciples, though possessing some cultivation, were filled with fury and prepared to strike. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Wang Luchuan felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a searing pain across his face. Instinctively, he reached for his cheek, only to find his body rigid, collapsing to the ground in a kneeling position. Realizing his current posture, his complexion shifted dramatically as he attempted to rise, only to discover that his knees felt as though they had taken root in the ground, refusing to budge despite his exertions. In the face of such an inexplicable situation, Wang Luchuan was taken aback, unable to suppress his exclamation, "What have you done to me? Why can't I get up?" Qi Yuan had somehow positioned himself before him, nonchalantly retracting his hand, responding with a disingenuous air. "I don't know. Perhaps I miscalculated the force, and inadvertently struck you into a cramp." Upon hearing this, Wang Luchuan was consumed with rage, shouting, "What are you all waiting for? Help me teach this scoundrel a lesson, and quickly assist me in rising." The abruptness of the situation jolted his companions back to reality, and they hurried to aid Wang Luchuan. The three outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage surged menacingly towards Qi Yuan, daring to strike young Master Wang. "We shall ensure you see the consequences today." As they spoke, the trio encircled Qi Yuan, each forming hand seals and preparing to unleash their techniques. However, before they could execute their spells, Qi Yuan moved first, his speed akin to lightning. In the next instant, a series of explosive sounds rang out. Nevertheless, during the process of Foundation establishment, the little fox awakened a trace of celestial fox bloodline, enabling it to navigate through the myriad of Foundation realm beasts on the back mountain of Falling Cloud Valley with ease, rendering any concerns for safety utterly unfounded. Acknowledged. The fox spirits swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Shortly thereafter, two streaks of light shot across the distant sky, landing before Qi Yuan. The disciple paid his respects to the sect master and Elder Yang. Upon seeing the arrivals, Qi Yuan promptly approached, bowing respectfully. There's no need for excessive formalities. The master of Falling Cloud Valley, by Qing Wu, regarded him with a profound gaze, remarking, "This external competition has concluded, and you are presently the sole disciple to have triumphed, having eliminated all opponents. Such a feat has not been witnessed since the establishment of Falling Cloud Valley. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Yuan, feeling slightly bashful, touched his nose, acknowledging that his victory was merely a stroke of luck. Yet within his heart, he thought, even the sect master is astonished. This mission should be assured now, wouldn't it? Goodness, you are well aware of Wang Luchuan's formidable power within the Falling Cloud Valley. Yet you foolishly choose to join their ranks. Is this not a form of self-inflicted torment? It would be far wiser to switch to a different sect, to cultivate diligently within, and once you have amassed sufficient strength, return to exact vengeance upon your enemies with utter ruthlessness. Would that not be far more gratifying? Even venturing out as a wandering cultivator would surely be preferable to enduring daily beatings in the Falling Cloud Valley. The saying goes 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, but let us not even speak of 30 years, with Wang Luchuan's backing from the intersect elders. Employing a few cunning tactics could very well ensure your survival for a mere 3 years, which would be nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, while grumbling may be in order, Yuan finds no inclination to offer counsel. Perhaps it is precisely this peculiar mindset that qualifies one to be the child of destiny. Such a mentality is truly beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Chapter 19. Slapping the faces of all those who look down upon you in the Falling Cloud Valley. Within the outer sect, a middle-aged man garbed in the attire of an outer sect steward approached the elder, announcing, "Esteemed elder, the assignments for the newly inducted miscellaneous disciples have been arranged. Please have a look." At the head of the hall, an elderly man clad in a blue robe with a lotus crown sat in dignified repose as the steward presented a small booklet with utmost reverence. "Very well. Let me see," the elder responded with a nod, taking the booklet to peruse. After a brief moment, he looked up and commanded, "Assign the new disciple Qi to the medicinal fields, and have Wang Luchuan tend to the spirit beasts. The rest shall remain unchanged." The steward, taken aback, recognized that guarding the medicinal fields was a coveted position, not only due to its leisurely duties and ample time for cultivation, but also because of the rich spiritual energy in the environment, far superior to the toil of chopping wood or cleaning. It was uncommon for the usually stern and impartial outer sect elder, Mo. Zhengyang, to assign a new disciple to such a favorable position. Could it be that Qi had some influential connections? Despite his surprise, the steward dared not show any signs of discontent, and promptly replied, "I shall obey your command." He then took the booklet and struck through Wang Luchuan's name, replacing it with Qi Da's. Although he had intended to place his superior's nephew in that position as a favor, since his direct superior had spoken, he felt compelled to comply. "Unless there is anything else, you may take your leave," Mo. Zhengyang said, waving his hand after giving a few more instructions regarding outer sect matters. Once the steward departed, Mo. Zhengyang intended to enter a meditative state for cultivation when a ruckus suddenly erupted outside the hall. Frowning slightly at the commotion, he rose from his seat and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a group of disciples carrying a motionless figure draped in a black cloth, revealing a faint human outline. What on earth is happening? Confusion flickered across Mo. Zhengyang's face as he was about to inquire. Suddenly, the disciples hastened to his side and unveiled the black cloth, revealing Wang Luchuan, who remained kneeling, his face flushed with frustration and urgency, resembling the color of a liver. Upon seeing Mo. Zhengyang, Wang Luchuan's eyes glistened with tears of grievance, and he cried out, "Elder Mo, I must report Qi for practicing forbidden arts and harming fellow disciples. You must stand by your disciple." After returning to his quarters, he discovered the strange condition of his body had not subsided, which filled him with panic. He urgently demanded to be carried to the outer sect elder's residence, hoping for Mo. Zhengyang's intervention and to lodge a serious complaint. To avoid embarrassment on the way, he had draped himself in cloth, and due to the haste, his subordinates had only managed to find a piece of black cloth, reminiscent of that used for the deceased, which felt exceedingly ominous. "Qi, I shall not let you off so easily." At this very moment, Wang Luchuan's hatred for Qi Yuan had reached its zenith, even surpassing the enmity he had long harbored for Lin Zhun, his fated adversary. Sorcery? Observing Wang's condition, Imo Zhengyang furrowed his brows and stepped forward, placing his fingers upon the other's wrist to examine him meticulously. After a brief moment, he discerned the cause, his expression easing as he sternly reprimanded, "Nonsense! You young one, spouting such absurdities. This is merely a matter of misaligned tendons and bones, a technique of pressure point manipulation that temporarily halts the breath. Given time, it will naturally heal. It is by no means sorcery." As he spoke, Imo Zhengyang scoffed coldly and circulated his true energy within Wang's body, shattering the sealed meridians that had been obstructed. With the disappearance of the final impediment, Wang Luchuan's body slackened, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for breath. Once he had regained some strength, Wang quickly rose and saluted. "Elder Xie, I'm deeply grateful for your aid." Indeed, Qi was reckless to strike me without cause even. Before he could finish, Imo Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively, his tone admonishing, "Enough. Leave swiftly, and henceforth cease your impetuousness and thoughtless speech. Should you ever slander your fellow disciples again, I shall not be lenient." With that, he swept his long sleeves and returned to the hall without a backward glance. "Why, yes, disciple understands," Wang responded meekly, unwilling to argue. "Young master, what shall we do now?" one of his followers inquired, noticing their leader lingering. "This matter is far from over," Wang said through gritted teeth, a malicious gleam in his eyes. "I will head to the intersect immediately to implore my cousin to discipline that despicable Qi. Also, bring that woman Lu Yingying to see me shortly." Returning to his quarters, Qi Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down casually. With a thought, he summoned the system panel, having completed the breakthrough to the third layer of Qi refinement. A new task had appeared in his mission list. "You have endured great hardship to join the Cultivation sect, Luoyun Valley. Your path to cultivation is progressing steadily. Having reached the third layer of Qi refinement, you are one step closer to fulfilling your aspirations. Deep within, you yearn to return to your family as a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, to silence all those who have looked down upon you. Now, you must continue to strive and distinguish yourself among the menial disciples. Task objective: hunt a Qi refinement level 3 beast in the rear mountains of Luoyun Valley. The beast must be at least at the third layer of Qi refinement. Task difficulty: 3 stars, moderate. Task rewards: 150 comeback points, 5 premium rejuvenation pills, 300 low-grade spirit stones. Qi Yuan glanced at the task details, his heart utterly unmoved. He had now grasped the pattern of the comeback system. By continuously completing tasks, whether it be spiritual root aptitude, spirit stones and pills, magical instruments and treasures, or cultivation insights, all would be effortlessly attained. Indeed, it is truly fitting for a system meticulously designed for the inept. Under such comprehensive and all-encompassing support, even a mere pig could take flight from its stationary position. Despite the system's formidable assistance, why is it that I cannot find joy in completing tasks? Qi Yuan cast a glance at the drab uniform of a menial worker he donned, letting out a soft sigh. Ever since this wretched system arrived, my scan integrity has been utterly shattered. After a brief moment of lamentation, he shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He raised his hand to establish a layer of protective wards within the room, then descended into a state of cultivation. Within him, the myriad golden elixirs flowed like radiant streams, swirling in a kaleidoscope of colors, as if a tremendous spiritual essence were brewing within, poised to burst forth at any moment. Chapter 20. Steady and unwavering the next day, in the tranquil confines of Falling Cloud Valley, within the medicinal garden, the middle-aged steward earnestly addressed Qi Yuan. "From today onward, you shall be responsible for your duties in Elder Kang's medicinal garden. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult with the senior brothers and sisters within the garden. However, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to the rules. Unauthorized harvesting of spiritual herbs will result in severe penalties as dictated by sect regulations." Qi Yuan promptly clasped his fists in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, Steward Uncle, for your guidance. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the task. He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his assignment to the medicinal garden, as it was a relatively serene place. Typically, apart from the elders and disciples who arrived with tokens to request herbs, others were prohibited from entering. He was aware that this fortunate placement was undoubtedly due to the influence of the beautiful senior sister. Very well, perform your duties diligently here. If any matters arise, you may find me at the outer sect steward's office. The middle-aged steward nodded and then turned to a young male cultivator dressed in the outer sect disciple's garb. Lu Shitty, please help him familiarize himself with the garden. I shall take my leave now. Yes, steward uncle, replied Lu, watching the steward depart. Then turned to Qi Yuan with a warm demeanor. Greetings, Shitty. I am Lu Tai, responsible for guarding the medicinal garden. Since this is your first visit, allow me to show you around. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Qi Yuan replied courteously, stepping forward to follow him into the garden. As they walked, Lu Tai, wearing a cheerful expression, remarked, "It is quite an honor that Steward Neo personally escorted you. It suggests that you are held in high regard in the outer sect, and your future prospects appear promising." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, recognizing that Lu Tai's seemingly complimentary words were, in fact, a probing inquiry into his background. If he chose to feign humility at this moment, he would likely find himself burdened with the more menial tasks within the garden. With this thought in mind, he feigned modesty, yet spoke candidly. "Senior brother, you are too kind. I am truly honored by Elder Mo's favor in specifically requesting my assistance with the garden. I remain anxious and hope to repay Elder Mo's kindness at the earliest opportunity. In such circumstances, one must graciously acknowledge any advantageous connections, as it may alleviate future complications." He had already gleaned from Steward Neo that his placement in the garden was at Elder Mo's behest. In contrast to Baishiro, who was far removed in the inner sect, Elder Jean Dan, who wielded significant authority over the outer sect, held a far greater influence. He had not spoken untruths. Rather, he merely stated the facts, and how others chose to interpret them was of no concern to him. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Lu Tai's expression shifted noticeably, and his gaze toward Qi Yuan grew increasingly respectful, even hinting at a touch of reverence. "It is commendable that you possess such intent, Shitty. We are both of the same sect, so should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall certainly lend my support." The medicinal garden of Falling Cloud Valley lies adjacent to the rear mountain, vast in expanse. Aside from a handful of miscellaneous disciples and outer sect members, a foundation establishment, Inner Disciple, is also assigned to guard it, preventing the mountain's beasts from invading the garden and wreaking havoc upon the precious spiritual herbs within. Most of the beasts on the rear mountain are deliberately nurtured by Falling Cloud Valley for the training of disciples, generally of low rank, predominantly at the Qi refinement stage, with very few at the foundation establishment level. This garden belongs to Elder Kong of the Alchemy Pavilion, who spends years in seclusion refining elixirs, indifferent to worldly matters. Should there be a shortage of medicinal materials within the pavilion, he dispatches his disciples to gather them. Furthermore, you must remember to avoid approaching that small building, as Senior Sister Jeanne of the inner sect abhors disturbances. After a brief tour of the garden, Lu Tai led him to the edge of a modest plot of spiritual field. "Junior brother Qi, you shall take charge of cultivating this patch of byegrass. Simply water it with spiritual water each morning, and you shall have the remainder of your time for cultivation." This spiritual field spans approximately 100 zhong. Planted with a type of alchemical material known as byegrass, its leaves a vibrant green, glistening with a translucent sheen. Given the proximity of a spiritual spring, the time required to water the field would not exceed half an hour, rendering the task exceedingly leisurely. Qi Yuan was thoroughly pleased with this arrangement, as it afforded him ample time to engage in systematic tasks. With the formation of his golden elixir imminent, he was eager to experiment with the effects of breaking through his realm while in a state of continuous enlightenment. Of course, this necessitated a substantial amount of counterattack points. "I hope this wretched system remains stable and does not falter," Qi Yuan mused silently. Thus, after concluding a day of monotonous labor, he inadvertently lost his way while returning to his dwelling and found himself on the rear mountain. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, He accidentally crushed a Qi Refinement Stage 8 red claw bear, indulging in a feast of roasted bear paw. Ding! The host has successfully hunted their first Qi Refinement Stage beast, receiving a reward of 150 counterattack points, 5 superior revitalization pills, and 300 inferior spirit stones. In the following days, Qi Yuan lounged idly in a medicinal garden while transforming into an unrelenting task machine, fervently accumulating counterattack points. Ding! The host has successfully collected their first century-old treasure, receiving a reward of 150 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully set up the first basic formation, earning 200 counterattack points. Ding! Defeated a formidable opponent at the Qi Refinement Stage 6 during a sparring match, rewarding 300 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully mastered the first spell, earning 300 counterattack points. Accompanied by the sounds of task completion notifications, his counterattack points surged rapidly, soon surpassing the 3,000 mark. System. What is the matter? Where are the new tasks? In the wooden cabin, Qi Yuan gazed at the empty task panel before him, his expression one of considerable displeasure. Quickly refresh the tasks. I demand new assignments. He had just begun to savor the thrill of completing a few expedited tasks when, unexpectedly, it came to an abrupt halt. In the past, once he finished old tasks, the system would promptly present new ones. However, this time, there was an unsettling silence. Ding! Please remain calm, host. The initial series of novice tasks has officially concluded. This system is currently in the process of automatically generating the next phase of tasks. Come on, you're not pulling your weight, Qi Yuan remarked, rolling his eyes with disdain. It seemed that his recent vigorous efforts had exhausted this dogged system. Wait a moment, automatically generating? Qi Yuan's eyes brightened with hope. Could it be that he would finally reap the rewards of his labor? That the subsequent system tasks would take a turn for the better? With this thought in mind, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, silently cheering for the system. System, when generating tasks, do open your eyes to the world. If you manage to improve, I promise never to berate you again. After a brief interval, the long silent system panel finally stirred, revealing a few glaring lines of text. Here it comes. Qi Yuan felt a surge of anticipation as he began to read. However, the next moment, his expression froze in utter disbelief. Damn! Chapter 21. Your incident has occurred. Just as Qi Yuan wore a peculiar expression on his face, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the room. Someone shouted, "The servant disciple Qi De resides here." Qi Yuan furrowed his brows, composed himself, and stepped forward to open the door, only to be met with several stern-faced individuals. Clad in the attire of outer disciples, adorned with the emblem of the law enforcement pavilion on their chests. It was evident that they were outer disciples engaged in duties for the pavilion. Upon recognizing their identities, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly inquired, "What do you seek from me?" The foremost disciple of the law enforcement pavilion was a girl of 17 or 18, possessing an appealing figure and a certain charm. Yet her demeanor was cold and distant, exuding an air of haughty aloofness. She cast a disdainful glance at Qi Yuan and expressionlessly stated, "Cheetah, your incident has come to light. Please accompany us." Exposed? A jolt of alarm coursed through Qi Yuan's mind, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly assessed the situation. Firstly, if the identity of the Daozi of the Tai Xuan Sacred Land were to be revealed, even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to act against him. The sole risk lay in the potential for information to leak. Not only would the subsequent tasks concerning the Falling Cloud Valley become exceedingly challenging, but he would also face inquiries from within the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, with unpredictable consequences. After all, it would be difficult to explain why he had concealed his identity to join the Falling Cloud Valley as a servant disciple. Could it be necessary to silence a few individuals before the news spreads, or perhaps devise a means to erase their memories? Noticing Qi Yuan's silence, one of the disciples behind the girl snorted disdainfully and remarked, "Cheetah, what do you feign as the saying goes? To catch a thief, one must seize the loot." Now, with both the person and the evidence in hand, can you still deny it? Lin Zhun's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed a fierce glare upon Wang Luchuan, gritting his teeth and exclaiming, "Wang, Your treachery is not enough. You dare to drag Qi into this as well? Truly shameless. In the midst of his outburst, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and he turned his despondent gaze toward Lu Yingying, who stood beside Wang Luchuan, hissing, "So it was you. No wonder you've been frequenting my residence these past few days. I thought you had a change of heart. Little did I know you were scheming against me." Lu Yingying coldly glanced at him. "Lin Zhen, I never imagined you were of such character. It was foolish of me to consider you a friend for so many years." Her voice was laced with disdain. "You should confess quickly. That would be your best chance to receive leniency from the law enforcement hall." As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Elder Mo Zhengyang furrowed his brow and admonished, "Silence. This is a public gathering, and such clamor is utterly inappropriate." Once the crowd quieted, Mo Zhengyang surveyed the assembly, finally fixing his gaze upon Yuan, speaking in a calm tone that bore no semblance of interrogation, but rather the ease of a friendly conversation. "Qi, did you have a hand in this matter?" At this, Wang Luchuan, who had been quite confident, felt an unsettling jolt in his chest. Yuan smiled lightly, respectfully replying to Elder Mo, "This matter has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing Yuan's denial, the disciples of the law enforcement pavilion, who had brought him in, grew anxious. The leading young woman stepped forward, pointing at the bundle of spirit herbs. "Qi, do not attempt to evade responsibility. You are in charge of managing the Biao in the herb garden, and over a dozen freshly harvested Biao were discovered in your fellow disciples' quarters. Is this not evidence enough?" Unexpectedly, before Yuan could retort, Mo Zhengyang shook his head and said solemnly, "Nya, there is no need for further inquiry. Since Qi has declared his innocence, it is implausible that he is involved." He continued, "I requested you to bring him here merely to clarify the matter publicly, to prevent any unfounded rumors from circulating afterwards." Then he turned his attention back to Yuan. "Disciple Qi, our Falling Cloud sect has always rewarded merit. Please, feel free to share with us the rewards you received from the sect recently." Yuan, slightly embarrassed, scratched his nose and replied slowly, "By a stroke of luck, I managed to achieve a modest feat to my surprise. The sect graciously bestowed upon me 3,000 spirit stones, 50 high-quality Qi gathering pills, and a mid-tier magical artifact. I am truly unworthy of such generosity." As his words fell, gasps of astonishment erupted around him, eyes widening in disbelief as envy and resentment filled their gazes directed at Yuan. What remarkable contributions had he made? A single reward of 3,000 spirit stones, 50 high-quality Qi gathering pills, and a mid-tier magical artifact. Such a lavish reward bestowed upon a mere outer disciple who had only joined days prior was simply unfathomable. Mo Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully and said with utmost seriousness, "The green leaf herb is a primary ingredient for concocting the Qi gathering pill, and it sells exceptionally well in the market. However, these dozen or so green leaf herbs are worth merely 4 or 5 spirit stones. Tell me, would someone who has just acquired 3,000 spirit stones risk the potential loss of their cultivation and expulsion from the sect for a meager 4 or 5 spirit stones? Engaging in some sort of self-deceptive scheme?" Chapter 22. Devotion to one's craft indeed. Upon hearing these words, the initially skeptical crowd suddenly realized the truth. Logically speaking, the effort invested in this matter bears no proportion to the potential gain. The monthly stipend for a mere servant disciple amounts to only 2 spirit stones, while 3,000 spirit stones equate to an astounding 150 years of earnings. It is highly improbable that someone in possession of such a substantial sum would resort to petty theft for a mere 4 or 5 spirit stones. Naturally, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of a psychologically twisted individual who revels in theft, seeking the thrill of forbidden transgressions. However, Cheetah had recently passed the Entrance's temperament assessment with a rating of perfect temperament, which hardly paints him as a deviant. As Yuan's name was increasingly cleared of suspicion, the bound Lin Zhen felt a surge of joy and eagerly exclaimed, "I already stated that Brother Qi and I are victims of a conspiracy. We have not stolen any green leaf grass. Please release me at once." With that, he struggled to rise. "Be still." The law enforcement disciple nearby promptly restrained him. The leading girl, with the surname Nya, cast him a cold glance, and retorted, "Regardless of the circumstances, the green leaf grass was discovered in your quarters. Even if Chi Shidi is innocent, this matter is still connected to you. As a mere servant disciple, you lack the means to infiltrate the herb garden and pilfer spirit herbs. I advise you to confess who your accomplice is at once. Otherwise, we shall escort you to the law enforcement pavilion, where there are ample methods to extract the truth from you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhen chuckled, his face a mask of derision. "I see your law enforcement pavilion is not as formidable as you claim, failing to unravel such a simple frame-up. Impudent. Every day, I take my post at dawn and return to my residence at dusk, which means that out of the 12 hours in a day, I'm absent from a spirit field for 6. Therefore, the individual who plucked these verdant leaves undoubtedly acted while I was away." Niet Sualan, feeling both embarrassed and infuriated, cast a fierce glare at Qi Yuan. "What use are your words? You were not present. How could you possibly know who did it?" However, deep down, Ni Kvidan was secretly astonished. Despite her mastery of Qi cultivation, she had found herself utterly powerless in the presence of this man. Under the gaze of so many witnesses, suffering such a significant loss, she would have retaliated at any other time. Yet for some reason, she lacked even the slightest courage to confront this humble disciple. "Huh? Who told you that being absent from a scene precludes one from accusing the perpetrator?" Qi Yuan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I possess a strong sense of responsibility. I take pride in my duties. Since the sect has entrusted me with the care of the spirit field, I must fulfill my obligations diligently, to monitor the growth of the verdant leaves and prevent any issues in the spirit field. I place a low-grade recording talisman in the large tree by the field after my shift each day. Thus, even in my absence, I can observe the growth of the leaves at night. Should anyone secretly enter to pluck them, they will undoubtedly be captured by the recording talisman." As he spoke, he cheerfully produced a talisman shimmering with a faint white light from his robes. "This talisman contains the recording from last night. I was summoned here immediately after my shift ended and have yet to examine it." Upon hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief, staring blankly at the recording talisman in Qi Yuan's hand. "What? A recording talisman can be used like this?" As the name suggests, a recording talisman can capture and store images over a certain distance and duration. Although it lacks sound, it provides clear and vivid visuals, widely utilized in the cultivation world. Beyond conveying messages and facilitating matchmaking, many additional functions have been developed for the recording talisman. For instance, it can document debates or battles for study purposes. And some have even used it to capture provocative private moments, later selling copies at high prices, thereby undermining the business of the Harmony sect. However, no one had ever been so idle as to continuously record a mere field, all under the pretense of monitoring the growth of the verdant leaves at night. Even though a low-grade recording talisman is relatively inexpensive in the cultivation world, it still requires at least 3 spirit stones. Thus, over the span of a month, it could cost 90 spirit stones, given that a humble disciple earns merely 2 spirit stones per month. It meant that this individual would incur a loss of 88 spirit stones after a month of labor in the herb garden. Upon recalling that Qi Yuan had just received a hefty reward of 3,000 spirit stones, the crowd suddenly found this situation somewhat more palatable. After a moment of peculiar silence, the outer elder, Mo Zhengyang, was the first to recover, beckoning Qi Yuan with a wave of his hand and solemnly stating, "In that case, let me see it." "Yes," Qi Yuan replied, respectfully extending the recording talisman in his hand. At the very moment when Mo Zhengyang obtained the recording talisman, a servant disciple within the crowd suddenly turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Wen Tao, what are you doing?" A nearby disciple, noticing his distress, hurried to support him. Yet, the disciple seemed oblivious to his surroundings, murmuring, "This is terrible. How could this happen? It was you who did this." Qi Yuan then strode forward, forcefully pulling the trembling figure from the throng and casting him at Mo Zhengyang's feet. "Elder Mo, there is no need to investigate the recording talisman. It was he who plucked the green leaf grass." At this moment, the servant disciple's composure shattered entirely, and he fell to his knees, quaking with fear. "Edam Montak, please spare me. I swear it isn't my doing. It was Wang Luchuan who, upon seeing me on duty in the herb garden, gave me 10 spirit stones, and urged me to secretly gather the green leaf grass. I was merely bewitched. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar, instinctively distancing themselves from Wang Luchuan. His face turned ashen, glaring fiercely at the servant disciple. Wen, do not slander me. I have never even seen you. Do you have evidence that I instructed you? Wen Tao, with a mournful expression, replied, Wang Luchuan, you cannot deny it. You were the one who sent someone with 10 spirit stones to me. Enough. Mo Zhengyang bellowed, casting a cold glance around. You shameless lot. Do you still not feel the shame of your actions? The crowd fell silent, their mouths sealed tight. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Zhengyang turned to Nya Solan in the gathering and commanded, Nya, take Wen Tao to the law enforcement hall for a thorough investigation. We must uncover the truth and punish those who violate the sect's rules without mercy. He then directed his gaze towards Lin Jun, who was bound tightly. As for Lin Jun, given the current ambiguity of the facts and the lack of solid evidence, we shall release him for now and make a decision once the investigation concludes. Disciples shall faithfully adhere to Elder Mo's decree, Niet Suelon replied, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Luchuan before signaling to several law enforcement disciples, who skillfully restrained Wen Tao. At this juncture, Mo Zhengyang tossed the recording talisman back to Qi Yuan, bemusedly stating, You, my boy, have played a trick on me. What am I to make of this blank recording talisman? If Wen Tao had not revealed his flaw, I wonder how you would have fared. Qi Yuan chuckled. How could that be? You, esteemed elder, are known for your impartiality and keen insight. The moment you grasped the recording talisman, all those phantoms and specters were undoubtedly terrified. And how could they fail to expose their flaws? The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically as the expressions of the gathered crowd became rigid, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 23. A problem arises. Once freed from his bindings, Lin Jun completely disregarded the disheartened Wang Luchuan and Lu Yingying not far away. Making his way directly to Qi Yuan's side, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Brother Qi, this marks the 3rd time you have come to my aid. I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Qi Yuan, with a gentle expression, waved his hand dismissively, saying, We are brothers. There is no need for thanks. Lin Jun nodded earnestly, and as if recalling something, he hesitated momentarily before resolutely stating, Brother Qi, your kindness weighs heavily on my heart, and there is something I must confide in you. Oh, upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he replied in a low voice. There are many eyes and ears here. Let us speak in a more private setting. Were it anyone else, Qi Yuan would have been skeptical of their ability to provide information worthy of his interest as the Taoist of great profundity. Yet Lin Jun was different. Who knew what extraordinary revelations this child of destiny might possess? Even if Lin Jun claimed he would ascend to immortality in a few days, Qi Yuan would choose to believe him first. Soon, the two arrived at Qi Yuan's residence together. Once inside the wooden cabin, they each took a seat. Qi Yuan leaned forward, adopting an attentive posture, and asked, Brother Lin, please speak your mind. Lin Jun nodded, seemingly steeling himself for the revelation. Cautiously, he glanced at the door, ensuring no one was around, and then whispered, Brother Qi, there is an issue with the spiritual field where you cultivate the verdant leaf grass. What sort of issue? Qi Yuan was taken aback. Having spent 5 or 6 days there himself, he had detected no anomalies. If the spiritual field truly harbored a problem unbeknownst to him, it would imply that the matter was of considerable significance. Lin Jun took a deep breath and continued, I once read in an ancient text that wherever the spirits of flora and fauna dwell, there must be a presence of innate wood energy. Today, I discerned a faint trace of this wood energy emanating from those 10 or so verdant leaf grasses. This implies that within that spiritual field, there may well be a mature plant spirit concealed, one that could be at least 7 or 8,000 years old, or even a full 10,000 years. After speaking these words, Lin Jun fixed his fervent gaze upon Qi Yuan, clearly observing his reaction. A 10,000-year plant spirit? Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly, and he could not suppress a gasp. He had not anticipated that within what appeared to be an ordinary spiritual field in the falling cloud valley, such a divine being lay hidden. If this were true, Even some of the great cultivators would likely disregard their dignity and rush to seize it. The mere existence of a 10,000-year verdant leaf grass could enhance one's mental clarity and significantly advance their cultivation upon consumption. Realizing this, Qi Yuan's gaze towards Lin Jun transformed entirely. Truly, he was a child of destiny. Having aided him a few times had yielded such a monumental return. However, Qi Yuan held no belief in the reasons Lin Jun had concocted. Lin Jun, born of ordinary origins, had only recently managed to cultivate his qi. How could he possibly be so attuned to the innate energy of wood, merely drawing connections from a handful of verdant leaves plucked from the spiritual field? Perhaps this fortunate child of destiny had awakened a peculiar ability, yet was reluctant to disclose it. Hence he fabricated an excuse to divert attention. Qi Yuan comprehended this sentiment fully and was not foolish enough to expose his companion's secret. One must admit, the willingness of this individual to risk revealing his capabilities by sharing such information was indeed commendable. He was certainly not the kind of ungrateful wretch one would fear. In a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan jovially patted Lin Jun on the shoulder and said amiably, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for your reminder. I shall find a way to investigate this matter. Should there truly be a millennia-old spiritual herb within the spiritual field, your rewards will be assured." "Brother Qi, you seem to misunderstand my intent." Lin Jun's expression shifted, and he spoke earnestly. "If this matter holds truth, you must not offend that esteemed elder. Though the spirits of flora are often timid and possess low combat prowess, they're not entities that cultivators of our level should provoke. Exercise utmost caution in the medicinal garden, and do not act recklessly." Upon hearing Lin Jun's earnest admonition, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed, I shall be vigilant." Once Lin Jun departed, Qi Yuan returned to his seat, lost in thought. Perhaps it was prudent to place a surveillance talisman around the spiritual field. However, before that, he needed to complete the troublesome task at hand. The mere thought of this task ignited his ire. Wasn't he promised that the situation would normalize? Why did it seem to veer further off course? That night, with a pained expression, Qi Yuan donned a full set of night gear, then obscured his visage with a black cloth, transforming into a shadow that vanished into the night. Chapter 24. Do not strike any further. I acknowledge I am the crimson flame tiger in the outer sect of Falling Cloud Valley. The night enveloped the landscape like ink, with stars casting a faint, ethereal glow. Along the gently sloping hills, spacious and luxurious spirit beast enclosures sprawled in an intricate arrangement. Each enclosure was protected by independent wards and equipped with specialized spirit gathering arrays, creating an exquisite environment rich in spiritual energy, far superior to the humble wooden dwellings of the servant disciples. Within these enclosures resided over a dozen spirit beasts, most of which were cherished companions of the elders and stewards. According to the regulations of Falling Cloud Valley, these spirit pets were not permitted in the inner sect, but were instead concentrated in a designated area within the outer sect for nurturing. For the servant disciples, attending to these esteemed spirit pets was an arduous task they would rather avoid. They were responsible not only for feeding the beasts, but also for cleaning their waste. With the ever-present risk of being attacked, injuries were a common occurrence. These spirit beasts were primarily the beloved pets of the valley's high-ranking elders, and they carried an air of arrogance, disdainful of the ordinary disciples. At this moment, within one of the enclosures, a colossal striped tiger, adorned with dark patterns, lay sprawled on the ground, deeply asleep, exhaling warm breaths from its nostrils. Suddenly, the array outside the enclosure shimmered with rippling light, and a silent opening appeared, through which a shadowy figure clad in black slipped inside. The target had been located. Upon sighting the massive tiger, the figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, and a smile crept across their lips, akin to a hunter finally spotting their prey. Eagerly, they stepped forward. Roar! The abrupt sound jolted the tiger. "I am not the crimson flame tiger. I am the black shaman tiger, the spiritual companion of Elder Yang from the inner sect." Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face contorted into a cold smirk. "You insolent beast! How dare you deceive me? It appears I have yet to subdue you." With that, He unleashed a flurry of blows upon the black tiger. I am not lying. I truly am the black shaman tiger. I protested. Oomph. Keep on with your fabrications. The cloaked man clearly remained unconvinced. Thud after thud echoed in the air. Stop. Stop hitting me. Yield, itrulild. I admit I am the Crimson Flame Tiger. Will that suffice? Upon hearing this, the individual masquerading as the cloaked figure, Yuan, finally ceased his assault, letting out a sigh of relief. He mused quietly to himself. It seems the Crimson Flame Tiger has been tamed. My task is complete. With this thought, he summoned his task list. Due to a lack of support within the sect, you have been assigned to the arduous and laborious Spirit Beast Peak as a menial worker, responsible for feeding the intersect elder Su Zhou's spiritual companion. The Crimson Flame Tiger. The Crimson Flame Tiger, a foundational realm spirit beast, has always been unruly, inflicting injuries on others and creating numerous difficulties for you, posing a serious threat to your menial existence. Task objective: please, through your own efforts, educate the Crimson Flame Tiger to become obedient. Task difficulty: 4 stars difficult. Task rewards: 400 counterattack points, a premium spirit nurturing pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones. And the acquisition of the talent, Universal Affinity, increases the favorability of all non-human spirits towards the host. Observing the trembling black tiger cowering in the corner, utterly subdued, Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, perhaps due to the fluctuations in the timeline. He had not been assigned to the Spirit Beast Peak, but instead to the Medicinal Garden, since he no longer held the identity of a menial worker at the Spirit Beast Peak. Any attempts to educate the spirit beasts housed there would have to be conducted in secret during the stillness of the night. Of course, there are myriad methods to tame a spirit beast, besides the gentle approach of love and patience. Physical force can also be quite effective and yield quicker results. Yuan contemplated this silently. However, after a while, he still had not received a notification indicating the completion of his task. Furrowing his brows, he glanced at the black tiger in the corner. Are you still not convinced? At his words, the black tiger jolted upright, shaking its head vigorously as if to dispel any lingering doubts. Brother, no, I truly submit. Seeing the sincerity in its expression, Yuan's eyelids flickered, and an ominous premonition surged within him. He hastily inquired, "What did you say your name was?" Upon hearing this, the black tiger, on the verge of tears, lamented, "Please, I truly made a mistake. Call me whatever you wish. I will answer to anything, even dog egg." Yuan's demeanor darkened, and he softened his tone slightly. "As long as you speak the truth, I shall refrain from further violence." The black tiger, bewildered, nonetheless steeled itself and stammered, I am called the Black Shaman Tiger, the spiritual companion of Elder Yang from the intersect. The Crimson Flame Tiger resides next door. Blast! I truly have mistaken the tiger. Are the elders of Falling Cloud Valley unwell, raising so many tigers for no apparent reason? Yuan's expression momentarily froze, wishing he could deliver a few more slaps to that fellow. Why didn't you speak up earlier? The Black Sha Tiger responded with a series of confused expressions. After issuing another warning to the Black Sha Tiger to keep its mouth shut, Yuan swiftly slipped into the neighboring beast enclosure. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of educating the Crimson Flame Tiger. Rewards: 400 counterattack points, 1 premium spirit nurturing pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the acquisition of the talent, Universal Affinity. Chapter 25. Truly social. The following day, Yuan arrived early at the medicinal herb garden, exuding an air of nonchalance. The highest-ranking cultivator in the outer sect, Imo Zhengyang, had merely reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, a whole minor realm below Yuan. This disparity had emboldened him to brazenly infiltrate the Spirit Beast Peak the previous night. Though there had been some rather awkward incidents along the way, they were ultimately inconsequential, and he successfully completed his task, leaving him in good spirits. After exchanging casual greetings with a few disciples passing by, he made his way to a patch of verdant leaf grass. As he gazed across the field, he noted that there were several tens of thousands of lush green plants, vibrant and thriving, with no signs of abnormalities. Qi Yuan picked up a bucket and fetched water from a nearby spiritual spring, skillfully watering the spirit field, even giving extra care to a few languishing spirit plants. Reminded by Lin Jun, he feigned indifference while secretly focusing his attention on the field, searching for any suspicious plants. However, by the time he had finished watering the entire spirit field, he had found no trace of anything unusual. All he saw were the utterly ordinary verdant leaf grasses. Despite the lack of discoveries, Qi Yuan sensed something amiss. Someone was watching him. The scrutiny was exceedingly subtle. Had he not been intensely focused and possessed a keen awareness of his surroundings, he might have easily overlooked it. Who could it be? A master from the falling cloud valley, perhaps? Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened. The ability to observe him without a sound was no trivial feat, indicating at least a presence at the nascent soul level or higher. Although his heart raced with caution, he maintained a calm exterior. Placing the bucket back in its original spot after finishing his task and sitting beneath a tree by the spirit field, he slowly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, pretending to meditate. As anticipated, once he departed the spirit field, the faint sensation of being watched vanished, as if it had never existed. This only served to reinforce Qi Yuan's suspicions. The enigmatic observer was not targeting him specifically, but rather keeping an eye on the spirit field. If they were indeed from Falling Cloud Valley, why hadn't that servant disciple named Wen Tao intervened when he was secretly plucking the verdant leaf grass within the field? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately decided to bide his time. He was more concerned about whether he could continue to conceal his identity within Falling Cloud Valley until he completed his current phase of tasks than the elusive, mythical 10,000-year spirit herb. At that moment, a familiar, graceful figure approached from a distance, radiant and elegant, with eyes like autumn waters, none other than Baishiro, the inner sect's senior sister. Upon recognizing her, Qi Yuan immediately rose, cupping his hands in greeting. "Junior brother Qi," Baishiro said, halting gracefully before him and nodding in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of concern. "How have you been faring in the herb garden these days? Are you adjusting well?" Her voice was clear and melodious, akin to the sound of pearls falling onto a jade plate, utterly enchanting. Qi Yuan quickly adopted a look of pleasant surprise, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister, for your concern. I'm doing quite well here." At this moment, Baishiro's arrival drew considerable attention, as many disciples of the medicinal garden curiously turned their gazes in her direction. Among them, some male disciples looked at Qi Yuan with admiration and longing. "It's good to be happy." Baishiro nodded softly, a gentle smile blooming at the corner of her lips. Then, her expression grew serious as she cast her gaze toward the distant spiritual field. Her tone solemn as she declared, "I am aware that you and Lin Jun were falsely accused yesterday, although ultimately the innocent cleared their names publicly, preventing the scheming villains from succeeding. Such an incident is nonetheless a scandal for our sect. Therefore, after thoroughly investigating the truth, the law enforcement pavilion swiftly took decisive action, holding only a few individuals accountable without overreach." Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, puzzled as he inquired, "What do you mean?" Baishiro sighed softly before explaining, "An ordinary disciple, Wen Tao, stole spiritual herbs from the medicinal garden without permission and was punished by having his cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect. A newly recruited servant, Lu Yingying, maliciously placed the stolen bee grass in Lin Jun's quarters, attempting to frame a fellow disciple with sinister intent. Since she had not yet begun to gather qi and could not be considered a cultivator, the sect's regulations exempted her from having her cultivation abolished, but mandated erasing all her memories of our sect's techniques and expelling her. The primary culprit, Wang Luchuan, admitted guilt with a good attitude and, backed by several inner elder intercessions, was ordered to compensate the victim with 1,000 spiritual stones and perform a year of arduous labor at the Spirit Beast Peak, during which his monthly allowance would be suspended to serve as a lesson. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback before a subtle sigh escaped his lips. Truly, one cannot escape the entanglements of human relationships. The mastermind with powerful backing was elevated with ease, only to be gently set down again. while the accomplice without support was swiftly expelled from the sect, with no mercy spared. Such is the ruthless reality of society. Wang Luchuan, hailing from a noble Xiangate family with abundant spiritual stones, faced a fine of merely 1,000 stones, little more than a tickle. The punishment of performing a year of labor at Spirit Beast Peak was even more absurd. The overweight young man was disliked by Elder Mo Xingyang of the Outer Gate, and had already been exiled to serve as a servant there. Overall, his punishment was negligible. Nearly nothing at all. Seeing Qi Yuan's somewhat peculiar expression, Baishiro initially thought he was dissatisfied with his handling and felt a pang of regret, softly explaining. Junior brother Qi, Wang Luchuan possesses a rare dual spiritual root talent, and many inner elders harbor high hopes for him. That is why the law enforcement pavilion showed leniency, offering him a chance to redeem himself. Of course, if such incidents recur, I will not continue to tolerate or indulge him, even if it means offending the elders. Qi Yuan shook his head, stating, I have no objections to the sect's decisions. In terms of palace intrigue, Wang Luchuan, a scoundrel, is insignificant, completely lacking any threat. Keeping him around is merely to use Lin Zhun, the chosen one of fate, as a stepping stone. If more side quests emerge, that would be even better. Naturally, if Wang Luchuan persists in flitting about like a fly, causing disturbance, Qi Yuan would mind swiftly ending him to prevent being disgusted. Yes, that's the way it should be. Seeing that his tone did not seem feigned, Baishiro appeared to exhale in relief and deftly shifted the topic. Junior brother Qi, regarding the theft of the Array Spirit Elder's cave abode, I can now ascertain that it was not perpetrated by someone from our sect. The key to the core of the sect's grand array has always been meticulously safeguarded in the innermost depths of the treasure pavilion, protected by layers of restrictions personally set by our ancestral master. For millennia, no one has dared to disturb it. Without the key, penetrating the core of the grand array is no trivial matter. It not only demands exceptional cultivation, but also requires profound mastery of complex formations. If there were indeed such a figure within the Falling Cloud Valley, our sect would not have descended into such decline. Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning with Shiro's assessment. Although he was not an expert in formations, he possessed a fundamental understanding. It was indeed impossible for an ordinary cultivator to infiltrate the core of a sect's grand array without breaking the formation. A master of formations capable of such feats would hardly be interested in the trifling gains of the array spirit. Chapter 26. This woman is far from simple. As the two conversed, Baishiro pointed towards the distant bamboo grove, her smile illuminating her features. Allow me to introduce you to junior sister Zhun. She is an inner disciple tasked with safeguarding the medicinal garden. Should you encounter any difficulties within the garden, you may seek her assistance. Observing Baishiro's considerate demeanor, Qi Yuan found himself perplexed. A woman of her exceptional talents and striking beauty could easily be deemed the ideal partner in the realm of cultivation, attracting countless admirers. Yet, he was merely a lowly servant disciple, possessing only the meager potential of 4 spirit roots, and his appearance, once disguised, was rather unremarkable. It seemed improbable that such a remarkable senior sister would take an interest in him. After much contemplation, he could only attribute this to her discerning taste. It appeared that a young man must be vigilant when venturing into the world. Unbeknownst to Baishiro, Qi Yuan's thoughts wandered. She guided him through the medicinal garden until they reached a lush bamboo grove. Junior sister Zhun's primary duty was to prevent beasts from the rear mountain from invading the garden, and thus her residence was located at the periphery, far from the spirit fields. It was precisely for this reason that when Tao had the opportunity to stealthily harvest the Bai grass the previous night. Furthermore, junior sister Yu Yin cherished tranquility and typically shunned social interactions. However, as I share a sisterly bond with her, I will introduce you today, and she will surely not refuse your requests in the future. Deep within the bamboo grove stood an elegant 2-story wooden building, adorned with spiritual flowers and lush green grass, creating a serene and inviting atmosphere. Upon reaching the small building, Baishiro halted and called out, "Junior sister Yu Yin, I have come to visit you." After a brief moment, the door creaked open, and a young woman clad in a purple dress emerged. Her figure was unremarkable, and her beauty could only be described as delicate, lacking any striking features, save for her pair of clear, lively eyes that were hard to forget. Upon seeing Baishiro, the woman smiled gently, her tone warm as she inquired, "Senior sister, what brings you here today?" Baishiro stepped forward, taking her hand with a smile. "I have brought a new disciple to meet you. He will be working in the medicinal garden from now on. I hope you will look after him." The woman regarded Yuan with a calm expression, nodding in acknowledgement. "Since he is brought by senior sister, I shall certainly look out for him." Feeling the weight of her gaze, Yuan stepped forward and said, "Greetings, senior sister Zhen." He was aware that the young woman before him was named Zhen Yuan, possessing mid-foundation cultivation and had been stationed here for 3 years, rarely making an appearance. This was his first encounter with her in person. Although Zhen Yuan appeared quite ordinary, an inexplicable feeling of unease stirred within him, yet he could not pinpoint its source. "Let us speak inside," Zhen Yuan suggested with a smile, nodding in agreement as she led the two into the dwelling. "However, my visit today is primarily to see you, aside from introducing this new junior disciple." Baishiro shook her head, her expression serious as she spoke. "Zhen Shimi has dedicated herself to safeguarding the medicinal garden for 3 long years in this secluded place, a testament to her tireless efforts. In a couple of days, I intend to request Elder Su to transfer you back to the inner sect. I wonder how you feel about that." "There's no need." Upon hearing Baishiro mention this matter, Zhen Yuan appeared somewhat anxious, promptly refusing, "Senior sister, please do not discuss this with Elder Su. You know I prefer to remain out of the public eye. This tranquil environment is perfect for me to cultivate in peace, and I am more than willing to stay here for an extended period." Seeing Zhen Yuan's resolute attitude, Baishiro sighed and did not press further, saying, "Very well. I shall respect your wishes. However, should you ever wish to leave, you may come to me at any time." Witnessing this exchange, Yuan's suspicions deepened. Unlike the miscellaneous disciples, the task of guarding the medicinal garden was evidently not a favorable position for intersect disciples, requiring constant vigilance against the attacks from the mountain beasts. Zhen Yuan's strong aversion to the opportunity for reassignment struck him as peculiar. Contemplating a certain possibility, Yuan raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zhen Yuan, who was engaged in conversation with Baishiro, his expression growing considerably more serious. This woman is certainly not ordinary. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, in a picturesque cave abundant with spiritual energy. "Cousin, you must help me this time. Lin Zhen and that scoundrel Qi have not only bullied me repeatedly, but now they have even turned against me, leaving me utterly humiliated, unable to protect even the woman by my side. They clearly know you are my cousin, yet they act so brazenly, showing utter disrespect towards you. And then there's that old cur, Imo Zhengyang, who always looks down on me because of uncle's influence, favoring those 2 rascals. If I did not seek vengeance, how could I possibly be at peace?" Wang Luchuan stood beside the table, his face filled with resentment as he vented his grievances to the young man seated on the wooden chair. The young man, dressed in a brocade robe and adorned with a jade crown, possessed a handsome visage. He was Yin Hong, one of the top 3 disciples of the Falling Cloud Valley's intersect. "To think you can't even handle such a simple frame-up, leaving countless flaws and embarrassing yourself. Truly a fool." Yin Hong cast a disdainful glance at Wang Luchuan, coldly retorting, "If it weren't for my father's intervention, you would have long since lost your cultivation and been expelled from the sect. How dare you speak so recklessly here?" Wang Luchuan lowered his head, his face flushed with shame. "Cousin, you are right. I was momentarily foolish. Who could have anticipated that Qi would be so cunning?" Before he could finish, Yin Hong interrupted sharply, "Be quiet. If you are foolish, do not presume that others are just as dim-witted." Wang Luchuan trembled in fear and quickly closed his mouth, refraining from further argument. Lost in thought, a shadow flickered in Yin Hong's eyes as he coldly inquired, "I have heard that Baishiro seems quite interested in that Qi, having sought him out in the outer sect several times. What exactly is going on?" Upon hearing this, Wang Luchuan's face lit up with delight as he hastily added, "I've heard about this too. The senior sister went to find that Qi fellow the very next day after joining, and they left the outer sect together for quite some time before returning. No one knows what they were up to. Within days, Qi was personally assigned by Elder Mo to the herb garden and received substantial rewards. It's obvious this must be connected to the senior sister. He knew his cousin In Hong had long coveted by Shiro, regarding her as his future cultivation partner, and would never tolerate anyone encroaching upon her. Hearing such news would surely provoke him. Indeed, In Hong's expression darkened with fury, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Before Wang Luchuan could further embellish the tale, In Hong abruptly stood up and said in a sinister tone, "Our falling Cloud Valley is no den of demons. Harming fellow disciples is the gravest taboo. Even I cannot openly strike against that brat. But you're different. You tend the spirit beasts at the Beast Peak, and those creatures are notoriously untamed. Who's to say one might not suddenly turn violent and attack someone?" Then, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch and pressed it into Wang Luchuan's hand. "Take advantage of the beast's exercise time. Led that Foundation establishment-level Crimson Flame Tiger to the path Qi must take on his way back. Then, administer this pill." His voice dropped to a whisper, fading into murmurs, while Wang Luchuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, nodding eagerly. Chapter 27. The Importance of Participation After Resigning from Medicinal Garden. Qi Yuan walked to the main peak of the outer sect. The main peak was notably higher than the surrounding mountains, standing out majestically among the peaks. And the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than in other locations. "Junior brother Qi, what brings you here?" Upon reaching the outer hall, Qi Yuan was halted by two disciples stationed at the entrance. After the recent events, he had gained a modest reputation in the outer sect, and the two disciples recognized him, speaking courteously without attempting to dismiss him. Qi Yuan clasped his hands in greeting and directly stated his purpose. "Brothers, I am here to seek Elder Mo. I would appreciate it if you could convey my request." The two guards exchanged glances, then nodded, sending one of their number inside to deliver the message. Before long, the disciple emerged from the hall and addressed Qi Yuan. "Junior brother Qi, Elder Mo has asked you to enter." Qi Yuan expressed his gratitude and stepped into the grand hall. At this moment, Mo Zhengyang sat at his desk, holding a jade brush, vigorously inscribing something on a golden ledger. Hearing the commotion, he slowly raised his head, his gaze landing on Qi Yuan, and with a kind tone inquired, "Nephew Qi, what brings you to seek me?" He held a favorable impression of Qi Yuan, the newly admitted servant disciple, not only for his admirable character, but also for his cleverness, though he lamented the young man's slightly inferior aptitude for seeing a challenging path ahead. Lost in thought, he suddenly gasped in surprise, unable to suppress his exclamation. "How is it that you've already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement?" It was known that Qi Yuan had only been at the 2nd level upon his entry, and now, in less than 10 days, he had remarkably broken through 2 realms to attain the 4th level. An astonishing rate of cultivation. Could it be that he possesses 4 spiritual roots? Qi Yuan offered a modest smile, explaining, "The 50 superior spirit gathering pills you bestowed upon me truly proved effective. After consuming them, I felt my spiritual energy surging and my spirit revitalized, which fortuitously allowed me to break through 2 levels." Hearing this, Mo Zhengyang smirked subtly, internally questioning how a disciple with 4 spiritual roots could achieve such rapid advancement in just 10 days. Though puzzled, he chose not to dwell on it and turned his attention back to Qi Yuan. "You must have other matters to discuss today, correct?" With utmost respect, Qi Yuan replied, "Indeed, I have a request to make." "Speak," Mo Zhengyang said, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Qi Yuan nodded, smiling gently as he continued. "I have heard that in half a month, the sect will host a grand competition for the outer disciples, with the top 10 gaining direct entry into the inner sect. I cannot help but yearn to participate in this event, and I kindly seek your permission to do so." "You wish to enter the outer disciple competition?" Mo Zhengyang expressed his surprise, regarding Qi Yuan with a penetrating gaze. While the sect did not prohibit servant disciples from participating, this batch of newcomers had only just entered, making their participation in this year's competition somewhat ambitious, to say the least. Concerned that Qi Yuan might not fully grasp the situation, Mo Zhengyang stroked his beard and continued to elucidate. "Based on previous year's circumstances, to enter the top 10, one must at least possess the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Currently, your cultivation stands at merely the 4th level. Should you participate recklessly, you may not even pass the first round. Qi Yuan, with an unchanging expression and sincere demeanor, replied, I merely wish to broaden my horizons at the competition. Whether I win or lose is inconsequential. The essence lies in participation. Seeing his resolute determination, Mo Zhengyang seized his persuasion and nodded, stating, Very well. Since you are adamant about attempting this, I shall grant you this opportunity. Later, take my token to Elder Nyo to register. Qi Yuan's face lit up with joy, expressing his gratitude to Master Mo for his support. Mo Zhengyang said no more, tossing a token to Qi Yuan and gesturing for him to prepare. Once outside the main peak, Qi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Even without the system task being refreshed, he would have sought ways to swiftly enter the inner sect of the falling cloud valley. Once he became an inner disciple, he could leave the valley under the pretense of undertaking sect missions or traveling, without the fear of jeopardizing subsequent tasks. Truly a multifaceted advantage. Most importantly, the additional rewards from this task were immensely appealing, leaving no reason to abandon it. With these thoughts in mind, he cast aside distractions and immersed himself back into the system interface. In half a month, the Falling Cloud Valley will host its annual Outer Sect competition. The top 10 participants will gain direct entry into the Inner Sect and receive corresponding rewards, a significant opportunity to escape the fate of menial labor. Note, this task is open-ended and may be voluntarily abandoned. Task objective: obtain qualification to participate in the Outer Sect competition and secure a place among the top 10. Additional reward conditions: astonish the audience in the Outer Sect competition and claim the first position. Task rewards: 500 counterattack points, 15 Supreme Qi Gathering Pills, 1 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, and 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Additional reward: a suitable enhancement of the host's spiritual root quality. Once again, an elevation of spiritual root quality. After the previous enhancement, Qi Yuan's spiritual root quality had already reached an extraordinary level. He could hardly fathom the potential terror of another elevation. Perhaps he could genuinely touch upon the realm of the legendary celestial spiritual roots. A cultivator who does not aspire to become an immortal is not a true cultivator. And Qi Yuan was no exception. However, according to the internal records of the Tai Xuan Sacred Land, despite the flourishing Taoism and the emergence of numerous strong practitioners over the past several 100,000 years, no cultivator had ascended to the immortal realm. Even those unparalleled prodigies who traversed the tribulations to reach the great ascension remained trapped within this world, unable to transcend. Consequently, many perfected great ascension cultivators would choose to depart from this realm, self-exiling into the boundless void in search of a sliver of opportunity to attain immortality. There were even rumors that unless one were born with a celestial spiritual root or possessed celestial fate, no ordinary mortal could ever hope to become an immortal. The concept of celestial destiny is exceedingly ethereal, and the spiritual roots are a rarity that appears only once in a millennium. Even though the myriad beings inhabiting the universe are as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, few can attain the celestial rank, achieving immortality and boundless freedom. Though cultivators of the Great Ascension realm may be deemed immensely powerful, possessing prolonged lifespans, they are nevertheless unable to withstand the relentless passage of time, which erodes all. Even if one were to live for tens of thousands of years, they ultimately cannot escape the fate of death and dissolution, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, an exercise in futility. Such an outcome is one that no soul wishes to endure. Now, with the opportunity to further strengthen one's spiritual roots laid before them, how could one possibly let it slip away? After a surge of fervent emotions, Qi Yuan steadied his mind and hummed a tune as he made his way back to his dwelling. At that moment, from a secluded thicket ahead, a colossal tiger of brilliant crimson suddenly emerged. This magnificent beast was enormous, measuring 7 to 8 spans in length, enveloped in swirling red smoke, exuding an aura of fierce malevolence. With a thunderous roar, the giant tiger displayed its formidable presence, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged toward him. Chapter 28. Who the hell gave you permission to defecate and urinate wherever you please? Cheetah, you're definitely doomed this time. Watching Yuan stand motionless in stunned silence, Wang Luchuan's eyes flickered with a sinister glint from the shadows. Murmuring to himself, he acknowledged the brilliance of his cousin's stratagem. This time, he was eager to see how Yuan would wriggle free. The Crimson Flame Tiger was on the verge of a breakthrough and desperately needed nourishment. To acquire that bottle of high-grade B spirit pill, killing a mere refining disciple was insignificant to it. It was nothing more than a reckless beast. Bolstered by Elder Su's support, even if it committed murder outside the sect, it would simply be confined and disciplined for a few days with no real consequences. Once Yuan died, Lin Jun's small strength would be insufficient to sustain him, and he would soon meet his end without a burial. Wang Luchuan's confidence grew stronger, almost to the point of triumphal laughter. Meanwhile, confronting the ferocious tiger lunging at him, Yuan remained unfazed, even showing no inclination to dodge. He spoke with a calm indifference. "You idiot! Do you want to die?" From the shadows, Wang Luchuan was momentarily stunned by this display. As death approached, the other's composure appeared so resolute. Could this be a form of dignity in facing one's end? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. His gaze, filled with disbelief, fixed on the scene before him. When he heard Yuan's voice, the once mighty and imposing Crimson Flame Tiger trembled violently, stiffening in place. Its aura visibly waned at an astonishing rate, as if a small cat had crouched submissively, trembling on the ground. It stammered desperately. I didn't mean, it's all a misunderstanding, is that so?" Yuan snorted coldly and strode toward the tiger. As he approached, the Crimson Flame Tiger, as if encountering a natural predator, revealed a trace of human-like reverence in its blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes. It cowered on the ground, trembling, its tail submissively tucked. Finally, a foul, stinking liquid seeped from beneath the tiger, filling the air with a pungent odor. What? In that instant, Wang Luchuan felt as if struck by lightning, dumbfounded. Was I seeing things? Shouldn't the Crimson Flame Tiger be ferociously violent, utterly savage? How could it cower like this? Remember, the Crimson Flame Tiger was a mid-Foundation establishment spiritual beast, whose combat prowess was comparable to late Foundation human cultivators. Yet now, it was scared witless by a mere refining fourth-layer disciple. Before he could process this confusion, Yuan had already reached the tiger's formidable head and lightly kicked it. "Who the hell gave you permission to defecate everywhere? Disgusting. Scram back where you came from." The kicked Crimson Flame Tiger dared not retaliate. Instead, it seemed to have been granted mercy, leaping from the ground with a sudden burst of speed. It wagged its tail in submission, then scrambled away on all fours. Only after Yuan had vanished into the distance did Wang Luchuan recover from shock, still feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. In the next moment, a piercing, tangible killing intent descended like a frigid storm, locking onto him with unyielding precision. Chapter 67. Even the coffin lid cannot contain it. "What are you doing, Tian Daozi?" Upon witnessing this bizarre transformation, Bai Qingwu's pupils constricted sharply, a mix of shock and fury overtaking him as he retreated repeatedly, striving to extricate himself from the encroaching black mist. Yet, this ever-expanding mass of darkness clung to him like a parasite, ensnaring him completely. Wherever it traversed, be it sinew, flesh, or the essence of his soul, everything was rendered immobile, frozen in place. "Haha," Shun Wuji grinned, speaking nonchalantly, "in recognition of your sincerity towards the Tianji sacred land, I shall bestow upon you a token of appreciation. Accept it with grace. No, this is the work of the demon sect. You are not part Gunsuk." Bai Qingwu suddenly realized, his teeth clenched in anger as he prepared to fight back, only to find his entire being engulfed in darkness, frozen like a statue. The commotion instantly drew the attention of the disciples outside the hall, and soon a group of guards rushed in, only to be left dumbfounded by the scene before them. "What is happening? Master, what have you done to our leader? How has he come to this?" Chaos erupted within the hall, as the disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Logically, They should have moved to apprehend the alleged assailant of their leader. However, they had been repeatedly instructed over the past few days that the interloper was a distinguished guest of the falling Cloud Valley, someone of high status who must not be offended. Moreover, this directive had come directly from their leader himself. In this state of confusion, they lacked the courage to confront a figure of the Yuanian realm. Meanwhile, Shun Wuji continued to sit comfortably in his position, sipping tea with an air of indifference, entirely ignoring the various gazes directed at him. Soon, a commotion arose outside, as Elder Yin Xingyan of the Dao entrance pavilion stormed in, accompanied by several other elders, their demeanor aggressive. Upon seeing Bai Qingwu thoroughly subdued, a flicker of delight crossed Yin Xingyuan's eyes, although he feigned astonishment as he admonished, "What are you all doing here? Have I not warned you to show no disrespect to the Daozi?" The disciples exchanged glances, reluctantly stepping back to clear a path. Just then, another group of falling Cloud Valley elders rushed in, their faces pale with horror as they beheld the scene, frozen in shock. "Master!" Once they regained their composure, many loyal elders to Bai Qingwu erupted in anger, ready to demand an explanation. "Park Gunsuk, how dare you lay hands on our leader? Do you think the falling Cloud Valley is without defenders? With 3,000 disciples and the grand formation left by our ancestors, if you do not provide an explanation today, we shall not rest until we have justice, even if it means our mutual destruction. Indeed, we have been respectful and diligent towards you, yet you resort to poisoning our leader. What kind of logic is this? Even if we must bring this to the Tianji sacred land, we shall seek justice for our leader." As the righteous indignation of the crowd swelled, threatening to spiral out of control, Shun Wuji suddenly chuckled coldly, his tone menacing. "Bai Qingwu, the leader of Falling Cloud Valley, has secretly practiced forbidden arts, colluding with the demon path. Upon being exposed by me, he fell into a rage, attempting to harm me, which resulted in his immediate subjugation. Are you all in collusion with him?" At his words, the hall fell into a hushed silence. The esteemed leader of Falling Cloud Valley, accused of colluding with the demon path. Such an allegation was preposterously outrageous. Yet when uttered by the Daozi of the Tianji sacred land, it became a matter of grave consequence. Should the charges be substantiated, not only would Bai Qingwu's reputation be irrevocably tarnished, but the entire Falling Cloud Valley would face dire repercussions, possibly even annihilation. In that moment, even Bai Qingwu's most steadfast allies could not help but display hesitation, their morale waning. "Nonsense. My father has always been honorable, detesting evil. How could he possibly collude with the demon path?" Just then, a clear female voice shattered the silence, and all eyes turned to see Bai Shiro striding into the hall, her face a mask of fury as she glared at Shun Wuji. "It is you who speaks falsely, deliberately slandering him. If you are innocent, release my father at once, so he may confront you publicly. The truth shall be discerned by our elders." When eloquent little beauty, Shun Wuji scoffed, a mocking grin spreading across his face. "If I were to release your father and it were proven that he practiced demonic arts, how would you respond?" At his words, Bai Shiro shuddered slightly, a flicker of unease dancing in her heart, yet she maintained her resolute demeanor, her words unwavering. "My family has devoted generations to the sect. My father would never engage in such treachery. Should you prove that he has indeed practiced demonic arts, both my father and I will willingly accept any punishment." "Ha ha! How delightful! Since you have made such a declaration, how could I possibly disregard your generous offer?" With that, he waved his sleeve, a magnificent surge of pure energy emanating from it, swiftly pouring into Bai Qingwu's body. In the next moment, as the energy coursed through him, the inky darkness enveloping Bai Qingwu dissipated like snow under the sun, and his stiffened skin and joints gradually relaxed. "Father! Master!" As Bai Qingwu regained his mobility, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. They rushed to his side. Amidst their calls, Bai Qingwu abruptly opened his eyes, which had previously been dim, now transformed into pitch black, devoid of whites, radiating an eerie aura. His once calm features contorted into a grotesque mask, exuding a suffocating and violent energy. "Kill! Kill them all!" With a primal roar, he raised his hand, preparing to unleash destruction upon all directions. Witnessing this, Baishiro's face went pale, disbelief etched across her features. "Father, what is wrong? Wake up." The other Falling Cloud Valley cultivators were equally shocked, retreating in alarm. Shen Wuji sneered, "Do you see? This is the consequence of practicing demonic arts, betrayal of kin, madness." A victorious smile crept onto his face as he slowly raised his hand. A blood-red sword of ethereal light manifesting, aimed directly at Bai Qingwu. "Do not kill my father, Bai Shiro, Kuriedauchi." Her face drained of color as she rushed forward in a desperate attempt to intervene. Suddenly, bang! A flash of white light descended from above, shattering the blood-red sword into a cascade of luminous fragments that rained down upon the ground. "Who dares?" Shen Wuji frowned, his gaze narrowing towards the source of the interruption. "Truly a bunch of inept fools. They are about to witness their leader's demise, yet they cower like turtles." If Bai Yinju were to see this, even the coffin lid would not be able to contain him. As this scornful voice echoed, a youthful figure gradually emerged within the hall, effortlessly subduing the frenzied Bai Qingwu, senior spirit of the formation. Upon seeing the youth, the cultivators of Falling Cloud Valley stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with disbelief. After a millennium of silence, the legendary spirit of the sect's grand formation had finally made its appearance. The villain Wang Luchuan has met his demise. How delightful it is indeed. Nearby, Lin Zhun gazed at the notice before him with fervent excitement, expressing his disdain, lamenting that it was regrettable he was not the one to deliver the fatal blow. It seemed unjust for such a scoundrel to perish so easily, allowing him to escape the proper retribution he deserved. Yuan placed a reassuring hand upon Lin Zhun's shoulder, speaking with an inscrutable tone. His downfall was entirely of his own making. This outcome is rather fortuitous, sparing us the need to stain our hands with his blood. Lin Zhun nodded in agreement, reflecting upon the cycles of fate, where virtue and vice are met with their due consequences. However, he had not anticipated that it would be a spirit beast that sealed his fate. Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. Yuan offered a faint smile, dismissively suggesting, "Perhaps this is simply the will of heaven." Meanwhile, his thoughts wandered to another matter. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Zhun had quietly ascended to the third level of Qi refinement, his technique so profound that even Yuan himself could not fathom it. Furthermore, Lin Zhun's manner of speaking had transformed, now adorned with eloquence that seemed almost poetic. Could it be that there truly resided an ancient sage within that ring? Chapter 29. Mutual Needs. That evening, within a quaintly adorned cave, Ancient Yuan sat heavily on the cloud couch, his countenance dark with fury. Not far in front of him, Yinhong knelt there trembling, his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. "What you just said is true." Ancient Yuan cast a fleeting glance at his kneeling son, his tone eerily calm. Yinhong, upon hearing this, hastily nodded and respectfully replied, "Father, those words are indeed genuine. It was I who urged my cousin to eliminate that Qi using the hand of the Crimson Flame Tiger, but I never anticipated." Slap! Before he could finish, a crisp sound echoed in the air. Yinhong's cheek instantly flushed and swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Following this, Ancient Yuan snorted coldly and icily inquired, "Do you understand where you erred this time?" Faced with the sting of the slap, Yinhong dared not even wipe the blood from his lips, cautiously responding, "I should not have incited my cousin to harm a fellow disciple." Bang! As soon as these words left his mouth, he received a heavy kick, sending him flying into a wooden chair, which splintered upon impact. Once on the ground, Yinhong hurriedly rose, enduring the pain in his shoulder, and knelt again. Foolish, compared to what we must accomplish now. Betraying a fellow disciple is trivial. Ancient Yuan looked at his son with disdain, his voice chilling. "It is not wrong to seek vengeance for your cousin Wang Luchuan. After all, he is family. However, you must never involve the Crimson Flame Tiger in such matters at this juncture. Though the tiger itself may be insignificant, the elder Suzhou behind it is not one to be trifled with. With Wang Luchuan's death, whether caused by Qi Da's schemes or the Crimson Flame Tiger's betrayal, it will inevitably lead to a confrontation with that old rogue, Suzhou, thereby creating an unnecessary adversary. In recent years, I have labored diligently within the valley, forging numerous alliances for support, and yet you have managed to create such a colossal mess. Truly, you are the epitome of foolishness. Upon hearing these words, Inhong's face turned pale, and he hastily bowed his head in apology. Father, please quell your anger. I acknowledge my mistakes and will never act on my own accord again. It is good that you comprehend the gravity of the situation. Seeing his son genuinely afraid, Yuan finally tempered his expression and spoke solemnly. For a century, I have devoted myself to the Valley of Falling Clouds with unwavering diligence, though I may lack accolades. My efforts have not been in vain. Yet, I never anticipated such humiliation from the law enforcement pavilion, stripped of even a modicum of dignity. It seems my previous decision was indeed correct. Only by aligning with the holy sect can our family ascend to greater heights, free from a need to bow to others and endure such indignities. As he spoke, the hatred in Yuan's eyes deepened, ultimately transforming into resolute determination. Your cousin possesses dual spirit roots, destined for a luminous path in the future, highly regarded within the Wang family and cherished by your aunt. Now, he has met an untimely and mysterious death within the Valley of Falling Clouds. If we fail to seek justice, how shall I face the Wang family? Far away in Puzhou City, Cheetah, the Crimson Flame Tiger, Mo Xingyang, and that old fool Suzhou, who only knows how to shield his own, all deserve death. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to eliminate all obstacles in our path. Upon hearing these words, Hong's heart trembled, and he incredulously inquired, "What do you mean?" Yin narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. For the sake of the sacred sect, I have risked the annihilation of my family. Now that I find myself in a predicament, the sacred sect cannot simply turn a blind eye. They wish to covertly control Luoyun Valley through me, embedding a thorn within the righteous sect's territory, while I intend to use them to eradicate my foes and ascend to the position of the valley's master. This was initially a mutually beneficial transaction. Since it is a transaction, the other party must naturally offer their chips. The true disciple of the sacred sect has been lurking in the medicinal garden for quite some time. It is now the moment to reveal some sincerity in this deal. Beyond the 7 sacred lands, there exists but one sect bold enough to call itself the sacred sect, Yinsha sect. The Yinsha sect is the most formidable among the 4 wicked factions, also referred to as the demon sect by the world. Upon mentioning the true disciple of the sacred sect, Hong, kneeling on the ground, could not help but gasp, a flicker of desire flashing in his eyes. Although he was enamored by Shiro, he could not deny that the beauty and grace of the true disciple of the demon sect were enough to drive any male cultivator to madness. Yet, recalling the terrifying rumors surrounding the Yinsha sect, Hong shivered and quickly shook his head, casting aside the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. The true disciple of the Yinsha sect was not someone of his insignificant stature could dare to covet. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's medicinal garden, Yuan had not hurried back to his dwelling despite the sun already setting. Instead, he fetched another bucket of water from the spiritual spring and approached the rows of verdant leaves he had planted, aware that he was being watched from the shadows. He displayed no signs of abnormality, irrigating the spiritual plants along the furrows as if working overtime, while attentively listening, missing not a single sound. Not long ago, he had sensed a faint and elusive rhythm. The sound waves emanated from beneath the ground, resembling a call, yet was exceedingly weak, rendering its specific content unidentifiable. Had it not been for Yuan's keen spiritual perception, he might have easily overlooked it. With the imminent outer sect competition approaching, Yuan had originally intended to avoid any complications before achieving his goals. Unfortunately, trouble had chosen to seek him out nonetheless. It appeared that hidden within the spiritual field was not only a mysterious spirit plant, but also a scheming observer. As the caretaker of the spiritual field, Yuan could not feign ignorance and remain uninvolved. Unless he clarified the origin and trajectory of these events, how could he feel secure continuing his tasks in Luoyun Valley? There was a real risk of stumbling into misfortune in this small creek, which would be no mere act of folly, but genuine ignorance. After all, The precondition for feigned ignorance is having everything under control. At present, he was shrouded in confusion, rendering any pretense futile. Nevertheless, despite his predicament, he preferred to tread cautiously, probing the depths before proceeding. After a while, the familiar call echoed once more in his ears. Though still intermittent, it was significantly clearer than before. "Big brother, please, save me." The voice was crisp and youthful, seemingly emanating from the lips of a child. Qi Yuan's expression shifted subtly as he instinctively sought the source of the sound. However, just as he was about to act, the eerie voice abruptly ceased, as if it had never existed at all. In the next moment, a familiar female voice resounded behind him. "Junior Qi, why are you still here so late?" Chapter 30. Ji Chaner and Zhen Yin upon the arrival of the visitor. Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened, his heart brimming with caution. Yet he spoke with feigned nonchalance. "I report to Senior Sister Zhen. The growth of the Biao has not been satisfactory these past few days, so I intended to irrigate it a few more times to avoid affecting future yields." "Oh, is that so?" Zhen Yin nodded, her expression revealing a hint of amusement, for she recognized the diligence of her junior, a trait valued by the senior disciples. In response, Qi Yuan subtly raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the empty bucket in his hand, and remarked, "Senior Sister Zhen bestows me with too much praise. I am unworthy of such compliments. I've already watered the spiritual field and was just about to return to my cultivation." "Ah, it seems I have disturbed my junior," Zhen Yin replied with a faint smile, her eyes momentarily glazing over, her voice soft and melodic as she inquired, "Did you hear any peculiar sounds just now?" Her tone seemed imbued with an enchanting allure, as though it flowed like water, captivating the senses, her gaze swirling with a mysterious purple hue that exuded an indescribable charm. Qi Yuan appeared momentarily entranced, standing there in a daze, his expression gradually becoming vacant as he murmured, What sound? I didn't hear anything. Oh, perhaps I misheard," Zhen Yin said with a slight frown, waving her hand dismissively. "You should return to rest early. After you awaken, you will completely forget our encounter tonight." "Yes, I understand," Qi Yuan replied, his demeanor wooden as he nodded, turning away without a backward glance, though his steps remained somewhat stiff. It was not until he had distanced himself from the medicinal garden that he exhaled deeply, his clarity returning in an instant, devoid of any trace of enchantment. At that moment, his heart continued to Chapter 72. "So, do we bring shame to the Holy Land? What should we do?" Shen Wuji's expression fluctuated, and a hint of retreat began to stir within him. It is worth noting that within the Falling Cloud Valley, there exists a spirit of formation at the transformation stage. If his true identity as a disciple of the demon sect were to be exposed, he could very well find himself trapped here, possibly facing a grave danger to his life. However, to relinquish his pursuit now would leave him deeply unsatisfied. At that moment, Yinxingyuan let out a cold laugh, his face radiating disbelief as he spoke. "You, young one, are known for your cunning and deceit. How could two late-stage golden core disciples of the Holy Land possibly hold you, a mere Qi Refinement cultivator, in such high regard, even deigning to befriend you? It seems to me you are merely attempting to act like a rogue." Upon hearing this, Shen Wuji's demeanor relaxed slightly, and a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Indeed, what if the other party was merely bluffing? Wasn't his own insecurity a potential giveaway? With this thought, he concealed his unease and feigned calmness, declaring loudly, "Young man, you need not put on such a fade here. You may summon those two to meet this disciple. If it turns out you are lying, I shall ensure you regret it." "Then listen carefully," Qi Yuan replied without rebuttal, a slight smile on his lips as he activated his communication talisman, deliberately amplifying the volume. The gathered crowd instinctively held their breath, straining to listen. Soon, a sultry voice emanated from the talisman. "Two esteemed immortals, the ladies are waiting outside. As per your request. Each is quite exquisite. Please feel free to choose." "Choose what? If the neighbors see, they'll think we're trifling. Bring the ladies in. We shall take them all." In the next moment, a deliberately lowered voice came through the talisman. "Brother, I'm busy over here. Speak quickly if you have something to say." Faced with the odd gazes of those around him, Qi Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily, feeling utterly disheartened. Li Mingwang, where are you two now? Li Mingwang. Upon hearing this name, the nearby Park Gun-suk furrowed his brow, unable to recall such a figure within the heavenly extreme Holy Land. Li Mingwang quickly responded, Zhang Shixiang and I are at the Drunken Bliss Pavilion in Puzhou City. The ladies here are splendid. Why not come over, brother? It's on me. Upon hearing this, Park Gun-suk, who had been pondering the identity of Li Mingwang, perked up and exclaimed, Junior brother, if that's the case, I'm no longer sleepy. Quickly send the location. I'm on my way. Before he could finish, the formation spirit sent him flying with a kick, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. At that moment, the talisman relayed a chorus of sweet greetings. We greet the esteemed immortals. Your skills are impressive. You two have chosen from among us with ease. Qi Yuan's face darkened as he coldly commanded, You need to find a secluded spot immediately. I have matters to discuss with you. All right, just a moment. Sensing the threat in his tone, Li Mingwang hastily complied, and the talisman fell silent once more. Soon after, a sly voice returned. Rest assured, comrade, we remember your instructions. We will not reveal ourselves as disciples of the Holy Land. There is a small sect called Falling Cloud Valley nearby. We just told the madam we are disciples from there. With a hint of pride, Li Mingwang added, So, did we bring shame to the Holy Land? The members of Falling Cloud Valley reacted. You should stop talking and listen to me. Qi Yuan pressed his forehead, struggling to contain his rage, and spoke in a deep voice. You go and summon Zhang Xiqiang. Brother, I wish to invite you both to Falling Cloud Valley to assist with a task. To his surprise, upon hearing this, Li Mingwang immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, brother, hold on. We'll be there shortly. Then, Li Mingwang's voice echoed. Zhang Shixiao. Stop groping around. We've got work to do. After the talisman was disconnected, the hall fell into a profound silence. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze to Qi Yuan, their expressions transformed. Incredible. They had initially thought he was jesting, but it turned out he could indeed summon two elite disciples from the heavenly extreme Holy Land, although those two seemed rather unserious. The communication through the talisman had clearly confirmed their identities as disciples of the Holy Land. Furthermore, this exchange occurred publicly, leaving no room for prior collusion. This cannot continue. Otherwise, they would merely await their demise. When one hesitates in making a decisive move, chaos ensues. With this thought, Shen Wuji swiftly resolved to act, dashing toward the hall exit while declaring menacingly, I have no time to waste with you useless fools. I will remember this debt today, and we shall settle it slowly in the future. With that, he darted towards the entrance, abandoning even his entourage of maidservants. Indeed, it was a trap. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes as he addressed the formation spirit beside him. Senior formation spirit, his identity as a disciple is surely a Fa-Ade. Do you have the means to capture him? Oomph. I despise thieves above all else. Rest assured, he shall not escape. With that, the formation spirit grinned ominously and pointed in the direction Shen Wuji had fled. In an instant, a tumultuous wave of formation energy surged through the void, engulfing Shen Wuji. Not good. Shen Wuji's complexion changed dramatically as he felt an invisible mountain crashing down upon him, rendering him paralyzed and immobile, as if trapped in amber. The power wielded by the formation spirit, supported by the sect's grand formation, far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-transformation stage cultivator. As a disciple of the mid-Yuan Ing stage of the demon sect, he found himself unable to even struggle. Realizing this, despair washed over him. If he did not fight back now, he might meet his end here. With this thought, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He could no longer afford to conceal his techniques and began to channel the demon infant within him with all his might. In the next moment, boom, 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 the shadowy maidservants in the hall erupted simultaneously, transforming into pure black demonic energy that surged into Shen Wuji like a torrent. Simultaneously, Shen Wuji's aura surgit dramatically. The oppressive, energy billowing forth, forcefully pushing back the encroaching formation energy and momentarily freeing him from his restraints. Seizing this opportunity, he accelerated once more, frantically fleeing towards the valley's exit. Little demon, your true colors are finally revealed. The formation's spirit scoffed. If I allow you to escape, what a joke that would be. As it spoke, it vanished in the blink of an eye, clearly in pursuit of him. Due to the sudden turn of events, it took a while for the hall's occupants to come to their senses, each one staring in shock, their expressions a blend of horror and disbelief. The shadow demon embryo. Just moments ago, they had mistaken a demon cultivator for a disciple of the heavenly extreme sect. Even more terrifying was the fact that this demon cultivator nearly cast the shadow of collusion with the demonic path upon their own sect leader, almost leading to a catastrophic disaster. The path of the celestial infant, a name that exudes an air of grandeur and sophistication, perfectly aligns with my own essence. With such an opportunity laid before me, it would be illogical to relinquish it. Although the individual, who goes by the alias Yuan, poses a formidable challenge as a true disciple of the demonic sect, her displayed level of cultivation suggests she is likely at the early stages of the celestial infant realm. Armed with my own innate treasure for protection and possessing both intention and spontaneity, I may yet be able to engage with her effectively. As for the Systems Council, it seems rather far-fetched. In its eyes, I am merely a novice at the Chi refinement stage, utterly outmatched against the likes of Ji Channer from the celestial infant realm, which would undoubtedly lead to my demise. With this in mind, as the moment of culmination approaches, Yuan resolutely made up his mind and unhesitatingly chose to accept the task at hand. However, before proceeding, it is prudent to complete the primary mission of the Outer Sect tournament to prevent any unforeseen complications at a critical juncture. Chapter 31. Has the grand scheme of the Holy Sect been ruined? Meanwhile, deep within the bamboo grove, in a delicately designed small building, Ji Channer sat cross-legged, her presence suspended in the void. A chilling wind surrounded her, shadows swirling and emitting waves of eerie and ominous energy, rendering her figure indistinct, akin to a specter. As she immersed herself in her cultivation, Ji Channer shed her disguise, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage that captivated the senses. Dressed in a flowing lavender gown, her graceful form was tantalizingly obscured, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that enhanced her ethereal beauty. She appeared as a fully blossomed purple datura, exuding an alluring yet perilous charm. In stark contrast to her usual plain appearance as Yuan, she was transformed beyond recognition. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and within their dark depths flickered a chilling light, reminiscent of an endless, murky night. Someone was approaching. She furrowed her brow momentarily. Then, with a graceful sweep of her sleeve, the space before her rippled like water, reflecting the scene outside the small building. Upon seeing the visitor, Ji Channer relaxed her expression slightly, waved her hand to dispel the external array's restrictions, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Come in." Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and from the encroaching darkness emerged a figure cloaked in a black mantle. "I have met with the true inheritance of Ji," the figure stated, lowering the hood to reveal a tall, dignified man. "Yin Xingyin, the elder of the Dao Hall from the falling cloud valley. What brings you here? Wasn't I clear that you should remain hidden and not seek me out unnecessarily?" Ji Channer's expression was frosty, her voice laced with subtle disdain. Despite the woman's exquisite beauty, Yin Xingyin dared not show any disrespect, keeping his head bowed as he cautiously replied, reporting to the true inheritance of Ji. "I have been following your orders to cultivate power within the falling cloud valley and gather intelligence, and I have achieved some results. However, I have recently faced continuous exclusion and targeting from some adversaries within the sect, leading to numerous setbacks and a significant decline in my standing. While I can endure some covert losses, should this jeopardize the grand scheme of the Holy Sect, it would be a grave sin from which I could never absolve myself upon hearing this." Ji Channer immediately discerned his intentions and could not help but smirk internally. Jeopardize the grand scheme of the Holy Sect? How dare you presume to be worthy of such a concern? If we were to rely on you, a traitor, it would be better for the illustrious Insha sect to disband altogether. Are you suggesting that I should intervene on your behalf? Ji Channer asked unayable, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Yin Xingyin trembled at her words, hastily responding, "I would not dare trouble the true inheritance of Ji. However, my position in the falling cloud valley is precarious, and I humbly seek your assistance. Very well, Ji Chan'er's eyes glinted with a barely perceptible condescension. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, I can assist you in resolving those troubles, but at present, I am at a critical juncture in my cultivation of a sacred sect technique and shall need 3 months to complete it. During this interval, you must remain inconspicuous and avoid causing me any trouble. In 3 months' time, I shall personally intervene to clear all obstacles for you, even seizing the opportunity to eliminate Bai Qingwu, thus elevating you to the esteemed position of sect master of Luoyun Valley. Upon hearing this, Yuan's countenance instantly brightened with unbridled joy. His previous decision to align with the Insha sect was driven solely by his ambition to usurp the sect's leadership. Now, finally, his aspirations seemed within reach. Overcome with excitement, he repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude. Understood, Master Jizhen. Rest assured, your humble servant shall dedicate himself utterly to the sacred sect, even unto death. Ji Chan'er waved her hand dismissively. Return now. I shall contact you once preparations are complete. Yes, your servant takes his leave. After a final outpouring of thanks, Yuan rose and silently withdrew from the chamber. Once he had departed, Ji Chan'er's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, an icy curve of satisfaction gracing her lips as she murmured, It seems Master was right. These impostors of the Dao are nothing but insatiable fools, yet they prove so easily manipulated. Have they not considered how the sacred sect could ever deign to favor a petty faction like Luoyun Valley, expending effort to prop you up as some insignificant valley master? As she spoke, Ji Chan'er scoffed softly, her gaze drifting to the window overlooking the small pavilion. In 3 months, the illusory star herb will reach full maturity, attaining its millennial essence. Then it shall serve as the principal ingredient in forging a batch of the 9 refined, illusory divine pills. Upon ingestion, my 1,000 phantoms' demonic body will achieve complete perfection, securing the coveted title of Sacred Maiden with ease. These 3 years of toil shall not be in vain. And at that time, I shall show mercy by eliminating you and your foolish son, thus ridding Luoyun Valley of its pests. Reflecting on this, a faintly enchanting smile curved her lips before she closed her eyes once more, resuming her cultivation. Time passed swiftly. Half a month later at dawn, the Outer Sect buzzed with lively commotion. Today marked the annual Outer Sect Grand Competition. Numerous Outer disciples eagerly prepared to vie for favorable ranks, while many Inner-Sect seniors gathered to witness the spectacle and assess the sect's emerging talents. Though Luoyun Valley had declined from its former glory to a modest mid-tier sect, it still harbored 2,000 disciples. Aside from over 300 serving as miscellaneous attendants, more than 1,000 outer disciples assembled in a vast open ground, forming a dense sea of humanity. At the very heart of the crowd stood the contesting disciples, numbering 200 or 300. Most were outer disciples with cultivation no lower than the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Amidst them, a few clad in attendant uniforms stood out conspicuously. Look, that fellow is the new disciple who received a perfect temperament appraisal during this year's entrance examination. What was his name? Qi something. Talk as much as you like, but he has nothing more than a waist with 4 spirit roots. What use is a good temperament? Serving as an attendant. He shirks his duties, yet dares to compete in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Has he lost his mind? Behold, beside him stands a mere lackey. Soon, these 2 young fellows will likely fail even the first round of selection, suffering a monumental embarrassment. They probably intend to merely pad the numbers, without even taking a moment to reflect on their own capabilities. In the face of various jeers and taunts surrounding him, Qi Yuan's expression remains utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of being affected. Conversely, Lin Zhan beside him is flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly, making a sound as they crackle. Allow me to deal with this group of trash. Suddenly, Qi Yuan turned his head and offered Lin Zhan a slight smile, before striding towards the raucous crowd that was making the loudest commotion. You little brat, whom did you just call trash? Before he could approach, a fierce-looking male cultivator leaped forth from the group, his face contorted with rage as he demanded an explanation. Yuan cast a casual glance at him, shaking his head as he replied, "Do not misunderstand. I am not singling you out. I mean to say, every one of you present here is nothing but trash." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the arena suddenly grew tense. As the crowd uniformly ceased their clamor, directing fierce glares filled with wrath towards Yuan. Chapter 32. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? After a brief moment of silence, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. "Do you have any idea who you're speaking to, kid?" A voice echoed, filled with hostility. "This fool is courting death. Has he always been this reckless?" The audacity of this young scoundrel to provoke us all was utterly infuriating. In an instant, the outer sect disciples participating in the competition were seething with rage, glaring at the two individuals. Some, with fiery tempers, rolled up their sleeves and approached aggressively. "I swear, I will make you pay today." The fierce-looking youth snapped back to reality, glaring menacingly at Yuan and his companion, ready to strike. "What are you doing? Fighting is strictly forbidden before the competition begins. Any violators will be immediately disqualified." At that moment, a group of disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall hurried over, swiftly restoring order to the nearly uncontrollable situation. Unable to punish Yuan, the crowd grudgingly suppressed their fury, casting vengeful glances at Yuan and Lin Jun, threatening, "You better pray we don't cross paths in the competition. Otherwise, just wait and see. Right, count me in. If we don't eliminate these two little brats first, how can we show our faces as outer sect disciples? And me, I'll make sure you kneel and beg for mercy, or I, Lidali, will reverse my own name." "Wait, buddy, your name is still Lidali when reversed." "Damn, don't sweat the details. My name is Lidali, so what?" Despite the curses ringing around him, Yuan remained unfazed, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he disdainfully declared, "If you want to take me down, you better work hard. I'm certain I'll claim the title of champion in today as outer sect competition. Not even the Dao ancestor could stop me. I mean it." This proclamation sparked further outrage, igniting the fury of nearly all the outer sect disciples present. Their teeth clenched in anger as if their fighting spirit had been ignited. "This guy is utterly arrogant. We must teach him a lesson. I can't take this anymore, even if I don't place. I'll make sure he is the first to be eliminated." "Exactly. Let us unite and deal with this brash kid. Let us see how he struts around then." Seeing his objective achieved, Yuan smiled faintly, swiftly pulling Lin Jun away. The crowd was too incensed if they stayed any longer. Even the Internal Affairs disciples might struggle to maintain control. "Lin, why does your face look so pale?" After escaping the throng, Yuan noticed Lin Jun's unusual demeanor and couldn't he help but feel puzzled. With tears almost forming, Lin Jun lamented, "Go, do you think it's too late for me to withdraw now?" He was genuinely frightened, currently at the 4th level of Refinement. He had only signed up for the outer sect competition to broaden his horizons. Now, having offended all the participants before the competition even began, he wondered how he could possibly continue. In the current circumstances, one cannot help but fear that the grand competition will swiftly devolve into chaos, casting a shadow over the prospects of survival. Yet, there is no need for alarm. Yuan patted Lin Jun on the shoulder, exuding an air of confidence. "Just follow my lead. Rest assured, nothing will befall you." Lin Jun managed a strained smile and replied, "Perhaps it's best to refrain. I likely won't even survive the first round." Yuan chose not to elaborate further. His intention to provoke other competitors was to heighten his own challenges, aiming for a conclusion that would leave the audience astounded. After all, the additional task's objective was to astound the masses and secure the top position. Given the system's tendency to be lenient with oneself yet stringent with others, the requirement of astounding the masses was likely not merely a descriptor, but a stringent mandate. Although it would indeed be remarkable for a mere outer disciple with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of Refinement to seize the championship. The term astound is inherently subjective, making it difficult to quantify the level of astonishment required. Moreover, Yuan had previously sent a 7th-stage Refinement outer disciple flying with his bare fists, earning a commendation of perfect temperament. Consequently, many would instinctively overestimate his capabilities. If these individuals were not astonished by his victory in the grand competition, it would surely be a grave disappointment. Given the stakes concerning the enhancement of his spiritual root quality, he was unwilling to risk even the slightest chance of failure. In summary, to truly astonish everyone, he must claim the top position in a manner that is profoundly captivating. Just as Qi Yuan contemplated this, a cacophony erupted from the square. "Look, the sect master has arrived." At the sound of this announcement, the din abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned skyward, gazing into the distant horizon. Soon, dozens of streaks of light descended from the heavens, landing gracefully in the open space before the square, revealing the high-ranking officials of the falling cloud valley. Leading them was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of elegance. His countenance, however, bore traces of solemnity, reflecting a formidable aura. He was Bai Qingwu, the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley. Yet, the slight pallor around his eyes hinted at a recent failure in his attempt to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage. "Elder Yang, let us commence," Bai Qingwu remarked, surveying the assembly before nodding towards the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall behind him. "Yes, Elder Yang Xioda, responsible for this outer sect competition," acknowledged with a nod before stepping forward and proclaiming, "The current outer sect competition is now officially underway." In the next moment, he ascended into the air. A wave of pressure emanating from his golden core realm engulfed the area. Instantly, all participating disciples felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them, prompting rapid breaths and labored gasps as they summoned their true energy to withstand the oppressive weight. Qi Yuan nonchalantly squeezed out a couple of beads of sweat from his forehead, then stood quietly, awaiting the conclusion of this initial selection round. Beside him, Lin Zhun suddenly relaxed, collapsing to the ground with a thud, sheepishly admitting, "Qi Gu, I apologize, but I simply cannot endure any longer." Qi Yuan recognized that Lin Zhun was far from his limit. Such a display seemed more deliberate than genuine. Certainly, given the temperament of this fortunate individual, it is clear that his reluctance stems not from cowardice, but rather from a fear of being a hindrance to his friends during the grand competition. Qi Yuan, however, is unperturbed by this and gently nods, stating, "You may go and rest now, but remember to place a bet on my victory in the competition." Lin Zhun. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, one by one, individuals succumbed and collapsed onto the ground, with some even fainting on the spot. At last, after a considerable duration, Yang Xioda withdrew his oppressive aura, casting a solemn glance over the remaining disciples, and declared, "All those who have fallen to the ground are hereby eliminated. Only those who remain standing are qualified to participate in the upcoming outer sect competition." Upon hearing these words, many drew in a sharp breath, for this signified that at least half of the participants would not even set foot on the competition grounds before being disqualified. Chapter 33. The Outer Sect Competition. The Outer Sect Competition has officially commenced. As Elder Yang Xioda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion waved his hand, a throng of disciples surged into the arena, distributing a teleportation talisman and a translucent jade token to each participant. Following a preliminary selection round, approximately 150 disciples qualified for the competition and were swiftly escorted to a grand flying vessel. As the disciples listened intently, they were informed that the jade token served as their identification for this event, essential for scoring purposes, and must not be lost or damaged. Failure to comply would result in immediate disqualification. This outer sect competition would unfold in the back mountain of the sect, lasting 3 days. Within the competition area, participants could earn points by slaying fierce beasts or collecting rare treasures, which would be reflected on their jade tokens. At the conclusion of the competition, the 10 disciples with the highest scores would be recognized as the top 10 of this event. During the competition, disciples were permitted to engage in combat against one another, with no restrictions on interference or theft. Should one triumph over an opponent and seize their jade token, the points inscribed upon it would be transferred to the victor. However, the fights must be conducted with restraint. Needless bloodshed would not only invalidate their scores, but also invite severe penalties from the sect, with no leniency granted. At the mention of unrestricted theft, many participants jolted to attention, casting hostile glances toward Qi Yuan, some seemingly eager to rush forward and knock him down. Qi Yuan, however, remained unfazed by the hostile glare surrounding him, curiously inspecting the jade token in his grasp. Its surface was devoid of markings, yet it emanated a faint glow, confirming its purpose for scoring. Yang Xiuda continued, stating that should anyone encounter insurmountable danger or wish to withdraw midway, they need only activate their teleportation talisman to exit the task area. Those who withdrew would forfeit their scores. Additionally, the use of talismans and strength-enhancing elixirs was strictly prohibited. Participants could only utilize their own magical artifacts and healing potions, and he urged them to remember this. Upon concluding his address, Yang Xiuda's expression turned solemn as he declared, "If there are no objections, let us depart. This vessel will transport you to the task area." The disciples responded in unison, "We shall abide by your teachings," and then followed the guidance of several internal affairs disciples as they boarded the flying vessel. Once everyone had embarked, Yang Xiuda nodded to the steward in charge of commanding the vessel. The steward understood and waved a flag, causing the vessel to radiate with brilliant white light before swiftly soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, a colossal magical mirror rose in the square, displaying a clear and intricate image. The scene revealed an expansive forest spanning hundreds of miles, which served as the task area for this outer set competition. Upon the appearance of the mirror, the gathered disciples of Falling Cloud Valley were visibly excited, eagerly scouring the vicinity for optimal viewing spots. Many were animatedly pointing at the image, engaging in spirited discussions. Over the past few years, the scale of the outer set competition had surpassed that of previous editions, and this time significant resources had been invested, suggesting that the sect was truly committed to nurturing new talent. An elder disciple sighed deeply, his voice imbued with envy. The number of participants in this grand competition had nearly doubled compared to last year, intensifying the rivalry. The disciple who emerged victorious would undoubtedly be a paragon among peers, garnering significant attention once admitted to the inner sect, with boundless prospects ahead. At that moment, an outer sect disciple interjected, asserting, in my opinion, Brother Xie Yuheng possesses extraordinary strength, being merely a step away from foundation establishment. He is destined to secure first place. Immediately, dissent arose nearby, with another voice countering. I have faith in Brother Han Ziyuan. After his previous defeat, he has endured a year of rigorous training, aiming to triumph in this competition and astonish everyone. I wager 100 spirit stones on Brother Han's victory. As the topic of wagers surfaced, the atmosphere grew lively, dispelling any remnants of fatigue. Huh, you are bound to lose your investment. Sister Nathalon from the Law Enforcement Pavilion has a formidable background in unparalleled wood elemental techniques. She will certainly emerge victorious. Another claimed, wagering 300 spirit stones. Brother Lu Kuang is the true contender. First place is rightfully his. I bet 500 spirit stones. Amidst the fervent discussions, Lin Zhan approached the bookmaker stationed at the edge of the square. He retrieved a storage bag from his robe and declared earnestly, I wager 1,000 spirit stones on Brother Qi, securing first place in the competition. Who is Qi? The bookmaker, taken aback, glanced at the list of names and odds behind him, perplexed. Why is there no mention of this individual? Lin Zhan's expression was peculiar, yet he patiently elucidated. Qi is a miscellaneous disciple participating in this competition, possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. I'm backing his victory. As soon as the words escaped his lips, nearby cultivators cast incredulous glances, as if regarding a fool. Have you lost your mind? Betting on a 5th layer Qi refinement disciple to win? Are you certain? The bookmaker furrowed his brows, seeking confirmation once more. Absolutely, Lin Zhan affirmed with conviction. Very well then. Despite the absurdity, the bookmaker could not refuse such an opportunity. He reluctantly accepted the storage bag and, after inspecting its contents, issued a ticket to Lin Zhan. The individual you wish to bet on is not listed, so I must calculate based on the current highest odds, which is 10 to 1. After the competition, you will settle based on this ticket, regardless of the individual. 10 to 1. Upon receiving the ticket, Lin Zhan felt a surge of excitement, contemplating If Brother Qi indeed triumphs, my 1,000 spirit stones would transform into 10,000. After a moment's contemplation, he discreetly touched the ring on his finger, silently reciting, Elder Sure, I have followed your instructions and placed all my spirit stones on Brother Qi. In the next instant, a distant, ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Lin, my boy, prepare to reap your rewards. Brother Qi is extraordinary. No matter what unfolds in the future, do not easily offend him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the flying vessel gradually descended until it hovered a dozen zhang above the ground, at which point the cabin door was opened. Beside the door, an expressionless steward from the Internal Affairs Pavilion cast a glance over the crowd and spoke in a detached tone. Form a line and jump down one by one, maintaining a gap of no less than 10 breaths. Once on the ground, you may form teams as you wish. Jump down? The occupants of the cabin were taken aback by his words. Generally speaking, only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage and above possess the ability to fly unaided. A distance of a dozen zhang is not particularly high. A mortal would surely meet a grim fate from such a drop. While Qi refinement cultivators can manipulate their inner Qi to slow their descent, a lack of caution during landing could still result in injury, especially with the vessel still moving at high speed. Consequently, upon hearing the command to leap from the vessel, many disciples displayed hesitation, and some, particularly those with a natural aversion to heights, began to pale. Stop dawdling. The steward, noticing their reluctance, snorted coldly and admonished, Hurry up, or I shall personally throw you down. I'll go first. Under the watchful eyes of his peers, Yuan stepped forward to the cabin door and leapt from the flying vessel, leaving behind a provocative remark. Didn't you just say you want to deal with me? I'm waiting. How audacious. I must jump down and confront him immediately. Inspired by his words, the other occupants, as if invigorated, unhesitatingly followed suit and jumped from the vessel. In the plaza, observing the scene within the magical mirror, Bai Qingwu, the leader of the Falling Cloud Valley, nodded repeatedly, expressing his approval. This year's batch of disciples exhibits commendable courage, all choosing to jump voluntarily. None were thrown down. The other high-ranking officials present also nodded in agreement, collectively harboring a sense of anticipation for the forthcoming grand competition. Chapter 34. Something is amiss with this fellow. In the serene expanse of the back mountain of Luoyun Valley, a sudden thud echoed as Yuan descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the soft earth. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of lush trees, their verdant canopies creating a tranquil atmosphere, occasionally interrupted by the distant cries of feral beasts. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the absence of any other individuals, due to the swift movement of the flying vessels during their descent, and the stipulation that one could only disembark every 10 breaths. The disciples participating in the grand competition were scattered across various locations. This was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by the Internal Affairs Pavilion to prevent immediate conflict upon landing. Besides establishing certain regulations, the subsequent unfolding of the competition lay beyond the purview of the pavilion as considerations. Only those exceptional individual the air crackled with a fierce energy as the blades sliced through the atmosphere, severing the surrounding trees and unveiling a vast expanse of open ground. Just as he prepared to strike again, two figures leapt from the thicket, calling out, Brother Jie, do not act. It is us. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Jie Yuxing exhaled a sigh of relief, yet he did not sheath his weapon. Instead, he regarded them with a wary expression and inquired, Junior Brother Liu, Junior Brother Liang, what brings you here? In response, a stocky young male disciple beamed a congenial smile and explained, We have just reunited, and upon noticing your presence nearby, we came specifically to seek you out. Seek me for what purpose? Jie Yuxing furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at them. The portly disciple smiled faintly and, with genuine sincerity, articulated, Brother Jie, your prowess is exceptional, and you are bound to excel in this outer set competition. However, as the saying goes, one person's plan is limited. A collective strategy is more effective. Engaging in solo endeavors may prove detrimental. Let us join forces, with you as our leader, and we shall simply benefit from your expertise. The other disciple nodded in agreement. Then, with a menacing expression, added, "For me, the notion of being in the top 10 is inconsequential. My sole aim is to locate that brat cheetah, teach him a harsh lesson, and seize his jade token that would truly satisfy my grievances. Indeed, we must not let him slip away if we catch sight of him. If we form a trio, our chances of success will certainly increase," the stocky disciple asserted. Upon hearing this, the three of them shared a common resolve, and their camaraderie deepened significantly. Jie Yuxing pondered briefly before conceding, "In that case, you two may accompany me. However, let me be clear, 70% of the points we acquire will belong to me, while the remaining 30% shall be divided between you." With one disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement and the other at the 8th, neither posed a threat to him individually, making them suitable companions for his endeavor. "Thank you, Brother Jie, for your generosity," they expressed gratefully, their faces alight with appreciation. Yet, a clear and resonant voice shattered this harmonious scene. "Weren't you planning to give me a severe beating? Here I stand before you. What say you now?" At the sound of the voice, the three men's expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly turned to locate its source. Emerging from the underbrush some 10 paces away was a familiar figure, wearing an enigmatic smile that held a hint of mockery. "Cheetah, it's you." Upon recognizing the figure, they were momentarily stunned before their eyes blazed with fury, and they gritted their teeth in anger. "How audacious! Instead of waiting for us to find you, you have come right to us. This time, we shall see how you meet your end." With a series of furious roar, time seemed to stretch indefinitely as the three of them, breathless and weary, lost all trace of Yuan. "Damn it! How could this fellow run so swiftly?" The stout man wiped the sweat from his brow, muttering curses under his breath, vowing to break his legs next time. Jie Yuxing glanced around, confirming their position, and pointed towards a direction, stating, "It appears he is headed east. If we continue along this path, we are bound to encounter him eventually." Just then, a chorus of wolf howls erupted from all directions, followed by the sudden emergence of over 20 Songbei wolves from the thicket, forming a tight circle around the trio. The wolves were robust and sleek, with their leader boasting a formidable level of Qi refinement, coldly fixating on its prey. This was it. The sight of the wolf pack elicited unexpected delight from the three, for these creatures represented a golden opportunity for points. The Songbei wolves were among the weakest of the mountain's beasts, devoid of any significant abilities apart from their sheer numbers. They were perfectly suited for amassing points. "Brothers, let us strike down these vile beasts," Jie Yuxing declared, leading the charge. The other two followed suit, like tigers descending from the mountains, plunging into the fray with wild abandon, eager to unleash their pent-up fury. In an instant, the ground was littered with wolf carcasses, and blood flowed like a river. A quarter of an hour later, Jie Yuxing wiped the blood from his brow, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. "Huh! We've amassed a total of 50 points." His companions mirrored his exuberance. Before they could fully bask in their victory, another pack of Songbei wolves entered their line of sight. After yet another fierce battle, the trio decimated this new group of wolves as well, but soon found themselves utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to speak. They retrieved restorative pills from their storage bags and sank to the ground to recuperate. Before long, Jie Yuxing felt his spiritual energy restored to nearly 70 or 80%, and he glanced at his team's points, now exceeding 100, with a satisfied expression. "Phew, though, I am weary, it is worth it. At this rate, my chances of claiming the top spot in the competition seem assured." However, a thunderous roar interrupted his thoughts. Two storm bears, crackling with electricity, charged towards them, compelling the trio to rise and engage once more. After a strenuous battle against the bears, they faced a barrage of fiery apes, followed by horned salamanders, giant-toothed lizards, and silver moon leopards. An endless variety of beasts emerged at regular intervals, pushing the three to their limits, until the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling a momentary reprieve. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, they finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "How many points have we earned?" one asked. "Approximately 500, came the reply. "Goodness, how can there be so many? It seems we have nearly wiped out all the beasts within a 10-mile radius. Why such an abundance?" Chapter 83. Stop pretending. You are the unmatched demon lord. Had this enchantress lost her senses? After the initial shock, Yuan stared blankly at Ji Chan'er, his expression one of confusion. Fei, why would you entertain such peculiar thoughts? I have always been timid and kind-hearted. The demon sect is utterly unsuitable for me. Oomph. Ji Chan'er shot him a frosty glare, her voice laced with derision. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. I am well aware of what kind of person you truly are. With her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, she continued cryptically, stop pretending. You are indeed a once-in-a-millennium demon lord. Me? A demon lord? Yuan was once again taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, observing that he displayed no hint of panic at having his true nature exposed, but rather maintained a facade of innocent bewilderment as if he had done nothing wrong. Ji Chan'er could not help but nod inwardly. This young man remained unflappable in such circumstances, demonstrating a heart as solid as a rock, steeped in demonic essence. This alone suggested that he was destined for greatness. With her conviction growing stronger, she asserted earnestly, since that is the case, I shall unveil your true identity now and see how you justify yourself. The 3 questions I posed you last time were, in fact, the 3 questions of enlightenment, which every disciple of the sacred sect must answer upon entry, specifically designed to test their demonic nature. Only those who answer these questions satisfactorily are deemed worthy of becoming disciples of the sacred sect. Your responses surpassed even the standard answers left by the demon ancestor. Can you claim it is not because you possess a heart inclined towards darkness? Upon hearing this, Yuan could not help but awkwardly tug at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that his casual answers to what could only be described as foolish questions would lead to him being labeled a born demon lord. Seeing that Yuan had finally fallen silent, Ji Chan'er smugly lifted her delicate lips and continued, individuals like you are often suspicious by nature and trust no one. To you, Falling Cloud Valley is merely a stepping stone to be exploited. How could you possibly develop loyalty to such a minor sect? Have you forgotten that in that illusion, your visage was entirely different from your current appearance? The illusion reflects one's truest self, proving that this guise is a mere fade. If I am not mistaken, Dao is simply your alias. Your name, appearance, and history are all fabricated, clearly indicating preparations for your eventual betrayal of Falling Cloud Valley. Such devious intentions, deceiving your fellow disciples, and you still dare to claim you are timid and kind-hearted? At this moment, Yuan finally grasped the situation. The enchantress Ji Chan'er sought to recruit him precisely because she deemed him sufficiently wicked. While her reasoning may have strayed far from the truth, he had to admit that, through a series of fortunate misunderstandings, she had indeed stumbled upon several accurate insights. With his disguise now unraveled, he decided to reveal his true self, calmly stating, Ji Chan'er, my real name is Yuan. Feel free to share whatever else you know. As she gazed upon his familiar and handsome visage, Ji Chan'er inexplicably recalled the myriad tender moments shared in the illusion. Simultaneously, a faint blush crept across her pale, delicate cheeks, and her tones softened involuntarily. Yuan, return to the sacred sect with me. On the day you ascend to become a true disciple, you will gain the qualification to marry into the Ji family. At that time, I can also petition the ancestor to grant you a 9-turn spirit elevation pill to enhance your spiritual root. Her words, laden with deep affection, stirred Yuan's heart. But he quickly steadied himself, responding in a stiff tone, Woman, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? What? Upon hearing his callous words, Ji Chan'er was momentarily dumbfounded. In terms of status, she was a nascent soul cultivator, the legitimate daughter of the Ji family, exalted within the esteemed Insha sect, the foremost power in the demonic realm. In terms of beauty, she was one of the 4 renowned beauties of the sacred sect, a goddess in the dreams of countless male cultivators, perpetually surrounded by adoration. Now, she was actively lowering her guard, seeking to recruit a man whose cultivation was merely at the Qi refinement stage, even offering enticing conditions and subtly suggesting a willingness to marry him. Yet, to her astonishment, his attitude remained so unyielding. Have you lost your mind? Ji Chan'er glared at Yuan, her expression filled with disbelief. Qi Yuan smiled lightly and stepped closer to her, provocatively lifting her delicate chin. In a low voice, he declared, "Listen closely. I do not appreciate others dictating the course of my life, nor will I marry into the G family. So, you might as well abandon that idea. If I ever choose to join the demon sect, I will seek them out myself, without needing your interference. Furthermore, the title of true disciple of the demon sect holds no significance for me. I have heard that the position of the sacred son is currently vacant. If I am to take on a role, it shall be that of the sacred son." He had come to understand that when dealing with a strong-willed woman like Ji Chan'er, to seize the initiative, one must be even more assertive and domineering. Otherwise, he would simply be led around by the nose, never able to hold his head high again. Now that he had resolved to take a stand, there was no reason to fear. After all, this enchantress could not overpower him. What was there to fear? This scoundrel. How dare he? On the other hand, Ji Chan'er was utterly bewildert. She longed to turn hostile and teach this reckless man a lesson about the ruthless methods of the demon sect's true disciples. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, being treated so harshly by Qi Yuan ignited within her an odd sense of excitement. Domineering and unrestrained, such a figure, akin to a chaotic demon god, was precisely the kind of man worthy of being Ji Chan'er's partner. Before long, Ji Chan'er's gaze grew hazy. She gently pursed her lips, slowly closing her phoenix-like eyes, adopting an expression of surrender. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. However, he could not concede defeat in front of a demonic woman at this stage. Resolving himself, he confidently extended his hands, swiftly subduing the yielding enchantress to the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qi Yuan sat on the ground, feeling a sense of emptiness in life. At that moment, he wished he had a cigarette. Meanwhile, Ji Chan'er, her cheeks flushed, propped herself up, tidying her disheveled hair and dress while warning through gritted teeth, "Qi, you have once again disrespected me. If you dare to behave this way again, I will not let you off lightly." Qi Yuan shrugged, a calm smile gracing his face as he replied, "Rest assured, I am a gentleman. Next time, I will surely behave appropriately, unless I obtain your consent." Ji Chan'er found his words oddly familiar, though she did not ponder deeply. Struggling against waves of weakness, she produced a storage bracelet from her bosom and tossed it to Qi Yuan. "Take these resources for now. If we meet again and you have not yet established your foundation, I will personally end your life." With that, she shot Qi Yuan a fierce glare before transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing. As Qi Yuan examined the storage bracelet, his consciousness swept through its contents, revealing a trove of spirit stones and rare treasures, along with several high-quality top-tier artifacts. Holding the storage bracelet, Qi Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he muttered to himself, "Oh no, why do I feel like I've been taken in by a wealthy woman?" Chapter 35. Better to exhaust others than to deplete oneself. Observing the jubilant team of Jie Yuxing as they cheerfully accepted the complimentary rejuvenation elixirs, Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he had once again successfully invigorated his employees. With these restorative potions, this cohort of workers would possess the vitality to generate even more points. As the saying goes, without sowing, how can one reap? Although he had the capability to eradicate all the surrounding beasts in a mere instant, doing so would likely expose his strength and arouse considerable suspicion afterward. As the adage suggests, it is wiser to expend others than oneself. Enlisting some diligent workers to accumulate points for him would undoubtedly be a more advantageous course of action. However, to prevent overexploitation that could lead to depletion, putting it plainly, to avoid damaging this exceptional team, Qi Yuan resolved to recruit several new teams shortly. Everyone could joyfully accumulate points together, while also allowing the indigenous people of this world to experience the benefits of relentless labor. These three individuals had rested long enough. It was time for them to resume their duties. With this thought, a smile crept upon Qi Yuan's lips as he slowly retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his bosom. Upon uncapping it, an enchanting aroma wafted from the vial, permeating the air around him. This exquisite spirit cultivation pill was a reward bestowed by the system upon the completion of his last mission. Known as the Beast Spirit Pill, It is a potent concoction capable of swiftly elevating the cultivation level of beasts, an irresistible temptation for them. The superior grade of this pill is rare and exceptional. It emits a uniquely captivating fragrance, perceptible solely to the beasts. If this aroma were to disperse, it would not be long before beasts within a several-mile radius would be drawn to it, making it a veritable magnet for monsters. Shortly thereafter, a horde of chi condensation stage golden lion beasts came rushing toward him, their roars echoing in the distance, accompanied by the frustrated shouts of Jie Yuxing and his companions. Seriously, is this ever going to end? How can there be more beasts coming? I just finished off a batch. Damn it, at this rate, we'll be exhausted. Where are these beasts even coming from? You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? Let us just fight. After all, it's all for points. After confirming that his employees were capable of dispatching this group of beasts, Yuan sealed the jade vial once more, his figure flickering as he silently vanished from sight. The following day, in the arena of the grand competition, a group of 5 trudged through the forest, their expressions reflecting profound boredom. With a swift motion, the leading disciple unsheathed his sword, angrily slicing through the vines obstructing their path, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening in this outer sect competition? It's been a whole day, and not a single beast in sight, just trees as far as the eye can see. At this rate, we might as well not compete. I'm close to losing my sanity." Another disciple, equally distressed, chimed in, "I've participated in 3 competitions, yet this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Where have all the beasts gone? Did the Internal Affairs Pavilion forget to release them?" At this moment, the only female disciple among the 5 timidly suggested. Elder Yang mentioned that gathering rare treasures also count for points. Why don't we split up and search? Her words immediately provoked dissent among her companions. Elder Yang was merely speaking in jest. There are not so many rare treasures to be found. During previous competitions, only a handful of disciples managed to discover such treasures. If fortune truly favored us, we wouldn't have encountered not a single beast. Just then, a faint sound of combat echoed from a distance. Although the specifics were unclear due to the distance, it was evident that someone was battling a beast. "Listen, there is some commotion. Let us go take a look. Even if we can't capture the beast, acquiring a few points would suffice." The group's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances, then eagerly took off towards the source of the noise. Upon arrival, everyone was left in a state of shock. Staring wide-eyed at the scene, Bijong Saiqiang entered the courtyard of the city lord's residence with a swagger, a slight smile gracing his lips. The expansive grounds were adorned with exquisite scenery, pavilions and towers, artificial hills, and flowing waters nestled among lush trees and blooming flowers, all of which epitomized the opulent grandeur of the city lord's estate. Everything here was quite splendid, yet for some inexplicable reason, there lingered an air of chill. Zhang Saiqiang pondered silently. Behold, he has once again lured a group of unique salamanders towards Senior Brother Tang. What, I wonder, is Cheetah truly attempting to achieve? It is peculiar that since the commencement of the grand competition, he has not slain a single beast, and his score remains at a dismal 0. Is he laboriously attracting beasts and bestowing them with elixirs merely to enhance the scores of those few teams? At this moment, someone seems to have an epiphany and speaks with a hint of uncertainty. I have heard that he offended quite a few outer sect disciples before the competition began. If he does not make amends, his future prospects could be dire. Perhaps he seeks to curry favor with his seniors through this method. This statement ignites a fervent discussion. Indeed, whether it be Senior Brother Jia, Senior Brother Tang, or Senior Brother Liu, they are all prominent contenders for victory in this competition. Cheetah likely perceives his own lack of opportunity and is seizing this moment to ingratiate himself with these promising individuals poised to enter the inner sect, hoping to secure their support in the future. If he is engaged in such benevolent acts, why does he not do so openly, instead opting for covert maneuvers? A disciple inquires, puzzled. A companion nearby scoffs lightly and retorts, "What is there to misunderstand?" Currently, he is utterly reviled among the disciples participating in the outer sect competition. Should he reveal himself, he might very well be met with a beating. It would be far wiser to wait until the competition concludes to claim his accolades. By then, When senior brother Jia and the others have successfully become inner sect disciples, they will be in high spirits and more inclined to regard him favorably for his contributions. Upon hearing this, the group experiences a moment of clarity. Truly, this new disciple, who was once bestowed with the evaluation of perfect temperament upon entry, possesses a remarkably quick wit. At the forefront of the square, Elder Yang Xiota from the Internal Affairs Pavilion furrows his brow and remarks, "Elder Kong, can you discern what Cheetah is using to attract the beasts? It is highly likely to be beast spirit pills." Elder Kong Wanyan from the Pill Pavilion strokes his beard, a contemplative expression dawning upon his face. Quality beast spirit pills emit a unique fragrance that can entice numerous low-level beasts lacking intelligence to come forth and seize them. However, shaking his head, he continues with an air of astonishment. Yet, beast spirit pills are second-tier elixirs, and a quality one would cost at least 500 to 600 spirit stones. How could a mere servant disciple afford such pills, let alone that mid-tier artifact used to conceal his presence? Before he can finish, Mo Xingyang interjects to clarify. "Elder Kong, you may not be aware, but Cheetah has accomplished a significant feat and was specially rewarded with 3,000 spirit stones by the sect, which included a mid-tier artifact, the Shadow Concealment Cloak. With that cloak, as long as he does not actively reveal himself, neither the Qi refining realm beasts nor cultivators can detect his presence." Now makes sense. Upon hearing this, the sect's higher-ups display expressions of realization, yet no one inquires further into the specifics. Since Mo Zhengyang only mentioned the reward without publicly disclosing the nature of Qi Da's accomplishment, it indicates that the matter is sensitive and not meant for public discussion. Those present are astute individuals and naturally refrain from broaching such a delicate subject. In the midst of the crowd, Baishiro furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing the unusual expression on his daughter's face, Bai Qingwu, the leader of Falling Cloud Valley, could not help but transmit a query through his thoughts. "Shiro, what occupies your mind?" Baishiro, gathering her thoughts, responded telepathically, "Father, I can't shake the feeling that junior brother Qi's actions are not without purpose. His assistance to those disciples in swiftly accumulating points might be a preparation for." Before she could finish her thought, Bai Qingwu grasped her implication and immediately shook his head with a bemused smile. "Impossible. The outer sect competition ultimately hinges on strength. No matter how clever this lad may be, he is merely a newcomer at the 5th level of Qi refinement. How could he possibly dare to compete against those at the peak of Qi refinement? The notion of reaping benefits as a bystander is equally implausible. If those teams possess even a modicum of intelligence, they would not afford anyone the opportunity to exploit their weaknesses." He conjectured that Qi's intentions were likely to foster goodwill with future inner sect disciples, thereby smoothing his path to advancement as an outer sect disciple. To have arrived at such a conclusion is already quite remarkable. After hearing her father's analysis, Baishiro nodded, choosing to trust in her father's judgment. Chapter 37. The Four-Eyed Spirit Fox, the back mountain of Falling Cloud Valley, competition area. Before the eye lay a clear, winding stream, bordered by dense undergrowth and low shrubs, surrounded by towering stone peaks, presenting a wondrous spectacle. 3 outer disciples, all in their 20s, wandered restlessly as if in search of something. "Senior Sister Nya, I found it." Suddenly, a young male cultivator discovered a concealed cave amidst the rocky crevices, excitement bubbling forth. "The lair of the ice mouse is right here." Upon hearing his voice, the only female cultivator among them brightened with delight, soaring towards the cave, while another male cultivator scratched his head in frustration, reluctantly trailing behind. Before long, the trio, armed with their magical instruments, surrounded the cave entrance. Indeed, it was the den of the mouse demon. These creatures were known for their gregarious nature, and there might be more than one inside. The speaking female cultivator, who possessed a certain charm, bore a slightly sharp chin and fierce eyes, lending her an air of harshness. She was Niet Zuilan, an outer disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. At this moment, the accompanying male cultivator proposed, "The entrance is narrow. Let us refrain from entering. The ice mouse is particularly averse to fire. Instead, we should ignite a fire outside to smoke it out." "Agreed." Niet Zuilan nodded. retrieving a fire stick from her storage bag. She ignited the moss and vines of the cave's mouth, and a thick plume of smoke immediately billowed forth, streaming into the cave with the wind. Before long, a cacophony arose from within the cave, and 4 ice-blue figures darted out, revealing themselves to be 4 ice mice at the chi refining stage. Observing this, Nyetsuelon let out a cold snort, her whip transforming into numerous tendrils that shot forth like arrows, swiftly binding the creatures in place. The trapped ice mice struggled desperately, their tiny eyes filled with terror as they emitted sharp cries, seemingly calling for help. Faced with the imminent prospect of points within her grasp, Nyetsuelon showed no mercy. Just as she intended to eliminate the 4 ice mice, a sudden gust of wind from behind startled her, prompting an instinctive evasion. Biao! 2 magical instruments narrowly grazed her ears, striking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Turning to look, she was astonished to find that the attackers were her 2 companions amidst the chaos. A snow-white fox emerged gracefully from the nearby flower thicket. This fox stood approximately 5 feet tall, its fur smooth and immaculate, resembling silk. As it walked, its fluffy tail curled slightly, swaying languidly. It cast a fleeting glance at the combatants, including Nyetsuelon, a glimmer of mockery dancing in its amber eyes. With an elegant stride, it approached the group of ice mice ensnared by the vines. With a swift motion, the fox demon raised its sharp claws, effortlessly slicing through the resilient vines to liberate the trapped ice mice. Upon their rescue, the mice squeaked excitedly at the fox before darting away into the underbrush, disappearing in an instant. The fox turned its gaze towards the 3 entranced individuals, its eyes filled with a frosty demeanor. Subsequently, it opened its mouth, exhaling a cloud of white mist that quickly enveloped the trio. This white mist appeared to be the fox demon's innate spell, and after its release, the creature's aura noticeably waned. Under the influence of this enigmatic mist, the minds of Nyetsuelon and the others grew increasingly muddled, ultimately prompting them to draw weapons from their storage bags, poised to harm themselves. Suddenly, a beast-catching net descended from the air, ensnaring the fox demon. In a frenzy, the fox struggled, yet the net, an artifact of remarkable durability, failed to yield, tightening its grip instead. Simultaneously, the fox's innate spell was rendered ineffective. As the white mist dissipated, Nyetsuelon and her companions collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. In the next moment, an unfamiliar figure leaped down from the trees, swiftly binding the fox demon with sturdy ropes, a grin of triumph adorning their face. At last, I've captured you, the 4-eyed spirit fox at the pinnacle of chi refinement. This figure was Yuan. After arranging tasks for his subordinates, he had ventured alone into the forest, intent on capturing this rare 4-eyed spirit fox. Possessing a trace of the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline, the 4-eyed spirit fox was both cunning and adept in illusions. Yet its sole weakness lay in its timid nature and relatively weak combat abilities. Sensing the gravity of its predicament, the 4-eyed spirit fox ceased its struggles. Its 4 paws clasped together, and a human-like plea reflected in its amber eyes as it seemingly implored Yuan for mercy. Observing this, Yuan sneered coldly. "You wretched cray, Chapter 89, is not even human." Bang! As the fist, enveloped in pure yang energy, rushed towards him once more. Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With no other option, he had to abandon the corporeal form he had painstakingly seized and revert to his spectral state. Fleeing in haste, in a flash, a vague shadow erupted from Lingxio's body, moving with astonishing speed, darting to the entrance of the main hall and racing away into the distance. As it departed, it did not forget to leave a menacing remark. "Tai Xuan, I have remembered you. When I return, I shall make you pay 100-fold for today's grievances." At this moment, having escaped 1,000 feet away, it was filled with elation at its narrow escape. However, just then, a chilling sensation crept down its spine as an unprecedented terror enveloped its being. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden sword light pierced through the void, arriving ahead of its target and directly penetrating its soul. "Noah!" A wretched scream echoed as Lu Jian, in his ghostly form, was mercilessly shredded by the terrifying sword light, exploding into a cloud of dark mist, dissipating into the air. With a thud, a storage bracelet, exuding an aura of energy, dropped to the ground, bouncing slightly. It seems you shall not return. After confirming that the left protector of the Mingyi sect, Lu Jian, had completely perished, Yuan slowly sheathed his Xiantian sword and casually approached to retrieve the bracelet. This old specter, despite his demise, was a peak transformation ghost cultivator and should possess numerous valuable items, warranting a thorough search. The ghostly path, while treacherous and malevolent, is not without its glaring weaknesses. They fear light, fire, and yang energy. In short, the vulnerabilities are plentiful. Unless one is already deceased, no aspiring cultivator would choose this path. Lu Jian, as the left protector of the Mingyi sect, had also fully transformed into a ghost only after dying once, embarking on the path of seizing hosts for immortality. As the saying goes, unless one has overcome most of the ghostly path's shortcomings like a ghost emperor, other spectral beings encountering a nascent infant cultivator with a pure yang body would consider themselves fortunate. This was precisely why Yuan dared to brazenly invade the city lord's mansion. It was clear that even if the Summer Emperor were present, they would not dare to lay a finger on Tai Xuan. The fate of the aforementioned left protector of the Mingyi sect served as a cautionary tale. With the death of the array's creator, the myriad of malevolent spirits dissipated, the overwhelming energy receding like a tide. The scene within the city lord's mansion swiftly transformed once more, returning to its original state. As Yuan turned, he spotted Li Mingwang scampering towards him, exuberantly praising, "I knew that old ghost Lu could never be your opponent. Even the Mingyi sect leader would be of no use. Daozi's might shakes the world. Your humble admiration is as boundless as the flowing river enough." Yuan waved his hand in disdain, halting the flattery. "Go find Zhang Saiqiang. If he is still alive, he is probably still locked away. Right? I haven't found senior brother Zhang yet. He wouldn't have truly perished, would he?" Li Mingwang instantly wilted, turning to rush outside. "Daozi, please wait here. I shall bring senior brother's ashes to you at once." As the energy dissipated, those who had been unconscious within the hall gradually awakened, bewildered, scanning their surroundings. Upon spotting the two skeletons lying on the ground, they were instantly startled. At this moment, Yuan, expressionless, cast a glance at them and spoke slowly. Lu Jin, the left protector of the Mingyi sect, seized the corporeal form of city lord and Ling Xiao and secretly plundered the blood and essence of passing cultivators under the guise of the city lord to cultivate malevolent ghostly arts. The city lord's wife, possessing a pure constitution, also fell victim to Lu Jian, serving as a vessel for nurturing ghostly servants. If allowed to succeed, it wouldn't be long before the entire city of Puzhou would descend into a ghostly realm. Unfortunately, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Two inner disciples of our Tai Xuan sacred ground uncovered traces of this and resolutely infiltrated the city lord's mansion under the guise of servants to uncover the truth. One of them was inadvertently captured. As I happened to be nearby, upon receiving a plea for help from my fellow disciple, I rushed to their aid, only to discover that it took but a slight maneuver to reveal this impostor's true colors. The impostor attempted to resist, but was slain on the spot. Now that this demon has been dealt with, you may depart at your leisure. What? The city lord was actually a hidden demon of the Mingyi sect? Upon hearing the unfolding events, everyone present was struck with disbelief. No one questioned the authenticity of Yuan's words, for in his position, he could obtain whatever he desired without obstruction, rendering deceit unnecessary. It was utterly unforeseen that one had merely been invited as a guest, yet found themselves entangled in a colossal conspiracy. Even more astonishing was the fact that while the Mingyi sect may not rank among the top-tier powers, it was still formidable. The position of left protector within the sect was second only to the sect leader and deputy leader, at the very least a transformation realm cultivator, and likely a refining void expert. Yet now, he had been easily dispatched by a nascent infant cultivator of Tai Xuan Daozi. Such a thing was virtually unheard of. Father, mother, Just as the crowd was reeling from the news, and Kylon stumbled forward, collapsing before the two skeletons, weeping profusely. Witnessing the scene by Shiro, whose mother had long since passed, and who had almost lost her father not long ago, felt a surge of sympathy and compassion, quickly stepping forward to offer gentle comfort. Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from outside. Daozi, senior brother Zhang, is not dead. I rescued him from the cellar. Qi Yuan turned to see Li Ming Wang, supporting the limping Zhang Caiqiang as he entered. Zhang Caiqiang appeared significantly thinner than the last time he was seen, with dark circles under his eyes and gaunt cheeks, gasping for breath after every few steps, a picture of exhaustion. What has happened to him? Looking at the typically optimistic Zhang Caiqiang, now appearing despondent, Qi Yuan could not help but inquire. As the Daozi, one must show concern for the well-being of one's subordinates. Don't even mention it. When I found him, senior brother Zhang had already hung his belt from the beam in the cellar. If I hadn't intervened, he would have hanged himself. Li Mingguang Siga. He wouldn't say anything to me. Qi Yuan's curiosity deepened, and he turned his gaze toward Zhang Caiqiang. Junior brother Zhang, have you been possessed by a ghost? I was truly foolish. Truly. Zhang Caiqiang shook his head, his eyes vacant, murmuring, why did I have to provoke the city lord's wife, when I could have just been content with my simple life? What is wrong with you? Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, urging him to be forthcoming. Don't mention it. Zhang Caiqiang slightly raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. I feel like my essence has been nearly drained by the ghost. Li Mingwang scoffed. Come on, you're a distinguished golden core cultivator. Your essence will recover in a couple of days. Why worry? Then, recalling something, Li Mingwang smirked slyly. I remember that the ghost possessing the city lord's wife was a female ghost, right? Could it be that you were taking advantage of the situation? As he spoke, noticing Zhang Caiqiang's expression turning pale, Li Mingwang's eyes filled with pity. Could be a male ghost? If that were the case, senior brother Zhang would indeed be most unfortunate. Chapter 38. Having been a sycophant, left with nothing upon witnessing this scene, Elder Yang Xioda, responsible for the organization of the grand competition, exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression filled with admiration. Excellent, excellent. She has demonstrated both courage and wisdom, displaying commendable character. Had it not been for his timely intervention, these three outer disciples would likely have perished here. For this alone, the young man merits significant cultivation. Although some casualties are permissible during the outer sect competition, losing three promising elite disciples in one fell swoop constitutes a grave incident. Moreover, the Internal Affairs Pavilion bears responsibility for failing to eliminate dangerous beasts like the four-eyed spirit fox in advance. Should fatalities arise from this oversight, Elder Yang Xioda could not escape culpability. With the crisis now averted, Yang felt an overwhelming sense of relief and gratitude towards Qi Yuan. The performance of this junior disciple has been commendable. Once the competition concludes, you shall certainly recommend him to the sect leader for promotion to outer disciple and recruit him into the Internal Affairs Pavilion for service. While he pondered this, Elder Luo Yungu beside him suddenly exclaimed, his tone laced with surprise, I initially thought Qi would slay that beast to earn points. Yet he intends to subdue it using a beast-taming scroll. What is his aim? Upon hearing this, Yang Xioda raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting as he could not help but respond. Though the four-eyed spirit fox is exceedingly cunning, it is inherently timid and fearful of death. Now that she has captured it, with its life in peril, it may very well yield and sign a contract, acknowledging him as its master. If he can indeed tame this perfected chi-refining beast, he might achieve remarkable feats in the competition. At that moment, Elder Yinxing Yuan from the Dao entrance pavilion scoffed, his countenance filled with disdain. This Qi only knows how to take shortcuts and engage in underhanded tactics. In terms of strength, he cannot be compared to Han Ziyuan, Zhu Xinxing, Lu Kuang, and others. Even with the assistance of the four-eyed spirit fox, it would be of no avail. That creature's combat prowess is inherently weak, relying solely on rudimentary illusions. Any chi-refining practitioner of similar or greater cultivation can easily withstand its tricks. Just now, Nia Solan at the 9th level of chi refinement was not initially deceived by its illusions. Had she not displayed a lapse in concentration due to extreme fear, the four-eyed spirit fox would not have found an opening. With these words, several senior members of the Luo Yungu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the point. While the illusions of the four-eyed spirit fox are indeed troublesome, they are not insurmountable. Practitioners of comparable or superior cultivation are unlikely to be ensnared. Among the disciples participating in the outer sect competition, there are quite a number at the perfected chi refining stage, making it nearly impossible to secure a place in the top 10 solely through the aid of a four-eyed spirit fox. Meanwhile, two paths lay before you. One is to obediently sign this beast taming contract. The other is death. Yuan spoke in a dispassionate tone, his gaze icy as he stared at the four-eyed spirit fox before him. The fox's eyes flickered, seemingly caught in hesitation. Observing this, Yuan let out a cold laugh, slowly placing his hand upon the creature's neck. It appears you have chosen the path of death. Very well, then I shall grant you that. At this moment, a murderous intent radiated from his face, as if he were about to unleash his powers to shatter the opponent's neck. The fox demon immediately softened, reluctantly parting its lips to release a drop of crimson blood, its life essence. At least you know your place, Yuan remarked with a faint smile, as he unfurled the beast mastery scroll and let the drop of blood fall upon the contract. Then, with a mere thought, he swiftly inscribed a soul mark upon the scroll. In an instant, he sensed a faint connection with the fox spirit before him, a bond so delicate that a slight shift in his thoughts could determine the life or death of this four-eyed spiritual fox. The beast mastery contract was, in essence, a pure master-servant agreement, akin to a bond of servitude for the demon beasts. During the contract's duration, the beast was utterly unable to defy its master's will. Otherwise, it would suffer a backlash, leading to its immediate demise, with no chance of reincarnation. The Beast Mastery Scroll, a specialty of the esteemed Beastmaster sect in this realm, was not particularly difficult to acquire in the cultivation world, nor was it exorbitantly priced. The sole challenge lay in coercing the demon beast into signing such an unequal pact. Naturally, if one were to encounter a fiercely independent and untamable beast, it would likely prefer death over entering into such an agreement. But the timid nature of the four-eyed spiritual fox clearly placed it in a different category. After the contract was established, the fox demon's aura waned further, appearing utterly despondent. What, are you still unconvinced? Yuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at it. Were it not for its potential usefulness, a creature of such lowly standing would not qualify to be my beast companion. As long as you obediently fulfill your duties, you shall soon regain your freedom. With that, he untied the beast net, releasing the fox demon. Once free to move, the fox hesitated for a moment but ultimately approached Yuan, driven by fear. Observing that the four-eyed spiritual fox had been thoroughly tamed, Yuan casually stowed away the beast mastery scroll and retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag. Upon opening it, an enchanting aroma of an extraordinary spirit-enhancing elixir wafted forth. An exceptional spirit cultivation pill. This villain, no. Could it be that the master's words are indeed true? The fox demon's spirit soared, its gaze toward Yuan transformed, imbued with a deep yearning. You must break through to the Foundation establishment realm before dawn. Otherwise, you shall meet a most gruesome end. As he spoke, Yuan poured the exquisite spirit cultivation pill from the jade vial and tossed it before the fox demon. Hearing this, the fox's fluffy ears drooped instantly, as if the once tempting elixir had suddenly lost its appeal. Sensing her master's displeasure, she hastily swallowed the pill and darted into the woods, vanishing without a trace. After the fox's departure, Yuan approached the three unfortunate souls who lay unconscious nearby, casting a curious glance at the jade tokens at their waists, only to lose interest immediately. Perhaps the demon beasts had been entirely seized by the various worker teams, leaving this trio in a dire predicament. Nyetsualan had 4 points on her token, while her two subordinates' tokens were completely empty, still in a state of 0, perfectly embodying the adage, being a sycophant leaves one with nothing. As the thought crossed his mind, he shifted his form and silently departed from his original position. Before leaving, he released a gentle stream of vital energy, awakening the three individuals. Moments later, the trio, lying on the ground, slowly opened their eyes to discover the chaos surrounding them. Evidence of a fierce battle scattered about, and their hands still clutching weapons and magical artifacts. Suddenly, recalling an unsettling memory, Nyet Suelan's anger surged. She sprang to her feet and struck each of her companions with a resounding slap. I remember now. You two dared to launch a sneak attack on me from behind and let those ice mice escape. No wonder you sought me out for this team. Your intention was to sabotage my efforts, wasn't it? The two struck individuals stood there bewildered, utterly confused about what they had done wrong. Chapter 39. The competition concludes as the final day dawned. The disciples participating in the competition grew increasingly cautious. By this time, the beasts and rare treasures within the competition area had been largely depleted, leading many to realize that seizing the jade tokens from others had become the most pragmatic method to accumulate points. Consequently, conflicts among the disciples intensified, and a palpable atmosphere of tension and hostility permeated the air. Bang! Lu Kuang's expression darkened as he struck both palms together. A heavy aura of profound yellow energy surged forth, forcefully repelling an opponent at the 9th level of Qi Refinement. Then he forcefully stomped his right foot on the ground, propelling himself upward and breaking free from the encircling group of 8 cultivators. Don't let him escape. He alone possesses over 3,000 points. If we can snatch his jade token, it would suffice for all of us to secure a place in the top 10 of the competition. Upon hearing this, the cultivators engaged in the assault became agitated, eagerly pursuing him. As Lu Kuang sprinted forward, anxiety welled within him. He had not anticipated such avarice. These individuals were willing to turn against him for mere points. Those who had once allied with him to hunt beasts now transformed into his relentless competitors. Had it not been for his keen awareness, he might have truly fallen into their hands. His body was already marred with wounds from previous skirmishes, though merely superficial. If he lingered any longer, his internal energy would wane. He needed to swiftly elude his pursuers and find a safe refuge until the competition concluded. With this thought, Lu Kuang suddenly devised a plan. He quickened his pace while forming a hand seal, chanting Earth Eruption Technique. In the next instant, the soil behind him began to tremble violently, as if a boulder had plunged into a tranquil pond, sending dirt flying in all directions. Taken by surprise, the pursuing cultivators were bombarded by the cascading debris, slowing their advance. Simultaneously, the ground before Lu Kuang split open, and without hesitation, he leaped into the crevice, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, a throng of agitated cultivators scoured the dense forest, shouting, "Cheetah, come out! Did you not claim you would seize first place in the competition? Why have you become a coward? Humph. Even if I forego my points, I shall teach you a lesson. Let's see how arrogant you remain afterward." However, after a considerable time had passed, despite an increasing number of searchers joining the fray, Qi Yuan's whereabouts remained elusive. Damn it, that rascal is surely hiding. Fear not. He will reveal himself once the competition concludes. Although he has escaped this time, the monk may run, but the temple will remain. I shall confront him again in the outer sect. Just as the searchers were growing exasperated, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby, followed by a young man clad in the garb of a servant emerging from the depths of the forest. As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they beheld Qi Yuan, the very individual they had been seeking. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself. One of them exclaimed with a triumphant laugh. Finally, I have captured you. Brothers, let us thoroughly deal with this worthless wretch. The group erupted into malicious laughter, eagerly encircling Qi Yuan, their fists itching for confrontation. Faced with the imminent threat of being besieged, Qi Yuan did not even flicker his eyelids. Instead, he disdainfully curled his lips and sneered. A bunch of trash. Come at me if you dare. The audacity of his taunt ignited their fury, prompting them to raise their magical implements and charge at him with a ferocious intent. At that precise moment, a commanding voice resonated through the air. Enough. Cease at once. As the words fell, Elder Yang Xioda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion descended from the heavens, his piercing gaze sweeping across the gathered throng. Upon hearing his voice, the crowd hastily subdued their energies, bowing respectfully as they greeted. disciples pay their respects to Elder Yuan. With a cold snort, Yang Xiota declared, "The competition has concluded. Henceforth, fighting amongst yourselves is strictly prohibited. Surrender your jade tokens, which Qi Yuan will tally for each individual score. Furthermore, after submitting your tokens, you're to seek out the others and bring them here for score reconciliation. Inform them that if they do not arrive within an hour, their scores will be nullified. Yes, we shall go find them immediately." The crowd, having acknowledged his words, lowered their heads in compliance and obediently handed their jade tokens to Qi Yuan. Meanwhile, in the square, Elder Yang Xiota stared in a daze at the scene within the magical mirror, his mind buzzing as he struggled to believe his own eyes. The disciples, upon encountering Qi Yuan, seemed entranced. They first bowed respectfully and then, one by one, handed their jade tokens to him, behaving in a manner that was utterly astonishing. Not only was he taken aback, but the atmosphere in the square also felt as though it had solidified, with everyone sensing they were caught in a dream. "It must be an illusion," exclaimed by Qin Wu, the leader of Falling Cloud Valley, shaking his head in disbelief. His demonic pet has suddenly reached the foundation establishment stage, greatly enhancing the power of its illusion. Those outer disciples are simply incapable of resisting it, falling into disarray. Elder Kong Wanyin of the Pill Pavilion, recovering from his shock, marveled. Indeed, the elixir he administered to the four-eyed spirit fox was likely a top-tier spirit cultivation pill. After consuming the pill, the fox demon achieved foundation establishment overnight. Compared to the Qi refinement stage, a foundation establishment four-eyed spirit fox is a complete transformation. With its assistance, Qi Yuan can undoubtedly dominate the competition. This is utterly unbelievable. A nearby inner court elder stood agape, pondering whether Qi Yuan had previously assisted others in accumulating points merely to seize their jade tokens at this moment. If that were the case, this young man was nothing short of a prodigy. As his thought echoed, the other senior members of Falling Cloud Valley collectively gasped in astonishment, plunging the arena once again into a fleeting silence. If there are any shortcomings, they must be promptly rectified. This individual's vengeful disposition is truly formidable. Chapter 40. The demonic sect requires such talents. Has the grand competition concluded? Upon hearing the fervent calls from outside, Lu Kuang, who had been concealed within the crevices of the earth, felt a surge of vitality. His previously taut nerves now considerably relaxed. He had chosen to hide in this location to ensure his survival until the end of the competition, for he was utterly convinced that with his score surpassing 3,500 points, he would undoubtedly secure the title of champion in this outer sect competition. Under such circumstances, avoiding any missteps was of paramount importance. Out of prudence, he did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he attentively listened to the sounds from the outside world until he was certain that no one was around. Only then did he stealthily emerge from his subterranean refuge. Once on the surface, Lu Kuang brushed off the dust from his clothing and hastened toward a specific direction. He had overheard that the jade tokens needed to be submitted within an hour, and with time already slipping away, he had to hurry or risk missing the deadline. Indeed, it was over. Upon reaching the assembly point, Lu Kuang quickly spotted Elder Yang Xiota from the Internal Affairs Pavilion among the crowd, dispelling the last vestiges of doubt in his heart, which was swiftly replaced by uncontrollable joy. According to the customary practices of previous years, the victor of the outer sect competition not only received a substantial reward, but also enjoyed focused cultivation upon entering the inner sect, heralding a bright future. With this thought in mind, Lu Kuang could not help but break into a grin, envisioning the splendid path that lay ahead. Suddenly, a voice laced with playful sarcasm interrupted his daydream. "Lu Kuang, why do you arrive so late? Are you embarrassed to present your meager results?" Lu Kuang snorted in disdain and turned to retort. "Han Ziyuan, I sincerely hope your luck this time does not mirror your usual misfortunes. Otherwise, you might not even reach a fraction of my score." Han Ziyuan, like Lu Kuang, was among the elite of the outer disciples. Although their relationship could not be described as particularly poor, they often engaged in subtle rivalries, viewing one another as competitors. To Lu Kuang's surprise, the usually irritable Han Ziyuan did not react with anger to this jibe. Instead, he maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly unscathed. "Oh, I am genuinely looking forward to it. I shall see if you can deliver a commendable performance, Han Ziyuan remarked with a slight smile, his gaze drifting to the jade token at Lu Kuang's waist. If you fail, remember to call me senior brother in the intersect. At these words, Lu Kuang raised an eyebrow and burst into hearty laughter. Very well. Let us settle this based on our results. At that moment, Jie Yuxing, who had been observing from a distance, approached and spoke. Everyone refers to the three of us as the three prodigies of the outer sect. Since we are to compete, I must not be excluded. Why not take this opportunity to ascertain who among us is the most formidable newcomer in the sect? His declaration immediately captured the attention of all present. Excitement brewed in the air. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. All three were distinguished disciples of the outer sect, their strengths closely matched, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. At present, the three individuals exude an air of unwavering confidence, clearly prepared to engage in a fierce contest for points. Regardless of the outcome, the unfolding spectacle promises to be exceptionally captivating. What are you three dawdling for? Quickly hand over your jade tokens and do not waste everyone's time, urged Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, his countenance darkening and tone stern. Understood. In response, Lu Kuang, Han Ziyuan, and Jie Yuxing exchanged glances and simultaneously tossed their jade tokens to Qi Yuan, who was responsible for tallying the scores. In unison, they urged, now, tell us who among us has the highest score. Done. Qi Yuan beamed as he accepted the jade tokens from the three distinguished disciples. After glancing at the scores inscribed upon them, he announced, Han Ziyuan, 3,122 points. Very impressive. Upon hearing this figure, many uninformed disciples gasped in astonishment. How many beasts must one slay to achieve that? No wonder we have no points. They are all in his possession. Observing the expressions of those around him, Han Ziyuan smiled triumphantly and glanced at his two competitors, but his grin froze mid-expression. He realized that although the others showed slight reactions, they quickly reverted to normalcy, betraying no signs of disappointment. What is happening? At that moment, Han Ziyuan felt a sense of unease creeping in. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively turned his gaze toward Qi Yuan. Lu Kuang, 3,581 points, placing second. You must continue to strive for improvement. 3,581 points. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning their own hearing. Even more outrageous was the fact that 3,581 points secured second place. Lu Kuang himself was rendered speechless. He stared incredulously at Qi Yuan, stammering, "Is there really someone with a higher score than mine? How is that even possible?" Qi Yuan shrugged and continued, "Jie Yuxing, 4,027 points. It seems that putting in extra hours truly pays off." Though he could not comprehend the meaning behind the latter statement, Jie Yuxing's face flushed with excitement upon learning he ranked first. Beaming with pride, he addressed his two despondent rivals. "Apologies, fellow disciples. But it appears I have outperformed you this time. Thank you for your efforts." At that moment, Elder Yang Xiuda lightly cleared his throat, interrupting the murmurs in the arena. "All right, all matters are settled. You may now activate your teleportation talismans and exit the competition area." In the square, as disciple after disciple was transmitted from the back mountain, the onlookers of Luoyun Valley, observing through the magical mirror, were left in a state of stupor. Their eyes glazed over, utterly shocked to the point of forgetting to speak. The only thought reverberating in their minds was, what on earth? From the perspective of the spectators, those participating in the competition appeared as if under some form of control, lining up in orderly fashion, presenting their jade tokens to Qi Yuan before departing, some even expressing their gratitude. After delivering the jade tablet, she activated a teleportation talisman to transport herself away, seemingly oblivious to the fact that exiting the competition early would result in the nullification of her score. This scene was utterly bizarre. After a prolonged silence, someone finally stammered, "What just happened? Am I seeing things? Why is this strange situation unfolding?" At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Forget about that for now. Do you realize what this means? According to the rules, aside from that servant, everyone else in this outer set competition has been eliminated. There will be no top 10. There is only one victor. And that is Cheetah. My goodness, how did he achieve this? This statement was like a massive stone thrown into calm waters, creating an immediate uproar. Amidst the chorus of astonished voices, Ji Chaner, who had been mingling among a group of inner-sect disciples, also snapped back to reality, her eyes glimmering with a hint of intrigue. Unconventional, ruthless, adept at patience, meticulous in her actions, striking with precision and leaving no room for error. The demon sect requires individuals of such caliber. Due to the outer sect competition, the entire back mountain had been sealed off. For the past few days, she had not been required to guard the herb garden, and to avoid raising suspicions, she decided to make an appearance. Little did she expect to stumble upon such unexpected revelations. Chapter 41. The Fox's Revenge. Better late than never with a flash of white light. Jie Yuxing was transported to the square where the law mirror was located. At that moment, his face radiated with exuberance, ready to receive the congratulations of the crowd. Prior to activating the teleportation talisman, he had even prepared a speech of gratitude, eagerly awaiting the moment to publicly recite it upon receiving his award, hoping to leave behind a legendary tale from this outer sect competition. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. One could hear a pin drop. The gazes directed at him by everyone present, including the disciples who had participated in the competition, were filled with peculiar expressions, tinged with a hint of pity. What had transpired? Was his score of 4,000 points so dazzling that it left everyone in awe? Faced with this bizarre scenario, Jie Yuxing was utterly bewildered, his heart swelling with questions. Suddenly, he caught sight of Elder Yang Xiuda from the Internal Affairs Pavilion, standing not far away, momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he, Elder Yang, still cleaning up the aftermath on the back mountain? How could he have suddenly appeared here? Coughing to clear his throat, Yang Xiuda, with a serious demeanor, spoke. Disciple Jie, you utilized the teleportation talisman to exit prematurely before the conclusion of the competition. According to the rules, your score has been annulled. I hope you can reflect on this experience and strive for better results next year. What? An annulled score? Upon hearing Yang Xiuda's words, Jie Yuxing felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in a daze. Once he regained his composure, he rushed to Yang Xiuda, his expression filled with agitation. Elder Yang, you just announced the conclusion of the competition and instructed us to submit our jade tokens before teleporting out. Why now must you cancel my score? Although Jie Yuxing's attitude was somewhat disrespectful at that moment, Yang Xiuda bore no grudge, merely shaking his head gently and explaining patiently. Alas, disciple Jie, what you witnessed was not me, but a mere illusion. You were misled by a four-eyed spirit fox of the Foundation establishment realm. In reality, the competition has not yet concluded, and exiting early will naturally lead to a cancellation of your score. Seeing Jie Yuxing still in a state of shock, Yang Xiuda sighed. You have given your jade token to another. Even if you hadn't exited early, it would have been futile, as your score would not be recorded regardless. An illusion? Jie Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upward at the law mirror, only to find that the competition area was now devoid of any other disciples, save for one person and the snowy white fox by his side. Hida, how could this be possible? Observing the profound dismay of Xing, both Hanzi Yuan and Lu Kuang, who shared the status of the greatest victims, felt a considerable sense of relief. Witnessing their previously arrogant competitors experiencing even greater misfortune brought a sense of equilibrium to their hearts. After a while, Bai Qingwu, the leader of Falling Cloud Valley, regained his composure and spoke with a tone tinged with complexity. Elder Yang, the time has come. I shall accompany you to retrieve that young man. You wish to go personally? Yang Xiuda was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Qingwu, in his esteemed position, would personally collect a mere junior in the Qi refinement stage. Such an occurrence had never transpired in previous grand competitions. Although somewhat astonished, he certainly would not question the leader's decision. After nodding in agreement, he transformed into a streak of light alongside Bai Qingwu, soaring towards the competition area. At the back mountain, Yuan waved his hand to stow away the pile of jade tokens that had amassed into a small mountain within his storage bag. He cast a glance at the fox demon, who was still diligently portraying the role of an elder in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, and instructed, "All right, dispel the illusion." You have performed admirably this time." Upon hearing this, the four-eyed spirit fox obediently ceased its spell and eagerly scampered before Qi Yuan, vigorously wagging its fluffy tails. "Master, how did I fare this time?" Its voice was sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a 13 or 14-year-old human girl. After achieving foundation establishment, certain bee species that had awakened their intellect early on possessed the capability to refine their vocal cords and articulate human speech, and the four-eyed spirit fox was no exception. As Qi Yuan continued to stow his storage bag, he nonchalantly replied, "Did I not already say you performed well? Then, Master, could you perhaps show mercy and release me?" The four-eyed spirit fox's amber eyes sparkled with anticipation as it gazed at Qi Yuan. "You promised that as long as I did my job well, I would soon regain my freedom." "How naive," Qi Yuan retorted with a sidelong glance. "In light of your recent accomplishments, I shall reluctantly pardon your earlier actions against my 3 fellow disciples. However, do not forget that you still owe me a premium spirit cultivation pill. Until you settle that debt, you shall continue to serve me." "Huh?" The four-eyed spirit fox displayed a hint of distress, meekly inquiring, "Master, how much is that premium spirit cultivation pill worth in spirit stones?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly. "Not much. Merely 500 spirit stones." 500 spirit stones? Upon hearing this figure, the four-eyed spirit fox's eyes brightened, and it exclaimed eagerly, "I had a modest savings before my foundation establishment. I have some rare materials stored in my cave that will absolutely suffice to repay those 500 spirit stones. Is that so?" Qi Yuan regarded it with a sidelong glance and nodded. "Very well, as long as you can gather 500 premium spirit stones. I shall release you at once." "Premium spirit stones?" The fox demon was taken aback. "Did you not mean inferior spirit stones?" Qi Yuan snorted coldly. "I offered you a premium spirit cultivation pill. Therefore, it must be calculated in premium spirit stones. Consider your inferior qualifications. Without the aid of a premium pill, how could you possibly establish your foundation overnight and awaken the celestial fox bloodline?" In an opulently adorned solitary chamber, Qi Yuan sat languidly, silently invoking the system's task list. New task released. After a grueling struggle, with the assistance of his elder sister Baishiro, you have slain the Wang family's ancestral figure, Wang Tianda. However, the vicinity of Falling Cloud Valley is no longer a sanctuary for you. Following your departure from Puzhou City, your elder sister Baishiro resolved to venture forth in pursuit of enlightenment, intending to return once her cultivation has reached fruition to avenge their father. After parting ways with Baishiro, you, consumed by longing for your sister Qiyao, prepared to embark on a journey to the Linglong sacred land. Alas, fate had other plans, as you received word en route that your family had been annihilated by demonic cultivators. Task objective: within 2 months, ascertain the truth behind the extermination of the Qi family and eliminate the perpetrators. Task difficulty: 5 stars, extremely challenging. Task rewards: 1, 500 counterattack points, an exquisite defensive artifact, Golden AO Bell, and a new talent, Illuminated Heart. Upon activation, it significantly fortifies the hostess resolve, enhances comprehension, and mitigates the intrusion of inner demons in most circumstances. Note, this task can be forfeited without penalty. The Qi family has been exterminated. Upon reading this recently updated task, Qi Yuan could not help but widen his eyes, his face a mask of astonishment. Chapter 42. This is true brutality. When Qi Yuan was brought to the square, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with astonishment, envy, admiration, and even reverence. Meanwhile, the elder of the Internal Affairs Cabinet composed himself and solemnly announced, "Zalage disciple Qida has achieved a remarkable score of 17,236 points in this outer set competition, earning the title of first place." Although the outcome had long been anticipated, hearing this astonishing score still sent waves of excitement throughout the entire Falling Cloud Valley. A mere 5th-layer Qi refining disciple, who had not slain a single beast throughout the competition, had secured first place through an incredibly unfathomable method. What a miraculous reversal of fortune. With just a few deft moves, he eliminated all his competitors, even allowing some disciples to toil for 3 days to earn him points, a truly ruthless and insane tactic. What defines brutality? This is the epitome of savagery. The most terrifying aspect was that everything he did fell within the permissible boundaries of the competition rules, leaving no room for criticism. Moreover, he had saved the lives of 3 fellow disciples, which only added to his merits and absolved him of any wrongdoing. Such unparalleled maneuvering was unprecedented and unheard of. In an instant, the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley, including the esteemed elders, were left in a state of shock. Even those outer sect disciples who had been outmaneuvered in the competition gazed at Yuan with disbelief, as if they were beholding a monster. Noticing the stiff expressions and chaotic breaths of the participating outer sect disciples, as if their aspirations had been shattered, the sect leader, Bai Qingwu, seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation. He swiftly flew before the crowd and proclaimed, "Disciples, listen well. In light of the extraordinary circumstances of this competition, the sect has decided to increase the quota for entering the inner sect in the next competition. The top 20 participants will be directly promoted to inner sect disciples. Furthermore, all disciples who participated in this outer sect competition, having been selected by Elder Yang, will have their monthly allowances doubled, and they may choose one technique to study from the scripture pavilion." Upon hearing this announcement, the previously disheartened outer sect disciples instantly perked up, their expressions returning to normal. Many who believed they lacked the ability to make it into the top 10 felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces lighting up with joy. Although this outer sect competition had been tainted by the antics of a certain uncouth individual, at least there was a consolation prize, generously shared among all. As the atmosphere gradually became lively, Bai Qingwu finally breathed a sigh of relief and adopted a more serious tone. From now on, an additional rule will be implemented in the outer sect competitions. The use of demon pets will not be permitted during the contest, or else participants will be disqualified. This competition serves as a wake-up call. Be aware that the path to immortality is fraught with peril, and the world is rife with trickery. Should you continue to be complacent and lax, the price you pay in the future will far exceed that of today. I hope you all remember this lesson as a cautionary tale. Disciples will heed the teachings of the sect leader. The disciples, with hands clasped, responded earnestly, their expressions solemn. Yuan, upon hearing this, could not help but nod in agreement. He had to acknowledge that the master of the Falling Cloud Valley was indeed no ordinary figure. With just a few words, he had rekindled the confidence of those disciples who had faltered in the great competition, simultaneously enhancing their loyalty and sense of belonging to the sect, a testament to his astute leadership and resolute spirit. Just as Yuan found himself momentarily distracted, Bai Qingwu's gaze unexpectedly fell upon him, imbued with admiration and appreciation. With a beaming smile, he proclaimed, "From this day forth, the outer disciple Qida shall be promoted to an inner disciple, receiving 5,000 spirit stones, 100 superior gathering chi pills, 1 foundational pill, 3 mid-tier magical artifacts, and permission to enter the second level of the scripture pavilion to select any technique at will. Disciple Qida, my heartfelt thanks for the sect's nurturing." As Bai Qingwu's words echoed, Yuan promptly bowed in acknowledgement and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, approached the stage with composure to accept the storage bag filled with rewards. In the next moment, a chilling notification sounded in his ear. Ding! The host has completed the task objective to obtain qualification for the outer sect competition and secure a place among the top 10, rewarded with 500 reversal points. 15 premium gathering chi pills, 1 premium foundational pill, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding! The host has completed the additional task to astonish the crowd in the outer sect competition and claim the first place, rewarded with an opportunity to enhance spiritual root quality. At the instant the system's voice faded, Yuan sensed a subtle shift within him. An inexplicable warmth coursed through his being. Subsequently, the scene before him began to transform, as all things twisted and morphed under his gaze, unraveling into intricate, enigmatic lines, each thread imbued with profound truths beyond expression. Concurrently, a multitude of unprecedented insights surged within him, granting him a sense of elation and comfort. However, Yuan was acutely aware of his surroundings. To maintain his composure amidst the crowd, he swiftly focused his mind, forcibly extricating himself from this extraordinary state. Yet, he realized that after this enhancement of his qualifications, he could readily access this wondrous realm at will, allowing him to perceive the cosmos and significantly increase his cultivation efficiency. Moreover, Yuan discovered another remarkable transformation. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into his body without the need to activate any technique, easily compressing and refining it. Was this the manifestation of a spiritual root beyond the ordinary? Yuan marveled inwardly, filled with joy. The system had indeed proven to be immensely beneficial, justifying all the efforts he had expended, even at the cost of his principles. Chapter 43. Is this cultivation method genuine? The following day, within the inner sect. Junior Brother Qi, congratulations on your promotion to an inner sect disciple. I have been instructed by Elder Yang to accompany you in selecting your residence. Please follow me. After receiving the plaque that signifies his status as an inner sect disciple, Yuan was led by a disciple from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to a towering peak approximately 5 to 600 zhang high. The area was lush with greenery and abundant in spiritual energy, far surpassing the conditions of the outer sect. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan felt immense satisfaction. Although it could not compare to the opulent caverns he had enjoyed in the Tai Xuan Holy Land, at least the environment here was serene, devoid of the bustling crowds of the outer sect. After the recent grand competition, he had undoubtedly offended numerous outer sect disciples. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the public enemy of the outer sect. Yet, Yuan remained unconcerned, for he had now ascended to the status of an inner sect disciple of the falling Cloud Valley. In terms of status, inner sect disciples were entirely superior to their ordinary outer sect counterparts. Even if some harbored resentment, they would not dare to act against him. In future encounters, they would still have to respectfully greet him as Senior Brother Qi. However, it was predictable that under these circumstances, Lin, who had once openly called Yuan his brother, would likely suffer once more, especially considering that this fortunate child still needed to navigate the outer sect. Reflecting on Lin Zhan's experience since entering Falling Cloud Valley, it seemed he had not enjoyed a single day of peace. He was either framed or ostracized by his peers. If it weren't for the system's certification, Yuan would truly question whether that lad was a child of fortune or misfortune. Of course, Yuan felt no guilt about this. Guilt, indeed. He was not Lin Zhan's caretaker, rejecting mental exhaustion. At that moment, the Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple produced a map marked with various courtyard from his sleeve and handed it to Yuan, speaking warmly. Junior Brother Qi, you may select a courtyard within Qianshui Peak as your residence, but you can only choose an unmarked courtyard that does not belong to anyone. Following the dramatic conclusion of the outer sect competition, Yuan's name had spread throughout Falling Cloud Valley. As the only individual in the sect's history to single-handedly alter the rules of the competition, he had become the most talked-about figure in recent days. Thus, despite his outward cultivation being merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, making him the lowest-ranking inner sect disciple in history, the Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple still treated him with utmost respect. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother. Yuan glanced over the map and quickly spotted a rather secluded small courtyard. This courtyard was situated halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense forests, with hardly anyone passing by. The nearest courtyard was over 10 miles away, perfectly suiting his low-key and unassuming nature. Having made his decision, he pointed to the courtyard and inquired, "May I choose this one?" The Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple hesitated slightly as he examined Yuan's selection, responding, "You may." But that location was once a dilapidated courtyard. It has fallen into disrepair over the years, so it may require some time to clean and organize. Yuan smiled, unfazed, and replied, "No matter, I rather enjoy the tranquility." The disciple of the Internal Affairs Pavilion nodded, and then said, "Very well, since you have made your decision. I shall inscribe your name now. Henceforth, this will be your residence within the inner sect." Shortly thereafter, Yuan dismissed the disciple and began to survey the small courtyard before him, enveloped in emerald moss. The courtyard was modest in size, featuring a meditation room for cultivation, a front hall and 2 side rooms. The front hall housed a stone table and 3 stone stools, with nothing else to adorn it. After tidying up the clutter within the courtyard, Yuan seated himself in the front hall and silently summoned the system interface. Apart from a side quest located at the lower left corner, the area representing the main quest refreshed once more, revealing the following. New task. After the outer set competition, you have finally shed your identity as a menial disciple and entered the inner sect for cultivation. Your remarkable performance has garnered the special attention of Biao Wu, the master of Falling Cloud Valley, and Shiro, the senior sister. Meanwhile, an unforeseen crisis is about to descend. Task difficulty. 4 stars, difficult. Task objective. Please survive this crisis and uncover all the hidden demonic sect spies within Falling Cloud Valley. Task reward. 800 counterattack points. An increase in Shiro's affection towards you, and a heavenly grade dual cultivation technique. Yin-Yang transformation scripture. What on earth? After reading this, Yuan was momentarily speechless. He could only ask one question. Is this Yin-Yang transformation scripture genuine? Initially, it appeared to be a straightforward survival task, something he had encountered before, yet this string of task rewards was utterly bewildering. The absurd system had intertwined the affection of the beautiful senior sister Shiro with a dual cultivation technique, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. The task was not marked as abandonable, indicating that it must be completed. Failure to do so would prevent any further main quest from refreshing. With the emergence of the dual cultivation technique, was he destined to lose his long-standing identity as a lifelong bachelor? Realizing this, Yuan's expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. It was evident that the freshly updated main quest was undoubtedly linked to the ongoing side quest, likely indicating that issues would arise on Chanara's end. After all, in the eyes of this inept system, he was merely a novice in the refinement stage, wholly unqualified to confront a demonic cultivator of the nascent soul stage directly. Nevertheless, the system had still issued a task to rescue the illusory stargrass. This suggested that the system deemed him capable of accomplishing what appeared to be an impossible task. Otherwise, it would amount to deliberately sending him, the host, to his demise. Under the vigilant watch of a nascent soul cultivator, a refinement cultivator could scarcely approach the illusory stargrass, let alone rescue it. Thus, the only feasible way for a novice to snatch something from the jaws of a nascent soul true monarch would be if that nascent soul true monarch were either led away or ensnared. In essence, if a variable were to occur, the crisis mentioned in the main quest was likely intertwined with this very variable. According to the task description, there must be more than just Chanar among the spies of the demon sect in the Falling Cloud Valley. Identifying all the infiltrators is the only way to succeed. It seems that until the situation becomes clearer, one must refrain from acting impulsively to avoid alerting the enemy and jeopardizing the mission. Yuan silently criticized the small sect for being unreliable, having been infiltrated by the demon sect to such an extent that they remained oblivious. Meanwhile, in the inner sect's entrance hall, Elder Yuan expressed surprise upon seeing Shiro, who had come uninvited. He greeted her with a warm smile. Shiro returned a faint smile and explained, Elder I have come to review the records of all the new disciples admitted in recent years. I would appreciate your assistance. Yuan's heart skipped a beat at her words, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, feigning difficulty as he replied, I see. Although the information you seek is not classified, protocol dictates that you must obtain the sect master's approval to access it. Alternatively, you could provide me with the name of the individual, and I can retrieve it for you. No need. I can search for it myself, Shiro said, shaking her head as she produced a dazzling token from her sleeve. This is the sect master's order. I kindly ask Elder to assist me in disabling the restrictions on the archive. Upon seeing the token, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yuan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, stating, Very well, please follow me. Thank you for your assistance, Shiro replied politely. Chapter 44. A surprise for junior sister, Master Bai. This is the archive pavilion, where the records of all disciples who have entered the sect over the millennia are stored. Moments later, Yuan led Shiro to several vast storerooms. He then took out a small, pale golden orb from his robe, activating it, causing the wards of the storerooms to dissipate and revealing a passageway. Elderine, you may go about your business. I can manage on my own, Baishiro remarked, nodding at him before she pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. Oh no! Observing her slender and graceful silhouette, Yuan's expression darkened, realizing the potential peril. This girl has always been astute. If she were to discover any flaws. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yuan swiftly turned and hurried back to his own dwelling. Upon returning to his abode, he took a deep breath, lightly brushed his robe sleeves, and activated a formation within the room that shielded against prying eyes. Once assured that no one could eavesdrop, he cautiously retrieved a communication talisman from a hidden compartment beneath his bed, its surface adorned with silver patterns, and infused it with spiritual energy. Soon, a deep and indifferent voice emanated from the talisman. What is it? Yuan's expression grew serious as he respectfully replied, Esteemed Master, as per your prior instructions to monitor Jizhan's movements in Luoyun Valley, I have kept this in mind. For the past 3 years, she has remained within the outer sect's medicinal garden without departing even a single step. I suspect that her purpose in coming here is not to seize control of Luoyun Valley, but rather to pursue something of greater significance, likely hidden within that garden. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end seemed taken aback for a moment before responding with keen interest. You are indeed correct. My esteemed junior sister holds a prestigious position within the holy sect and possesses an exceedingly proud disposition. Absent a monumental benefit, she would never deign to squander 3 years of her life in such a remote and impoverished locale. Whatever Ji-chan is seeking as her elder brother, it is my duty to alleviate her burdens and challenges. Thus, our connection as fellow disciples shall not be in vain. At this, Yuan's brows slightly arched as he cautiously inquired, So, does that mean? A sinister chuckle resonated from the talisman. I intend to visit in person and surprise junior sister Ji. Yuan's eyes brightened, and he hastily replied, Master, currently, the daughter of the Luoyun Valley's leader, Baishiro, is investigating the circumstances surrounding these newly admitted disciples. It is highly likely she may uncover Jizhan's involvement, which could lead to some entanglements. In response to this warning, the voice on the other end contemplated for a moment before its tone turned icy. This mere Luoyun Valley. I could wipe it clean with a mere wave of my hand. There is no need for such concerns. Yuan quickly assented. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Master. Indeed, you possess a silver tongue, you wretched servant. The voice scoffed, I shall arrive shortly. Keep a close watch and report immediately should anything arise. Understood. Yuan responded with utmost respect. As he stored the talisman, a sinister smile crept across Yuan's face. Ji-chan, do you truly believe that your esteemed lineage from the holy sect grants you immunity? How foolish do you think me? He often professes his desire to secure the position of the sect leader for me, yet he exhibits not a shred of sincerity, merely hiding within the medicinal garden, feigning ignorance, clearly intent on exploiting the bond between father and son. Given your ungratefulness, do not blame me for seeking another pillar of support. As these words fell, a flash of cold light sparkled in his eyes, and he quietly withdrew from the cave, surging forth with escape light towards the Dao Hall. Within the inner sect, at the Qian Shui Peak Cave, Yuan gradually opened his eyes. A glimmer of sharp brilliance flickered in his clear pupils, enveloped in a pervasive sword intent. His aura foreboding. The golden small sword, concealed within his sea of consciousness, trembled swiftly, emitting a faint ringing sound. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, his true essence at its utmost. It was the perfect moment to focus on cultivating the cloud sky, sword classic, nurturing his sword intent, and refining his physical form. Upon entering the supreme Xian Holy Land, it was determined that his innate spiritual root was a rare variant of the gold attribute, most suited for sword cultivation. Thus, he chose one of the highest inheritances, the Cloud Sky Sword Classic, as his primary means of offense. Of course, during this period, Yuan had not encountered any formidable adversaries, rendering the drawing of his sword unnecessary. It would be absurd to employ a high-caliber treasure like the Xiantian sword to slay a mere 5th-layer Qi Refinement Cultivator, Biao. In this world, spiritual artifacts abound, broadly categorized into 4 ranks. The lowest rank consists of magical tools, which possess limited power and feeble intelligence, relying solely on their inherent magical essence for combat. The next tier is called magical treasures. At this level, artifacts can communicate with the heavens, harnessing celestial forces to enhance their might. The third tier is spiritual treasures, which represent the elevation of magical treasures, endowed with sentience, capable of self-cultivation, and wielding unparalleled power. Each spiritual treasure is often the prized possession of top-tier factions, seldom utilized unless in dire circumstances. Above spiritual treasures lies the realm of celestial artifacts, which exist only in legend within this vast world, never having manifested in reality. Qi Yuan's life-bound magical treasure is a high-tier magical treasure, the Xiantian sword. After his cultivation session, he was preparing to tidy his new cave when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. He stood up and walked towards the door. Upon recognizing the visitor, astonishment flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes. "Junior brother Lin, what brings you here?" At that moment, Lin Zhan appeared, his face aglow and brimming with vigor, clearly in high spirits. Upon seeing Qi Yuan, he immediately approached, eagerly thrusting a storage bag into his hands. "Brother Qi, I've brought you some spirit stones. Your residence was quite elusive. I wandered the mountain for half a day before finally locating it." "What spirit stones?" Qi Yuan was taken aback, then accepted the storage bag. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a considerable number of low-grade spirit stones, at least 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Lin Zhen chuckled. "Brother Qi, following your advice, I placed all my spirit stones on you at the betting table, and my 1,000 spirit stones transformed into 10,000, netting a profit of 9,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for you, how could I have acquired such a windfall? I've decided we shall split it evenly." This storage bag contains 4,500 spirit stones. Fearing that Qi Yuan might refuse, he hastily added, "Brother Qi, this is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it, otherwise I will have no face to meet you in the future." "Very well." Observing the situation, Qi Yuan, not one to be overly pretentious, directly accepted the storage pouch. Not to mention, this lad indeed possesses a commendable character, albeit somewhat daft. He is of decent integrity. Upon witnessing the swift acceptance of the storage pouch, Lin Zhen revealed a broad smile. Subsequently, his expression turned serious as he earnestly stated, "Brother Qi, there is a senior who wishes to speak with you." "What?" Qi Yuan's expression momentarily tightened, but he quickly regained his composure and unhesitatingly replied, "All right, no problem." Chapter 45. The Path of Heavenly Dao. The Stone Clan Elder. "Esteemed Elder, please reveal yourself." The moment Qi Yuan uttered these words, a voice deep and resonant echoed in his mind. "Young friend, I perceive not only the concealed talents you harbor, but also your exceptional aptitude. You are but a step away from condensing your divine essence into a nascent soul. Truly, you are a prodigious genius of unparalleled caliber." Startled, Qi Yuan's heart raced. He had not anticipated that Lin Zhen indeed possessed a personal elder. Despite his own talent for subterfuge, the elder saw through it effortlessly, indicating that he was at least a formidable being of the harmonization realm, if not higher. As if sensing Qi Yuan's thoughts, the ethereal voice resonated once more. "Fear not, young friend. I am indifferent to your identity, nor do I concern myself with the motives behind your concealment. I merely observe that you possess potential worth cultivating, and as a close friend of Lin, I wish to guide you, to prevent you from straying onto a misguided path that may lead to future regret." Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan felt a jolt of determination, his expression turning solemn. "Esteemed elder, please speak plainly. I am eager to heed your guidance." The mysterious voice paused briefly before continuing. "Do you comprehend what the path of heavenly Dao entails?" "I do not," Qi Yuan replied, shaking his head earnestly, eager to learn. Even as a disciple of the Tai Xuan, he had never encountered the concept of the path of heavenly Dao. The path of heavenly Dao refers to the journey of a cultivator after entering the Dao, where each significant breakthrough must be executed flawlessly, aligning with the heavenly Dao. At the foundation stage, one must achieve the heavenly Dao foundation. At the Dan formation stage, one must attain the heavenly Dao golden Dan. Subsequently, the heavenly Dao nascent soul, and the heavenly Dao transformation, until reaching the celestial position and ascending to immortality. Throughout this arduous process, any misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Even with extraordinary cultivation talent, one could only remain stagnant at the great ascension stage, unable to attain immortality. Thus, the path of heavenly Dao is ultimately a pathway to transcendence. Only by traversing this path can one endure tribulations, ascend to the immortal realm, and glimpse the road to eternal life. The path of heavenly Dao. Qi Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. It was no wonder that no one had ascended to immortality in this realm for countless millennia. The conditions for ascension were indeed stringent. Each breakthrough demanded absolute perfection, leaving no room for error. The challenge was staggering. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Qi Yuan could not suppress a frown. His previous foundation-building method was the derivative method, based on the Tai Xuan Cave's Jade record, which sought to distill the true essence of the Tao. This method was extraordinarily difficult, with few achieving success. Yet, while such success would allow him to surpass his peers, it was evidently not the heavenly Tao foundation. Furthermore, the golden Dan he formed, though a rare and exquisite specimen, was not the heavenly Tao golden Dan. This indicated that he was not currently on the path of heavenly Tao. Even if he succeeded in condensing the heavenly Tao nascent soul, his earlier breakthroughs would still count as failures, rendering immortality an elusive dream. However, Qi Yuan's thoughts swiftly clarified. Since the mysterious elder broached this topic, it was unlikely that he intended merely to mock him. From the tone of the other party, it is evident that there exists a remedy concerning the path of heavenly Tao. With this thought, Qi Yuan's expression grew solemn, and he respectfully inquired, "Senior, if one has not embarked on the path of heavenly Tao during previous breakthroughs, is there still a chance for remedy afterwards?" "Certainly," the mysterious voice replied, resonating with an ethereal quality. "The heavenly Tao is inherently fair and just. Thus it will invariably provide a sliver of opportunity for beings to rectify their shortcomings. Although your prior breakthroughs were not flawless, your solid foundation and exceptional aptitude afford you the possibility of rectifying these imperfections. However, it necessitates a celestial restoration pill. This pill is of the sacred grade and is effective only when the first one is consumed, serving solely to mend the flaws left by your previous two breakthroughs. Should you fail to achieve the heavenly Tao fetus in this attempt, all hope will be lost, and even a plethora of celestial restoration pills would prove futile. This is the reason for my timely admonition. The celestial restoration pill?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression froze. The system marketplace does indeed offer the celestial restoration pill. Its price is a staggering 1 million reverse points. After toiling tirelessly to complete tasks, he had barely amassed 5,000 reverse points. Accumulating 1 million would take an eternity. Regardless of the outcome, it is undeniably better than having no hope at all. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, resigning himself to this consolation for the time being. The most crucial task for you now is to successfully condense the heavenly Tao fetus. Given your innate talent, if you can find a trace of heavenly Tao essence, there remains a chance of achieving the heavenly Tao fetus. There are two types of heavenly Tao essence. One is the essence of heavenly merit, and the other is the essence of heavenly creation. During each breakthrough, one must first locate one of these essences to have a chance at a perfect breakthrough. Now I understand. Qi Yuan comprehended instantly. To traverse the path of heavenly Tao, one must not only possess extraordinary spiritual roots, but also integrate a trace of heavenly Tao essence during the breakthrough to achieve perfection. Both requirements are indispensable. Since his previous breakthroughs were not perfect, to regain the opportunity for ascension, he must consume the celestial restoration pill to amend his flaws. Reflecting upon this, his astonishment deepened. The ancient texts within the Tai Xuan sacred land bore no record of any mention regarding the path of heavenly Tao. This matter is evidently of utmost secrecy. Who exactly is this mysterious elder, possessing such profound knowledge? The value of this information concerning ascension is beyond estimation. Just as Qi Yuan was lost in thought, the voice of the mysterious elder echoed once more in his mind, laced with a note of caution. I have revealed to you the course of action. Whether you can indeed find the heavenly Dao essence and refine the heavenly Dao fetus rests solely upon your own efforts. Furthermore, I shall not disclose your concealed identity to Lin. You must also refrain from revealing what I have just shared, and under no circumstances are you to pry into my true identity, lest you provoke my wrath. Should fortune favor you, and you succeed in condensing the heavenly Dao fetus, you may come to see me, for I have a task that requires your attention. Once you have accomplished that task, I shall reveal to you where to obtain the celestial healing elixir. Should you fail to cultivate the heavenly Dao's primordial infant, all hope is lost. As the words fell, the voice abruptly ceased. Qi Yuan regained his senses and promptly bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I am eternally grateful. After a moment, the silence persisted, indicating that the enigmatic elder had already vanished. At this juncture, Lin Zhen's curious voice pierced the stillness. Qi Ge, what did Elder Shi just tell you? Nothing of great significance, Qi Yuan replied, suppressing his emotions and shaking his head with a complex expression. The elder merely pointed out the flaws in my cultivation methods. His prior exchange with the elder had been conducted through spiritual communication, rendering Lin Zhen unaware of the contents. However, this mysterious elder bears the surname Shi. Lin Zhen, seemingly oblivious to his inadvertent slip, earnestly continued. Qi Ge, please do not disclose Elder Shi's existence. He prefers to keep his identity concealed. Of course, Qi Yuan nodded, though his mind was preoccupied with contemplation. There are many powerful individuals with the surname Shi in this world. A certain elder from the boundless sacred land also shares that name. Yet compared to that elder, it is more plausible that this old man is a being of ancient prowess. Just as his thoughts wandered, a flurry of exasperated curses erupted in Lin Zhen's mind. You little rascal, how many times must I tell you not to reveal my name in front of others? And you, of all people, just exposed my surname. Lin Zhen scratched his head, pondering. Elder Shi, I figured Qi Ge isn't exactly a stranger. Is such secrecy truly necessary? How infuriating! Even a simpleton like you has a chance at immortality. The heavens must truly be deranged. After the departure of the three, before Qi Yuan could return to his abode, footsteps once again echoed from outside the courtyard. What on earth was happening today? Qi Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. In an effort to avoid disturbances, he had deliberately chosen the most secluded cave dwelling. Yet individuals continued to seek him out in quick succession. This was truly peculiar. Lost in thought, a familiar female voice broke the silence. Junior Brother Qi, are you there? It was Ji Chan'er, the true disciple of the demon sect. Upon hearing her voice, Qi Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he hastily stepped outside to greet her, saying, Senior Sister Zhen, what brings you here? At that moment, Ji Chan'er stood gracefully at the entrance, and upon seeing Qi Yuan, a charming smile illuminated her otherwise delicate features as she warmly remarked, Junior Brother Qi, I have come uninvited to congratulate you on securing first place in the competition and being personally promoted to an inner disciple by the sect master. This is a small gift I prepared for you. With that, she produced a jade vial from her storage bag and extended it toward Qi Yuan. Inside are 10 superior gathering Qi pills, a token of my appreciation. Qi Yuan's gaze shifted, and after discreetly confirming that the vial bore no traces of poison, he accepted it with a smile, replying, Senior Sister, you are far too gracious. Your presence alone is a gift. There is no need for further expense. Please come inside. As he ushered Ji Chan'er into his humble dwelling, he remained cautiously vigilant, fearing a sudden shift in her demeanor. He felt their relationship was not nearly close enough to warrant such a visit from her, the true disciple of the demon sect, who should be safeguarding the legendary Millennium Herb in the Falling Cloud Valley. Her visit to present a gift seemed rather unusual. Disciples of the demon sect were notoriously cunning, making them difficult to anticipate, and Qi Yuan dared not let his guard down. Naturally, he would never dream of consuming the pills contained within the vial. Once seated inside, Ji Chaner surveyed the modest surroundings and remarked, "Junior brother Qi, your abode is rather humble. How about I bring you some furniture in a few days to adorn this place?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan quickly shook his head in refusal. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I am quite rugged in nature and do not favor overly extravagant decor. A simple place to reside is sufficient for me." Seeing his response, Ji Chaner did not press the matter further, but smiled amiably, saying, "Your performance in the outer set competition was truly remarkable. Such astonishing talent is rare even among the 7 sacred rounds, and I hold you in high regard." As she spoke, her gaze towards Qi Yuan brimmed with admiration. Something felt amiss. The more she praised him, the more Qi Yuan sensed that this female practitioner from the demon sect harbored ulterior motives. As the saying goes, flattery without cause is suspect. It is either deceit or theft. However, he was but a novice in the Qi refinement stage, having nothing of value that could be coveted by this true disciple of the demon sect. If it wasn't theft, then could she be after his body? The demon sect's infamous reputation was closely tied to the myriad of corrupt practices within. It was said that many female disciples within the sect sought out robust male practitioners to absorb their yang energy, thereby enhancing their own cultivation. Contemplating this, Qi Yuan suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him. If one's resolve towards the heart of magic is insufficiently steadfast, there exists a potential for betrayal against the sacred sect in the future. Even if the might of the sacred sect instills fear over time, such internal conflict may lead to psychological turmoil, resulting in minor aberrations or, in severe cases, catastrophic demise. Thus, for the disciples of the sacred sect, the third question holds paramount importance. She inquired about its purpose. Qi Yuan, momentarily taken aback, paused in contemplation before resolutely declaring, "If my ideals are not embraced by this world, then the fault lies not with me, but with the world itself. My intention is to meticulously reshape this realm, becoming the architect of a new order, where both cultivators and mortals alike must accept my vision." A sharp intake of breath escaped Ji Chaner as she listened, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. Such audacious ambition and a thirst for vengeance reveal a profound and darkly enchanting nature, reminiscent of the ancient demon ancestor. Should such a talent be drawn into the sacred sect, they would undoubtedly become an invaluable ally within the organization in the days to come.